Shopify Rebellion respond on Strongholds. They have no second chance. Do or die. Space Station Gaming is one game away, and they're desperate for wins in the Pro League. 1-3 so far, and nothing is guaranteed at the moment. A win here would be a massive step to them trying to guarantee that qualification to Los Angeles later next month.
Does SSG to spawn over toward the tower side and also get first hands on that sniper? And my gosh, does Falcated put it to work immediately, not wasting any time whatsoever. Shopify Rebellion 4 down.
Immediate into the spawns. I love that. Falcated essentially set up the trap, and he is beaming. Not one kill for Shopify Rebellion. They have 2 clean rotations of kills. It's 8-0 for the Slays of SSG.
2 perfect round of slays here for Space Station Gaming, and Falcated not done just yet, but the no-scope misses, the melee boom. Eco does end up getting away with the camouflage. Can Shopify Rebellion hold on to the sniper?
Honestly, I'm surprised Shopify Rebellion might just get B. They do get B. How did they manage that? But I don't expect it to be there for long. You see the players of SSG getting forward on the map. Eco unfortunately caught mid-slide. Won't be able to keep that camo on the map, and B won't change hands because of it. As Royal 2 comes in and cleans up the kills. But oh, dude, Falcated. Is he the most underrated player in HCS's history? Does someone get this man a chip? The way that Falcated plays, it's just so clean and efficient. He gets slays. He is the sneakiest player. He just does what is necessary for his teams to win.
I called it back at Raleigh, the first event of Halo Infinite. Falcated would be the most underrated player, and he has been for quite some time. Now I feel like he's on everybody's radar, though. At this point, he's sneaking by no more. Meanwhile, Royal 2 ain't trying to sneak his way into the seaside. He tries to go right through cut. Stellar ends up stopping him right then and there. 3 down to SSG, but the same for Shopify Rebellion. A momentary 1v1, but Suppressed not only gets the kill, gets the reset as well.
And Suppressed, one of the best at turning those 1v1s into 1v-nuns. Wins his gunfight, and with that, the 2-cap continues to score for Space Station. Shopify Rebellion, they've been able to slow SSG down, but they haven't quite been able to flip the map into their control like they'd like.
Frosty on the push over toward the back green side. He's gonna try to make his way into Bravo, and they have Charlie. It looks like Bravo's gonna change hands. SSG will have to settle for Alpha if they're able to cap it. As of right now, Shopify Rebellion already putting down that pressure. Cycle with the 5-shot. Can Eco get value out of this camo? It's a trip cap.
They need to get out of this trip cap. Oh no, caught by both sides. Last shot gets 2, and the hurt is gonna come in a tidal wave now for Space Station Gaming. Stellar's gonna get staggered off his spawn. He goes down as the rest spawn up. The trip cap is still in, and Frosty playing defense at tower. There's nowhere for them to go. Falcade is down to 1 shot. He goes down. It's another set of cycled spawns for SSG. It's brutal. They have them in a submission hold.
This triple kill really does feel like a guillotine choke, and SSG better be careful, otherwise they'll be forced to tap out or pass out. 126 to 81 as they make the push onto Alpha. It's Shopify Rebellion there as they make the push onto Bravo. Guess what? Rebellion are here everywhere SSG go. They're being haunted right now, almost ghost-like. Our Shopify Rebellion eventually Stellar able to alleviate some of that pressure, but Shopify Rebellion continue to score.
Frosty is just not missing. Last shot hits with the sniper as well. Things are going from bad to worse. 3-4 down once again. The spawns at mud, and the last shot, I think he read it. He knows! He knows! Eco's head's gone. Stellar! Goodbye, Suppressed! There's nowhere to go! Triple kill for last shot! Tap out!
Triple kill for the trip cap tap, and right now Shopify Rebellion ain't done just yet. 209 to 81 lead. Shopify Rebellion somehow continue to find the spawning players of SSG and continue to attack. Finally, back-to-back kills here for SSG will slow them down for just a moment, but Shopify Rebellion are still scoring. Stellar finds his way over towards Bravo, but is forced to back out. Can he and Suppress survive here over on the strong side?
We've seen them come back from crazy deficits before. Think back to game 4, the Oddball, where they were resilient and were able to build back strong. But I don't know, is that too much to ask? They're down by damn near 200 points, and Royal 2 finds the back. Camo, can he stay alive? This could be the backbreaker.
Double cap locked in once again. Trip cap being worked on here for Shopify Rebellion. Suppress trying to stop it, but he just simply can't. It's Shopify Rebellion continuing to score, continuing to lock things down. SSG have to find their way over towards the second base, and they need it right here, right now. It's over toward the Bravo side. They go, but somehow it's Rebellion able to anticipate that as well, and they've simply run out of time. We're going to a game 7. Shopify Rebellion with a huge win.
And they didn't just win, they suplexed them into the ground. That dominance. When they got that trip cap into effect, they never let go. And it just felt like everything was clicking perfect into snipe, into everything going just right. That's one of the cleanest games of Strongholds you'll ever see.
My gosh, we've had 2 absolute banger of series so far, and as fans, I feel like we're owed a game 7. I feel like, well, we've been here for the long run. We saw one amazing matchup between TSM and FaZe earlier. Shopify Rebellion and SSG have been absolutely lights out, and there's no way we don't get a game 7 here. Origin Slayer, first to 50 kills. 12 minutes on the clock. Only one team can come out $1,000 richer today, but also really make some waves in the standings.
There's one player that you have to keep your eye on when we go to this map. Frosty and what he has been able to do. Honestly, the legacy that he's left behind on Origin, on Coliseum, throughout his.
Hello everyone and welcome to the HCS Open Series Road to Charlotte #1. My name is Mikowski, and joined alongside me on the mic is Eli the Ninja. And Eli, what's occurred over the last week in the open scene is much more than just roster mania. It's a full-on implosion of the amateur scene. I gotta hear your thoughts before we get into these matches.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird mix of different things, right? Like, we know that this is the last HCS season. This is kind of like their last chances to have a good team that makes it into pools. And people are thinking like, hey, maybe instead of waiting to climb the ladder, I can't exactly do that. I've got to, get better teammates, and maybe that is the better strategy right now. But I would say after this tournament, like, I would hope that whatever new teams form, they stay together, because chemistry and teamwork is all that Halo Infinite's about.
It's really interesting. We've obviously had a bright eye on the open bracket throughout the last couple of years here on LBT, putting them on the main stage and covering all the matches on Friday. And what we've gathered over the last couple of years is that the NA scene, it's not to say that it's been weak or weaker, but the NA scene is only having one team qualify per open bracket tournament. You've got Mindfreak routinely making it out of ANZ, and routinely one, if not two, MX squads that make it all the way through to pool play. That leaves just one NA team. So you've got guys who have competed in Halo World Championships, Eli, that are not making it out. Do you think that's part of why we saw this implosion, because of the strength of the international competition and how NA is just seemingly hardly getting out of the open bracket at this point?
It might be part of it for sure. I mean, these other regions end up becoming the final boss of the open bracket, right? Like, they're literally the team you have to get through to get it into pools. If you're it might just be one North American team at Charlotte that makes it out of the open bracket, like you said, or
so.
could be two if a second, like maybe there's another open bracket team that could defeat the second place MX team, if anything. But I would say Mind Freak and number 1 MX are probably a lock. We got some really interesting teams, though. I mean, we got Sparty, Mortally, Suspector, and Looney is a lineup going under Mirror Force today. We might watch them later, which that's one of the scariest open bracket teams I can think of. I mean, there's plenty of crazy teams. We've seen Common teaming with the Zuzi twins as well, so curious to see how that one turns out.
Wow.
There's a lot of sleeper teams in the open bracket.
Man, I checked my notes before today, and I didn't see Common linking up with the Zuzi twins. Man, we've become quite big fans of those two youngins throughout the last couple of years, and they have always been on the brink of pool play. Maybe teaming up with Common, who's been in pool play routinely throughout his career, even working his way all the way into the top 8 when he's maybe regarded as a top 12 player. I don't know, man. Common's that guy. So I think that's going to be a huge boost for them as we descend into our first series of the day. Strongholds on live fire against Nova Actual, who get wiped off the start, and no surprise, you've got on the other side, top right, Sniping Lies. This is one of the really solid squads from the open bracket, but they've even broken up. You've got Leaderness, he's reclaiming his spot in this organization, but now you've got Sirion, that Believe the Hype breakout player, joining forces.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame to not see the Believe the Hype boys stick together. I think a lot of us were starting to believe the hype as they did make it to that last round of the open bracket at Salt Lake City, but now Sirion decides, you know what, maybe the grass is greener elsewhere. Likely maybe a bit of a funding issue as well, but man, he should be happy about having Leaderness on his team until he misses that shot. Maybe not as excited, but hey, it's the first game of the day and these guys are getting warmed up. I think we're going to see some electric gameplay from this group.
Yeah, agreed. Was casting a lot of Sirion's matches last weekend in the Clutch Academy draft tournament. And the dude is routinely going around like 30-9 every game, 3.0 KD, not KDA, KD. So Sirion already off that parallel start, 5.0 actually to start. Leaderness is right there with him with an assist to boot. As Sniping Lies absolutely ripping faces off the start. Trip caps abound and points following as well.
Now we're seeing basically this is the meta. If everyone on your team is more individually skilled than everyone on the other team, you can just play for the entire map. Like, we're very likely to see a 250-0 here, I'll be completely honest, because these guys can spread out significantly more when they're more confident to win their 1v1 battles, which means they can control the spawns better and they can control the zones. I mean, it's going to be extremely difficult for Nova Actual to get a single point this game, I would say. They got to win some gunfights.
But could you argue then, Eli, that this is a trap match for not only Sniping Lies, but along the lines of the meta, like you brought up, when a lower-seeded team takes on a gauntlet squad like we have here in Sniping Lies, don't you want to try to play your process? Don't you want to try to play as if you're going up against a Complexity or an Omid or one of those top 8 teams? What do you think?
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, these early rounds for teams like Sniping Lies, they know they're going to be deep in this tournament, right? They're very likely to make it to tomorrow, at least into the top 12. So this is more so, you know, getting warmed up, getting the communication ready, you know, just making sure those shots are landing by the time you do reach those tougher squads. I do think there's something to what you're saying, though, about, like, you know, play the way that you would against a better team, but the reality is, like, that might actually be a worse strategy against a team like this, but it would be good for, I guess, the reps.
Totally agree in that regard. Yeah, you take your opportunity while you're in tournament action to get those shots in those elbows warmed up. As Ivanized, probably his second killing spree of the match. Sirion adds another killing spree to the screen. It's killing spree roulette for Gallus, as Sirion nearly landed the nasty shot falling from the snipe tower. But he's still got the snipe in his hands. 4 shots left to work with as he reloads, re-racks, drops down to S1. Shots go into Fulcrum, but not enough to take him down. Might earn the assist here shortly as Fulcrum does fall. Surprised Sirion didn't get an assist. I thought I saw a shot or two. 230-0. This one's over.
Hey, the good news is there's no gooses on the other team. Also, my man Nova Actual, he's going to do a VOD review of this, so we'll probably watch this back, but he's got 4 assists. The only person with assists on his team. I mean, that just goes to show how efficiently Sniping Lies played, that they're just winning their 1v1 duels. and then also staying alive. That's how there's really no assists available for the rest of that team. So pure domination here in game number 1.
Yeah, that's incredible to see 3 out of 4 players, 0 assists on the board. And you could actually say as much positive about Sniping Lies as maybe you'd think negative about Nova Actual, in that Sniping Lies, surely they're taking damage, surely they're involved in gunfights and 1v1s, but they're winning it, and then they're getting back to safety, they're getting those shields back up, and then getting back in the fight. Perfectly played game there to start off the day for Sniping Lies, 250-0. That's something you can ride off into this next game and maybe even the rest of the day.
Yeah, I feel bad that this is even a game mode in round 1s, because this is very frequently the case. Is like I said, if the better team can just outgun you individually, you're gonna have a bad time. My coworkers decided to try their hand in one of these tournaments a few weeks ago, and they didn't get a single kill. So at least Nova Actual did better than that.
Yeah.
Gotta throw my coworkers under the bus live on the mic. As many opportunities as I can get.
There you go. And accuracy looked pretty solid, actually, for Nova. Actually, everybody, I think the lowest mark was 55. I saw a couple approaching the 70th percentile. Maybe not shooting enough shots to do enough damage and really get in the fight, but the shots are on point. But I think that skill separating factor, like we've talked about, Eli, is the cohesion, the chemistry, and the communication, playing as a unit, playing as a hive mind. That's what we saw there from Sniping Lies as we descended to Solitude Slayer for game 2.
Welcome to the chat, by the way. You made Khan, first time chatter. Welcome to LVT Halo. The match you were witnessing before this one was actually a replay from the LVT Pro League match that happened 2 days ago. So if you'd like to watch that in its entirety, highly recommend checking out the rebroadcast on YouTube. Just go to the LVT Halo channel.
I also see the homie APG in the chat. What's going on, Bradley? Happy belated birthday. And man, happy Tide the Leader day, if you will, as we dropped that episode a few days ago. An absolute, not a podcast, a documentary on the life and triumphs and shortcomings and bounce back moments that APG has had throughout his life. Make sure you guys check that out on YouTube, as we are already rolling into the first minute of game number 2. Not even 2 kills on the board yet for Nova, as they do finally get to that point, but they're already down by 10.
Yeah, this is, they go from one snowball map to the next, as this is definitely the Slayer that the better team will know how to control the spawns and continue to collapse on repeat, as Leaderness, looking for the first in the highlight reel of the day, gets the triple kill. Won't be the overkill because his teammates are too fast on killing the last player. But look at this. They've already forced the spawns the other side. The good news for Nova Actual is they didn't block the blue spawn, so I think they actually did get a little bit of spread on their spawn points. But can they use that to their advantage?
What?
No. Collective up the lift, immediately hits the frag grenade. I don't think that was intentional, but it looked kind of cool.
That happened a lot in Halo 2. Remember, the player rears back the frag toss and you can shoot it out of their hand. That kind of looked like what we saw there.
Whoa.
As Leaderness, 10 in a row and 10 gifted from Patty Slay. What a way to start the day.
Patty Slay, thank you so much. Have a good weekend at Halo, y'all. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Patty. Appreciate you always being here. 55 in the channel, by the way. Legendary stuff. We're just getting started here, guys. Yes, we know this match is so far a blowout, but we got some excellent matches ahead throughout the rest of the day. And Collective, at this point, I was gonna say Lies could try to set up Leaderness for the perfection, but he's already died, so I guess he's just not good enough.
Match is a little lopsided, Eli, but you know what? I'm not complaining because Halo is on our screen and LVT is live. It's only going to heat up as Leaderness and the rest of his crew heat up the accuracy. And as I say that, it's a really nice strafing back there deployed. Not enough to keep that player alive, though, as Leaderness claims another name to the grave.
This is a tough one for Nova and the boys. 35-7, likely to be a spectacular. New shock rifle coming up in 2 seconds here. And Collective is already next to it. We got Gankski on the screen right now, seeing if he can maybe use that plasma grenade to launch the gun away from Collective. Collective says, I don't even want it. Maybe he knew Sirion's coming off spawn and said, hey, buddy, it's your turn for the montage clip.
But I love that skin. I love the weapon skin. Oh, and Sirion! And I love the accuracy. I love the shot as well.
The reaction time.
barely could see the widow's peak of the hairline of his opponent. And he still confirmed the headshot. Another one goes through to Fulcrum. 12-41 here. 3 do go down for Lies Infantry. So there you go, Eli. You talked about VOD review earlier. That's a nice sequence you can watch back from their POV and try to see how you can scale it, duplicate it.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, when you're the lower seeded team in this situation, the best thing you can do is try to just move as a unit. You've got to be in situations where you can team shoot more often than not. Of course, a team like Lies is not going to give you that opportunity very frequently, but the few times that they do, you know, open the door for you to hard push one side and overwhelm a single target, you take one down and all of a sudden you're in a numbers advantage. It becomes a lot easier to kill the rest of the players as well.
Ivanized pushing into the cafe, needing just one more slay to wrap up this series as they secure the Steaktacular. He secures the double kill, and Lies start off with a hell of a series here, looking flawless so far in round number 1.
Don't want to see anyone in chat down talking this team because you wouldn't get any more kills than them. All right, listen, be nice. All right, chat. We got one more game though. This is a best of 5 tournament. And it's going to go to Lattice, Lattice Oddball. This is going to be fun. Shout out to Timmy Forges, one of the creators of this map, part of the team that created this map. I know Catarat, one of the main forgers as well. But man, what do you think about this map so far, Hunter?
I've only had a chance to watch it a few times. It's growing on me. I think as far as Forge maps introduced into Halo, that this is pretty solid. I think this is one of the maps that might have some staying power. And just off the rip, what I noticed visually is that the horns in the Lies Infantry logo kind of look like the green stone there on our screen. So maybe Lies stacking up another advantage that they probably don't even need in this one.
By the way, Lattice means, I want to say it's like the molecular structure of crystals. That's why we have this little crystal in the test tube bay, whatever that thing is. Some people are calling it kryptonite because it kind of looks like it. But it's like a, I guess, chemical testing facility where they are studying crystals. So that's where the name Lattice comes from.
Ah, I thought it was a topping on a burger. This is more scientific than I must have assumed.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're always got the munchies, so that makes a lot of sense. A lot of people are calling it lettuce. Do you get the burger? You get it with everything on it, don't you? You don't take anything off.
Yeah, I like everything on it. If you're in Dallas, stop by Keller's, get a number 5 special, best burger in town. And for fast food, I've kind of been leaning more towards Sonic, and they got that new Smash Burger, and I've been enjoying that. The Smash Burger doesn't have lettuce on it though. Maybe I need to up my game there on the Smash Burger as we get ready for game number 3. It's going to be a Lattice Oddball. Here we go.
This man was hiccuping mid-sentence because of stuffing food in his mouth before the cast. Anyways, here we go. Collective. It's you every single morning, buddy. We've got very interesting setup here. What I've noticed about this game mode is typically I prefer the Oddball to be held like near that snipe ridge in the room here that these guys are fighting. Pretty much where that player just died is a good spot for the Oddball because you can be tricky with your movement. If they're aggressing you from the inside, you can rotate outside. If they're aggressing you from outside, you can rotate inside. And then on top of that, you can play the ball right there into the water. So it's a great spot. I'm curious to see how Lies choose to play this one though. They might decide to experiment with a couple of new spots since they're, playing against a team they're very likely to beat.
Already rolling here with 30 seconds of oddball time. Sirion has a good positioning here in the middle of the map, access to many different points, and now the double kill as he misses that shot, but actually cleans up with the melee. 45 seconds now to 0 as Lies continue where they left off.
We also got a 5-bomb from Toadini. Thank you, Sujin. We've also got White Sedge coming in with 32 months. Appreciate chat. Already popping off with the level 3 hype train early in the day. Can we keep the momentum up?
I think so. Shout out to Toad for the 5 gifted sub. White Sedge as well with 32 months. Thank you guys for all of your support. You guys being in the channel, gifting subs, resubscribing, and of course just watching those ads allows us to do what we do. As Leaderness cleans up on his opponent with the headshot, now working to the top side of the map, has Fulcrum here on the outer edges chasing him down, but there's a bait switch setting up on the other side. So again, Eli, we've seen some nice plays And it's hard to execute and finish that off. That looked like a good setup for a bait and switch, but Lies still find the +2 net outcome. That was impressive.
I really like Leader Nest's movement in that little area. You can get pretty tricky. I expect to see some intricate gunfights on this map. There's a lot of just really fun little areas and boxes where you can kind of juke out your opponent, where they don't know if you're going to jump up top or go around. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this map getting played at a high level throughout the rest of the year.
Fulcrum now trying to gather a couple of seconds for his team, make sure it's not a goose here in round number 1 as they get 4 on the board. Now taking some shots to the middle of the map, but the bait and switch is executed on here by Lies Infantry. 3 go down for Nova Actual. Might just be all 4 as the man himself, the namesake, gets taken down, and that should do it.
Holding the ball out in the open area, I kind of like that though, because I feel like if you hold it behind this, what do we call that thing in the ice? Submarine? Something like that. But when you hide behind it, I feel like it almost baits your opponents to thinking you're a free kill. So then you overextend, and if your teammates are just kind of on these boxes or on the opposite side on the ledge, it can kind of force the other team to put themselves in bad position. So you might see that oddball strategy get used as well. Downside to it though is if it doesn't work out, you kind of give it to the other team.
Yeah, that's true. There's always a give and take as Sirion has that sniper back in his hands. He's been one of my favorite players to watch of recent memory with the snipe, as he rotates along the left side, looking out towards the bridge, misses another shot, but stays composed, re-shields, repositions, and locks back in with the S7.
Okay, Evil Monkey goes down. Collective trying to stay alive. You can get real tricky with the movement around that bridge as well, especially if you have a teammate watching you. I think this map also just really forces you to watch your teammates pretty frequently. And if you're not using teamwork, you're just not going to be able to pick up free kills. So we see Sirion gets back into his teammate sideline. Now he's watching Leader Nest, who's pushing forward. Doesn't need his help though. Beautiful, perfect shots there. And this one feels like it's just a matter of time before this one is concluded. Absolute domination. Look at the way they're controlling the spawns as well, forcing the other team to spawn out in the open ice.
It's really interesting that they're not all playing close together, but they're all watching each other's back. So despite not having the close grouping, they're still playing together. They're still stacking up more time as they've crossed the 50-second threshold, just about at 49 now, 50 seconds. 2 go down for Nova Actual. Ivan Eyes with a great quarterback position here. He can call audibles. He can communicate what he's seeing on the map, checking his back, making sure no one's flanking through. Spots Evil Monkeys across the way, knows that there's at least 1 or 2 pushing on that right side. As Sirion is engaged in the battle 1v1. Collective cleans up on it. And for now, Nova Actual with a chance to push out that oddball, but Lies already just 30 seconds away from taking the series.
Yeah, this is the exact oddball setup that I was speaking on at the beginning, having the oddball on that bridge. And look at the way Lies are playing it. They've got 1 player on the inside, making sure the ball doesn't get pushed in here. Ball's in a position that he can drop the ball and help fight, or if things get real bad, just play it off the map. And then if you have another player top tower, you can just kind of watch the rest of the map. They do force the play ball, so the first time that they've kind of made Lies sweat this game. Ivan Eyes has 182 seconds.
Yeah, it's been a pretty dominant performance here from Lies, as they are in the end game here, needing just 16 more seconds. What do you know? Another triple kill, this time for Leader Nest. Didn't really have a chance for the overkill, decides to just over Twitch instead.
Little calibration. If you guys are watching Halo for the first time, you're like, why is he just spinning his reticle in a circle? You're calibrating your thumbs for optimal aiming. It is a tactic as old as time, popularized by the Ogre Twins circa 1982.
Collective with no HUD still hits the 5 perfect, and that will do it. Lies easily sweep their first round matchup, but we know it's going to get more difficult as we move on throughout the day.
So we get a nice view of Lattice here. Look at that. I love the electricity effect. I don't even know how they do that. Shout out to all the forgers out there. The
little hum at the bottom too, you could see like the energy just about to burst. Pretty sweet interactive what's it called, environmental storytelling. Always one of my favorite parts about the Forge maps. There's always some solid environmental storytelling.
And Lies will waltz their way into round number 2. As expected, this team very likely to make it to the end stages of this tournament, probably into tomorrow. Nova Actual will have a chance to play a team closer to their skill level on the lower side and hopefully build some momentum to make a run of their own. But I'm curious to see how Sirion levels this team up. He's kind of like the new exciting player to watch in the open bracket. A lot of people didn't expect that BTH roster to make it all the way to the last round, but they did. And most of it was from Sirion and of course Gunplexion. You know, it was a great squad all around, but curious to see what they can do now that they have separated.
Yeah, that's would have loved to seen a lot of the teams that we saw just right on the cusp of the pool play there in the open bracket, but it's just it's a monkey see monkey do kind of game, right? You see a team above you or below you make a change and you kind of start to feel like they're either advancing beyond you or starting to catch up on your tail. So while it is unprecedented to see this many teams implode, it does make sense. We'll reset here as the Lies will move on to the next round. We'll take a look at the bracket and decide where we're going to go next, but don't go anywhere. More LVT Halo when we return.
His career, there's one player on this map that Space Station must stop at all costs. Do not let Frosty control the game on Origin.
I mean, hey man, he has a move on this map. We used to call it Frosty the Sniper. The way he was able to thrust slide his way into grabbing snipe right off the spawn, and although no thrust starting off, yeah, he can still curb slide his way into the action. We all know Frosty, the former MVP, loves him some Origin.
Remember how this game started? It looked like Falcon couldn't miss with this. Like this, you gotta remember, they went from this dominant position where Shopify Rebellion were being bloodied at all points in time, where they couldn't move because of how dominant the start was for Space Station, to then coming back and putting on this display, showing us one of the strongest Strongholds games of all time. Just, I love a team that can come back and win like that. And this was just so clean. The reading of the spawns from Last Shot's next level there. Like when you think about what he had to do, being up in that tower, reading that mud spawn, and then coming back and collapsing, it's just clean. But we saw Shopify Rebellion. Their head bloodied, but not unbowed. Now just one game away from completing their comeback, but SSG stands in their way. And get ready for the sniper battle. Stellar versus Frosty. This is what we all live for.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it right here. Only one team can be $1,000 richer here in your show match. This is your LVT Halo Pro League in partnership with Shopify Rebellion, and we have Shopify Rebellion about to go up against a Space Station Gaming as soon as we make sure that all the technical difficulties are obviously straightened out here. Meanwhile, you know, we gotta talk about what we saw here in this best of 7 series so far. I mean, Forbidden capture the flag, dominant for Shopify Rebellion. That Slayer, so daggone good in the early game. Again, we talk about it was a dominant performance by them once again in the early game. But since then, SSG were able to claw their way back into it, able to make it a tightly contested game number 2, and eventually win 3 in a row in order to put us in that oh so important game 6 Strongholds, the Shopify Rebellion, and the winning 250-94. To get to this Origin Slayer, it has been an up and down roller coaster of emotions, of scores. It's been absolutely crazy, but only one team can win it. It's kind of bittersweet saying it that way.
First to 50. Get yourself locked on in. 2017 One man, he ran up that sniper ramp on screen, grabbed the sniper, and created the term frosting the snipe. Do we see an aggressive play sniper once again, or maybe something more calm and casual? As you know, those rockets will also be playing an impact. These opening breaks are so important to the Slayers, especially when there's 2 power weapons up for grabs.
And although players don't start with the thrust, I mean, there is a thrust over towards that middle map, and oftentimes the rocket player, if they can get away with the rockets, they can also get away with that thrust as well. Stellar gonna start things off by going toward the catwalk side immediately, anticipating the Shopify Rebellion are favoring the rocket side. It's a huge double kill by Stellar, who also avoids the rocket.
Huge plays by SSG, not only able to neutralize those rockets early, but now a sniper that's in their possession, and not one kill that has gone to Rebellion. Falcated, feeling that pressure, wastes the snipe shot onto the grenade, thinking it would get the kill, but instead results in the trade, and Frosty getting away with that sniper as well. Top priority now for Space Station is to get that sniper out of the hands of Frosty.
6-3 advantage here coming from Space Station Gaming, and Frosty brings that sniper immediately toward the catwalk side, but Eco and SSG know exactly where he wants to go. Sniper hits the ground, but so does Falcated, courtesy of Last Shot.
Last Shot's going to be able to find that sniper with 3 bullets left down in the grass. Looking for his second chance with it, but so far it's just been trade for trade since that initial start. Shopify Rebellion not having a lot of freedom on the map to move. Last Shot drafted to the corner, but hits the shot, doesn't get the kill. Stellar stands tall, able to win the gunfight and takes the sniper away from Shopify Rebellion.
Although Last Shot was able to get that sniper on the catwalk side, he ends up losing teammates and eventually loses his life. And Stellar with the sniper is not who you want to see with it. He immediately turns that into a double, make it a triple. He's SSG's miracle worker for a reason, as he continued to put down damage. Just the Last Shot onto Last Shot, and finally Cycle is able to slow him down just a bit, but the damage has been done. SSG still have the lead.
Might as well pop the overkill sound effect. That was unofficial for sure, but he took all 4 down with him. Huge plays by Stellar, and that 4 kills, that's the difference in the scoreboard right now. It's a 4-kill differential as SSG still have this lead.
19-14 right now is the score line. Another huge kill though coming out of Last Shot, and that first kill could snowball into more, but Eco once again active listening, actively taking down the one-shot players. Frosty now going to rotate Carbine over on the elbow side. This is an important position coming from Frosty with the Carbine.
Right, that Carbine is filthy on the Scar side because of how much open space there is, right? You have clear sight lines, but Falcate threw a dot of a nade from all the way from the opposite elbow, was able to find that kill onto Frosty, and with that initial kill, they're able to start cycling the players of Shopify Rebellion. This could have even more effect when you realize that those rockets are up, and they should be free for SSG to grab.
SSG still have the lead for now, but not able to get away with rockets, are able to get away with a life onto Frosty here. A huge pick coming out of him, and Eco wants more. He finds Cycle on the elbow side, and Cycle goes right at him. Cleanup comes in real quick, not only keeping SSG in the lead, but can he get positioning on the rockets?
Suppress trying to do his best to keep this pressure on, but players not giving him an easy kill here. Instead, Suppress finds himself one shot but wins the gunfight. Oh, Last Shot versus Suppress, 2 of the best gunners in the game. Suppress comes out with the final laugh.
Falcon gonna try to make his way over towards Snipe side. Doesn't take the lift to give any audio cues that he's here, but knows that Frost on the opposite side with that sniper is gonna become problematic. And he goes right at him. Sniper hits the ground here, a Cycle somehow using that movement to stay alive long enough for Royal 2 to get himself a huge kill.
Just a 5-kill lead for SSG. Eco caught out in mid-air, not able to find that kill on the Last Shot, and SSG's in danger. The final 2 players are stuck on the elbow. Cycle trying to wait for his help to come. He's given the info over. SSG's trapped in the base. Now Shopify Rebellion, they just need some sort of answer, some sort of damage to let them collapse on the remaining players.
They're trying to rotate away from the elbow side through the flag and onto Snipe. But right now with Shopify Rebellion find himself behind enemy lines. Falcated, great anticipation and even better shots out of him to slow down Psycho, who's being so crafty, putting down damage, avoiding the headshot, somehow staying alive when he has no business doing so. Shopify Rebellion may find himself down here, but they're right back in the game.
The most common term you'll ever hear with Psycho is somehow staying alive. I don't know how he managed it so often, but he was able to try to get the most out of that spot. But it doesn't change what we started with, and that was a 5-kill lead for SSG. They've been able to maintain so far, but Shopify Rebellion, they're just waiting for a slip up, some sort of mistake to happen. You can feel them ready to pounce, but SSG, they're just not giving them. They're playing clean Halo.
39-34. Shopify Rebellion ain't out of it just yet, but SSG have found an answer to every single one of Shopify Rebellion's runs, and now Shopify Rebellion, you're running out of time. You're running out of options. They have to start valuing their lives right now.
The next few kills will determine who gets these rockets, and that might be the swing that Shopify Rebellion's looking for. And by the time these rockets come up into play, the sniper might just join it. We have 2 power weapons that are going to be joining the map, and Shopify Rebellion are starting to take control of the map. They have SSG trapped into the corner. That's 2 unanswered kills. And the one-shots get away. Last shot got the sniper. Things are starting to look up. Huge snipe shot by Last Shot.
Only down by 1 kill, make it 2 after another trade goes down. Falcon is trying to get out with his life. Last shot with the body shot, but Falcon is stuck. There's nowhere for him to go. He has to double back right over toward the maze side, and Last Shot knows it, and that's exactly where he wants him. But Last Shot is not able to get away with the sniper. The sniper goes down, and you know Stellar wants it.
Getting stuck in that lift might just be the difference between victory and defeat. That's a death that should have never came. SSG able to get them to 46, but that sniper's in Royal 2's hands. That sniper just misses the head. He's down to 1 shot. Stellar gets the kill. They're 1 away. Shopify Rebellion are their backs against the wall. SSG 1 kill away.
Taking height to Stellar. Here with the sniper, 5 bullets to work with. Shopify Rebellion are in real trouble at the moment here at Stellar. Getting awfully aggressive here. Spots Last Shot, goes in for the quick scope, but just barely whiffs by his head. A distraction for Eco to try to take advantage of, but he's caught. Suppressed finally puts the final kill on the board. SSG pull off the upset against your returning LAN champions.
My. People were doubting this Space Station Gaming roster. I think they might have just made some fans here today. Talk about going to war in this series. Those first 2 games, they were never in doubt for Shopify Rebellion. They went to war. They scrapped game after game and won 2 crucial Slayers to now crown themselves champions here today. They walk away $1,000 richer, and more importantly, have found themselves a game lead against TSM for qualifying for that final LAN in Los Angeles in just a month.
It would feel absolutely insane if we didn't have Space Station Gaming involved in a $50,000 LAN. Like it's crazy to even see them in a position like this to begin with. So a big win coming out of Space Station Gaming right there, and a much needed one, like you said, to have that advantage over TSM. And mind you, I mean, not only just that, but I mean, just maybe use as a benchmark to see what this SSG roster can do, because a lot of chatter in the Twitch chats and the Reddit threads have been counting them out, have been saying some crazy things against SSG, and Frosty told you himself on stream, the moment you count them out, that's when they're gonna make you look silly. That's when they're gonna make you look stupid, and SSG showed that they can go at it with some of the best in the world. That includes Shopify Rebellion.
When they needed their superstar to step up, he did. Stellar not only getting, 4,500 points of damage on the board, he shot 72%. He just wasn't missing. I think back to the opening gunfight where he gets hit by that sniper shot. just doesn't miss. Gets back, gets the kill, despite being put down to 1 on that sniper. He had a fantastic game at 17 and 10, and Suppress was rock solid, consistent with his damage output throughout the entire series as well.
Beautifully played. You're seeing the damage on the screen
look at that
right
damage
now.
differential. Look at that, 4,500. He has the most damage in the lobby, Suppress. He has the least damage taken.
It's beautiful. It really is. And then on top of that, you talk about Suppressed only dying 8 times in that entire game here. I mean, it's insane. It takes a full team effort in order to go at a team like Shopify Rebellion, especially with the way that they started off the series. SSG brought their A game, and it was beautiful to watch.
Oh, this is just such a great sign. I'm sure there's a lot of SSG fans that are kind of sighing that breath of relief, because they finally have done it, right? When they're taken to task and they have to step up in a series, they like finished the fight today. And that was the one thing where they just weren't quite able to do that at Salt Lake City. You know, when they were going up against Optic Gaming, they weren't able to get that final game win. They weren't able to get it at that final moment. Here today, they battled from being down. They worked their way, they earned their way to that game 7, and they came out on top. This is an SSG renewed. This is what I think so many players were expecting to see when they added Suppress and Falcated to the roster.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're seeing it right here, right now. It is Space Station Gaming that finished their 5th game. Same for Shopify Rebellion as far as this week. First ones to do that here. And again, look, fantastic. I mean, that was just so damn good. I definitely want to give them a shout out, give them some love. They are now within the top 6 right now for qualifying for LAN, but there's still plenty of time left here. Shopify Rebellion, meanwhile, 3-2 right now is their record. Optic Gaming sitting up top with that 4-0. FaZe looking very good with the 3-1. Mind you, they just finished a big win against TSM, so it's nice to watch. It's fun to watch, and I can't wait to watch more of the LVT Halo Pro League.
And remember how we got here though? Like that Oddball game, round 1. SSG, they have like 10 seconds left. They need to come back from down 60 points or something like that. Being able to get that to become a reality, and then eventually finding their way to this moment where they win the game 7. Like, man, SSG, talk about icy. Like, this team just did it all today.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it. Like, the road to get here has been absolutely crazy. I mean, obviously with series after series, things haven't started off exactly their way in the LVT Halo Pro League. But even in that series, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, 2 caps within 1 minute and 30 seconds. That 3rd cap, dominant. You know, that Slayer performance in the beginning half of that game was crazy to watch in favor of Shopify Rebellion. But you just saw them slowly starting to build up that momentum to the point where they win 3 games in a row to go to that game number 6 and then stamp it home in that game 7 Origin. That was, dude, I'm telling you, SSG, they're dangerous, man. And after today...
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the HCS Open Series Road to Charlotte #1. Eli, this is the last time in Halo Infinite's history that we will be able to say that. As we get into our next matchup here today, we got a pretty intriguing one. We got Retirement Home versus Complexity. I thought Ryanoob was in the Retirement Home. What's going on here?
I was confused. I thought I was being called up to play. I was retirement home, but no, it's this is a fun squad. This is a lot of retired gamers. Gilkey is back, guys. I don't know if he just decided, hey, there's only a couple tournaments left, I gotta put my hat back in the ring, but I'm excited to see Gilkey back on the sticks. One of my favorite players to watch, and he's alongside King J, Diagram, and who's the 4th? Haynes. Yeah, so maybe on the higher end of the age scale, and that's where the team name comes from.
Yeah, gonna be pretty intriguing to watch some old dogs try to perform some new tricks, but those are all 4 incredibly talented players. I am so excited to watch Gilkey, though. I felt like when Gilkey retired, quote unquote, from competitive Halo, he still had a lot left in the tank, despite the fact that this dude's been doing it for decades. He is one of the nastiest snipers in the HCS. As we take a look at the series layout, that might actually benefit his squad, as you've got 2 live fires and a lattice. He's also pretty nasty with the shock on recharge. So 4 out of the 5 maps here, Eli, do provide an opportunity for Retirement Home to potentially pop off and make some plays. Let's talk about Complexity. This is a team that has been very polarizing in the sense that they've been high rising, and then their lows have been equally as low. Where do you think Complexity ultimately fits in the scheme of things?
I mean, it kind of is a day-to-day basis for these guys. I mean, realistically, they've been incredible online leading into the tournament. They did have a, less than stellar performance on LAN. I want to say finished top 12, but you look at the teams they played, it's not like they lost to Joe Schmoes ever. They're losing to the best in the world. So I think this team's still pretty high on my power ranking scale. They've just got to, shake off the LAN top 12 and lock in. I think if they can find the same form they were in before Salt Lake City, that they're going to be a contender.
Pretty on point. I'd say that's fairly accurate. As we get into the lobby and get things going here, it's Ryanoob off the start with the snipe.
What?
180 triple kill, no scope. What was that?
What? I mean, you said he looks like he's in the retirement home. This kid looks like he's still in high school, man. I mean, this guy, his reaction time is insane. The flicks, I mean, takes down King J as well. We didn't get to see the rest of the triple kill, but Ryan has really been stepping up his game.
Oh my God. I'm watching that in real time thinking, okay, that was nasty. And then the triple medal pops up on screen and I'm going, what kind of a start is this? You're supposed to get warmed up, dude. It's still just round 2. Well. This is round 1. There's no way this is still round 1. This can't be Ryanoob's first game of the day. There is no way he just wakes up out of bed and looks like this.
It's round 2. It's round 2. But I mean, what a crazy spree. They do finally shut him down. And I tell you what, you can't sleep on any of these guys on the side of Retirement Home. They might be a little bit sleepy, just got the applesauce in the morning. But once that applesauce is in the bloodstream and that prune juice really kicks in, that's when you're going to see these guys catch on fire.
A lot of people in chat see the mental gamer tag change and they're asking, what does that mean? What kind of clan tag is that? I thought Cole was Complexity. No, IDTS stands for I do this shit. So that is the 411. Keep you guys updated on all the changes, whether it be roster or just a namesake as Complexity. Flawless, more flawless Halo here, as they've already started off 1-0.
Could also alternatively stand for I don't think so, like, little finger wag after you kill someone, like I don't think so, buddy. No, but it is what you said. I love to come up with alternative theories for these gamer tags, but we're seeing Retirement Home put up a decent fight, but in the score line, not as much. The kills aren't terrible, but I mean, we're talking about a team that probably formed overnight against a team that has been scrimming together for months. So it's going to be tough.
You just inspired a whole realm of parallel universe IDTS acronyms. As Complexity, they're playing in a whole nother world. Might as well be in a different lobby at this point, as they have already scored 2 hills. Eli, they did so in just 35 seconds of game regulation. That's incredible.
That's efficiency, but it's also the open door for a potential comeback, right? Like sometimes it's actually better to be less efficient and burn more time off. As long as you're still the one that ultimately scores, you kind of don't want as much time left. As you can see, Retirement Home have good first look at this third hill. Haynes gonna hold down the A platform. Gilkey finds a kill in the feed, and I would say Retirement Home very much favored when it comes to capping this hill.
And this is looking like a great hill for them to bring it back to a 1-point game. And I think you're right, Eli. Pretty rare to see a 3-0 comeback in King of the Hill, but if there ever were a map to do so, it would be Live Fire. But it doesn't look like Retirement Home are going to allow Complexity to keep rolling like that. It's not going to be 3-0. It's 2-1. Retirement Home have gotten out of bed.
I'll tell you what, if you pay attention to Twitter, you've seen some sus foods on King J's timeline, but also some sick sniper clips. So let's see if he can make another one of those here. Oh, you know what? He decided to just big brain Cherish here and just chuck the snipe off the map. That takes a lot of discipline from a guy that likes to hit clips.
Now I'm starting to see where the team name comes from, because that was as disciplined of a play as you'll see. King J did not want the other team to have any of that sniper rifle action. As he tosses it off the map, he goes with it, but again eliminates a key point of the sandbox from Livefire here, as Mental pushing in towards the scoreboard, takes down Gilkey with the headshot. Now wrapping around to the right, has a one shot. Haynes in his face, going for the triple against Diagram, but he gets shut down, but not before doing a hell of a lot of damage.
I mean, realistically, that should have been a triple. He actually missed, I want to say, 2 or 3 shots on the prior target. And every missed shot adds up in Halo, man. That means you have less time. You've also taken more damage when you get to the next kill. Ultimately is the difference maker to get shut down. Doesn't matter so far as the setup and control goes. Cherish with a nice double as he gets traded out. But this has been heavily controlled by Complexity. Gilkey just trying to do his best to find a trade before going down, but instead just earns a little bit more of his lifespan. And now they got to think about how to get to this top middle hill. Problem is they got to break that tower control before this hill moves.
Looking like Complexity will reclaim that 2-point cushion as they do. 3-1 now, still with plenty of time left. So the conversation we brought up earlier is still in play, as Retirement Home are down by 2, but they've got more than enough time to come back. But for now, it's the time spent on the respawn screen, which will have Complexity scoring and controlling that top mid hill.
Mental, speaking of discipline, stays alive, takes a good sneaky route with no shields, should be able to get his shields back and get back into this fight. And just love the way Complexity play the game. There's always another one of them ready to follow up on the damage, as we see Mental did ultimately reroute and find a way in. Still with Retirement in the hill, new sniper about to spawn as well.
3 players down on each side. Gonna open up a 1v1 for now, but it's Retirement Home claiming their position in the hill as Gilkey takes down his former teammate Ryan Noob. Gilkey once on the Complexity organization as well, as he gets taken down by the frag toss. Mental now from the sandbags, sniper up before him, but it's Diagram that is first priority as he passes the snipe up to chase down this damage. Oh wow, and Diagram's actually able to trade that out. I thought Mental had him dead to right.
I don't think Mental minds that though. His teammate's in the hill and he's just trading out another person on the map to keep his hill player safe. Complexity, despite being the much higher seed, playing this disciplined as well, backing out of the hill, getting this tower position. If you can spawn on this half of the map, this hill is ultimately a lot easier. Now it looks like Complexity might spawn on the green side of the map and might actually have a natural pinch here. So right now, mostly focusing on this sniper is King Nick. Does take it out of Haynes' hands, and now we'll reroute right back to that tower. No, never mind. Actually decides he's going to repulse up and hit the no-scope. Oh, too many players.
King Nick's been an intriguing player throughout Halo. Infinite's timeline. Gilkey! Bing, bang, boom! Frag toss, elbow, triple kill. But 3 go down for Retirement Home in that same moment. So,
okay.
But hey, Haynes is able actually to clean up on the remaining hill time and make it a 1-score game once again. I don't know if Complexity were expecting this tough of a fight.
I mean, they know these players are good. It's just a matter of can they show up and out teamwork the likes of Complexity, one of the teams with the best teamwork in the HCS. Cherished popping off as well, 18-10. And although Complexity have the early hill, look at Diagram just flying in, gets the double, is still alive. And now they have a clean setup here. I mean, this is looking very doable to tie the score. They've got to hold off a couple rounds of spawns, though.
Oh, it's exactly what you want. Gilkey can filter through the middle of the map. He has a line of sight through the middle. You've got Haynes with the camo perched above the nest, and you've got one in the hill, one on the sandbag. This is a phenomenal setup here for Retirement Home, and they're sending Complexity with their tail tucked between their legs back to A, and they're going to chase out the damage. Gilkey going for the cleanup on King Nick. He gets it. But the aggression has all been in favor of Retirement Home here. Here finally comes the push through the garage door from Complexity, but with a little bit of use from the QT. Diagram able to stay alive. He's having himself a hell of a game. 19-12 QT backstep, gets the headshot. Now he's 20-13. Top Slayer in the lobby.
I mean, keep in mind, this kid has the same exact genes as Suppressed, and we know just how talented these guys are, but unfortunately, looks like they will finally be overcome as the push is strong from Complexity, but man, Retirement Home made him work for it.
I mean, that looked like an LVT Pro League match. You could almost make a case, and that only includes the top 8 teams in the world. Now, granted, Retirement Home full of top 8 players of yesteryear. Haynes probably the most recent to have success in the HCS. He's just an absolute grinder. Whether he starts in pool play or has to run the gauntlet in the open bracket, the dude's finding a way to top 12 or even top 8. Got a lot of respect for him. Complexity, though, ultimately able to take game number 1, but it was much closer than I think many anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, guys, King J and Gilkey, 2 extremely talented players, but they've been out of the flow of playing against top teams for quite some time.
Right.
Also have a limited experience with this exact team. So although I think they can certainly pull some upsets, Complexity is going to be one of the hardest teams to do it against.
Yeah, it's that start and stop wear and tear on the vehicle that is probably the most concerning thing here for the Retirement Home. It is tough to just get back up to game speed, and we know how much faster Halo is at the highest forms of competition. As we go to the fast track here, a symmetrical arena map, Aquarius for game 2, Slayer.
Here we go. This is interesting. Obviously, camo's on a lot of the maps. Now, of course, we got to talk about it. Recent camo buff, now 45 seconds instead of 30. So I want to say that's going to be a pretty important tool. Obviously, the primary center of this game mode. The fact that it's 45 seconds means that a delayed camo input is even more valuable, because now, you know, you could actually have camo pretty close to the time the next one is spawning. So let's see, Cherish procking it at 35. That means at 1050, this camo will finally expire. Let's see how much value he can get from it.
45 seconds for the camo. You do have the opportunity to not push it as much and try to extract as much value from that 30-second timeline, but before we can even finish the pot, camo gets depleted off the map. 5-5 here, tied off the start. King J having a nice match so far, 2-1-1. As Diagram pushes into the generator, he gets taken down in numbers by Cherish and his teammate. Haynes able to trade out with Cherish and keep things close. Retirement Home are still tied, actually, 8-8, heading into double digits.
Cherish continuing to have a phenomenal series, already 6-2. The pace that this man is playing at feels like it increases every single tournament we see him in. Like, he has really somehow just gotten better and better. Triple kill, almost the over, but he's got 9 kills. The game feels like it just started.
Yeah, 12 total for each team, and Cherish has 9. So you don't have to be good at math to know that this man is playing much more than his 25%. King J gets caught a little in between his route, wanting to go right, but needed to look left to maintain his life as he gets taken down. Ryanoob, no kills, Eli. But look at the dichotomy of Cherish and Ryanoob. You could argue Cherish is having the game he's having because of Ryanoob. No kills, but 7 assists and just 2 deaths. Is this one of the greatest early game Slayer performances we've seen without a kill to your name?
I mean, this is so, like, some of the most fun that I have in a Slayer is if I'm just running around the map, staying alive, outputting damage. I see the little assist thing pop up. I mean, Ryan probably having a blast in this game, and it feels so good if your teammates are listening and following up on the damage. You don't feel obligated to finish it yourself. So Ryan 1-9. I mean, this is a crazy game so far.
I'd say Ryanoob is like your dream matchmaking teammate right now. You've probably clipped something for Twitter at this point if you've got Ryanoob dealing out the damage like he has. 20-19. So despite 2 really impressive performances and pretty even keel performances for the side of Mental and King Nick, obviously Ryanoob and Cherish are kind of sticking out with the kills and the assists. They're still in a dogfight, only up by 1.
Also got to shout out I Lack Honor in chat for pointing out something that we didn't even catch. This is the battle of the kings. It's King Nick versus King J. Only one king can exist in the kingdom, and who will it be?
You guys thought Game of Thrones ended a couple years ago. Now the season continues here on LVT, and King J, king-like shots, 5 perfect, but the majority of his teammates do fall. Haynes would be the 4th and final, and he does. And with that team wipe, Complexity is able to widen the gap.
Yeah, all of a sudden they're in the lead, and something tells me they might not give it up. This team knows exactly how to play with the lead. But look at this, Gilkey comes off spawn with the double kill. I mean, this is that X factor that he has always brought to his teams. If you find a way to get a double kill off spawn when your team is in disadvantage, that is insanely valuable, because it not only gives your team 2 kills, but flips the entire script of the map and puts your team into advantage state. And if you can follow up on that, it can completely turn the tide of the game. And Gilkey is styling right now.
The route was perfect there from Gilkey. And look at this. Retirement Home come right back. They were just down by 6 30 seconds ago, but now heading into the 30s. It's a 30-29 match. Retirement Home could pull off the upset, Eli, and tie up the series at 1.
This is doable. I love this route from Gilkey as well. His routing is so intense. He's able to rotate and get a complementary angle to his teammates. And Haynes is here in the back of the base, almost finds one, but is someone there to follow it up? Yes, Gilkey, of course, pushes through, and that's going to open the door for Diagram to grab the camo as well. The grenades are coming in, though, but he escapes with his life for now.
From tied the leader to in the lead, back to tied the leader. King J, was that a ninja?
Ninja to King J.
Oh
it was a king on king ninja.
Oh my God, this game is delivering everything you could want. The storylines, the action, the plays, the shots. It's all here. And for now, the lead is looking good. Retirement Home up by 2, and they have the positioning on the map. They have the staggered spawns occurring. Diagram gets another one. They're up by 5.
Diagram almost knocks down King Nick as well, but Gilkey's going to be able to push in and apply pressure. Look at the defensive nades from King Nick. Finally, he gets taken down, but it's a 4-kill lead. And the canes are on the floor. The fists are flying. Retirement Home are ready to bring the plum juice.
This is like the movie Bad Grandpa ×8. As Retirement Home carry a 3-kill lead into the 40s. We're in the end game. Here is Gilkey dropping down, trying to go high-low. 1v1 with Cherish, and he wins the 1v1. Gilkey back like he never left.
Oh my God, he hit him with the Halo 3 strafe. I remember playing Halo 2 free-for-alls with this Gilkey, man, and he's still up here making people look silly with the Gandhi hop. 3-kill lead now. Ryan going to see if he can change the storyline. He's going to take heavy grenade damage. And Gilkey's going to find a kill as well. All these trades favoring Retirement Home.
I am sitting here with the biggest side grin on my face. This would be an incredible upset here. Not necessarily an incredible upset, but I don't know. I still think so. You got the talent. There's no arguing that on the side of Retirement Home. But they're retired. They're old men at this point. They're out of practice. And so this still opens the door for Complexity to come back. They're down by 2, but Retirement Home only need 4.
Ryan, by the way, 3 kills, 14 assists. Definitely has risen in the deaths column. King Nick with some nice kills and damage here. It's just a 1-kill game. Make it 2. Diagram with some good nades, but Mental will get the kill and escape. 1 more to go. Ryan, where is he on the map? Haynes just, it looks like they're trying to push this, but look at the grenade damage. They've been naded out.
We're tied 49-0. It's going to come down to this. Ryan, who has to stay alive. He knows that his damage might be chased out. His teammate is also 1 shot, so they're both going to reset, regroup. Might have a momentary standstill here, but no, King Nick is going to take the action on and then retreat. As it looks like off-screen, Complexity secure the 50th slay and win by 1.
Ryan's 4th kill is the one that wins the game. What a crazy game, man. You gotta feel for the old folks. They're gonna be thinking about that when they play shuffleboard later today at the, I mean, that one's gonna stick.
Well, we know they have the fuel to try and come back in this series. I'm sure they hit the buffet line. Scrambled eggs, bacon, a little bit of black coffee is surely flowing through their system right now. But man, that's a heartbreaking loss to take. They had it, Eli. They were right there. They actually took a once 6-kill deficit and turned it into about a 5 or 6 kill lead in the end game. But again, that is really, I think, the difference between the tiers of players like Complexity, who are not only not out of practice, but they're right there in the thick of it, in the prime of it. And when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, when it comes down to needing to make one single play, you would expect Complexity to be that team, and they were.
They did clutch it up, but I hope the retirement home can reset, you know, go change the depends, get another scoop of applesauce, and get right back on the sticks, because I mean, they're showing that they have what it takes to compete here with Complexity. Recharge Oddball is going to be a long mode as well, and probably the best one for them to come back, if they will.
Well, we know with those old creaky bones, they don't want to move around. They don't want to sprint too much. But Recharge sets up for their the point in life that they're at, being able to just set up, post up with the cane, and hold the high ground. Try to hold your zone control and score more time as we get ready for Recharge. Oddball here, kicking things off with Ryan, who didn't have too many slays in the last game. It did have the most important one, but he was dominant in the damage and assist counter as he starts off doing more of the same, 1-1 off the start, but still no oddball time for either team. It's been pretty difficult to get positioning around there. Retirement Home have less numbers, but they do have gold controlled, and that will quickly change as 3 fall. Gilkey, the last player alive. I expect to see Mental grab the oddball here. There he goes.
Yeah, as the pace of play increases in Halo Infinite, the harder it is to comfortably grab this ball. There's just typically so much pressure being applied on this map. With the ball in such an exposed part of it, it is pretty often now that we see this ball not get picked up till later, but this has been complete domination so far. And I fear this could be, you know, we talk about it sometimes when you lose a game so close, like that game 2, sometimes it can kind of hurt the morale of the team a bit, and maybe you bring slightly less energy than you would if you had taken up that win into game 3. But hey, Haynes with the beautiful 5-shot. How does he come ahead in that fight? I don't know. But those are exactly the type of plays they're going to need to get some momentum back.
Old man strength. That's what Haynes has got. As Cherish gets back by King J. Surprise, surprise. And there we go. The oddball sitting out there on the C platform presents an opportunity for King J to take it, but he's trying to wrap around and flank Mental. Mental's really been the OBJ guy. He's been the only OBJ guy for Complexity. And King J find a way to take it out of his hands. He's got a pinch collapse set up here with Diagram. You see King J there approaching on the stairs, but he's focused on the other side of the map. Cherished in the Royal 2 spot. He gets taken down. Mental cleans up as it looks like Complexity and Mental specifically should be able to pick up even more time. 3 go down for Retirement Home, and this should put Complexity past 30-second threshold.
Noticing the meta on this mode as well, people are totally content to hold the ball long haul, and I actually really like it because there's only 2 ways in, right? Like through the C plat or from gold. You have players that watch both sides. It's very difficult to break in and kill this oddball player. We'll see if Haynes can get through King Nick and ultimately get to this oddball. They elect to leave the ball long haul. I would have maybe liked to see Complexity move the ball to the center of the map before going down, but can Retirement Home take advantage of this and get their own oddball set up here in the long haul?
Retirement Home get their first bit of time on the clock, but it's Rhinu playing gatekeeper, preventing that push through into the gold control as he's got the plasma pistol set up, but he gets headshotted by King J across the map. Gilkey now, plasma pistol, melee combination, trades out with Cherished. King J pushes his way through the back of gold. 3 go down for Complexity, so Retirement, they can just take down this last player. It's King Nick, Pebble in the shoe, a thorn in the side. And wow, fortunate spawns there for Rhinu. Collapsed on the long haul. King Nick trades out, and what looked like could have been a nice setup for Retirement Home. It's still pretty mixy.
Gilkey spots Cherish, gets the 6 shots. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. Mental swinging through with some speed, and Complexity steal their setup right back. Plus, Ryan's got the shock rifle. We've seen how deadly he's been with sniper rifles recently. This guy is insane. How does this guy keep getting better? I don't understand.
Love the thought process there from Ryan. I'll give it one more shot, one more peek onto Haynes, see if I can get that triple kill, and then I'm grabbing onto this oddball. He's at the fulcrum though, in between both C and gold. Looks like he's gonna take it to C because of Diagram's position at gold. That's gonna be the invisible hand that pushes Complexity back to the turbine. As Diagram checking his corners, now has to check his back. Hiding in the sneaky. No, it's actually hiding in glass. This is opponent Mental. Able to take down 1, not 2 though, as the team gets wiped. Retirement Home with a flawless team wipe. And this should be the moment where they finally get a good stretch of time. Can they thwart the push though? If they can prevent this push from Complexity, this could be a 10-20 second game when this next sequence is said and done.
I gotta say though, for some reason, I feel like Complexity going forward at the same time is scarier than them dying staggered, because that means they can set up a play and work together. But look at this, Gilkey holds off the push with the double kill, and they will get more time. Complexity spawning all in the elevator again. Did they change the push? Cherish gonna hit the curb slide so that he can cross without going down. But he's taken a lot of damage, and look at this, he gets his shields back. So beautifully executed push here from Cherished. And just like that, Complexity have the ball back in hand and have basically enough of a setup to stop Retirement Home from getting it.
That was a massive frag toss there from Cherished. It looked like Complexity were starting to be the one that were losing numbers, but that frag takes down Gilkey, and Cherished picks up the oddball once again. As Gilkey pushes in, I don't know if that ultimately counts as a ninja, but hey, if it's in the feed, I guess it does. 83-29 here, as Retirement Home have been able to get bits of time. Nasty strafing there as King Nick goes down. Ultimately, Haynes does trade out though, as Complexity needing just 5 more seconds. It looks like they're gonna get it.
Yeah, there it is. Round 1 to Complexity. And so far, this game not as contested as the first 2 on the side of Retirement Home. I would say that Recharge in general definitely favors the team that's more coordinated and more practiced, just because they've gone through the motions of these difficult pushes so many times that they've like kind of honed in on their timing, where when you're a pickup squad, the level of timing that you need on your pushes is very difficult.
Yeah, it's the lockout oddball of modern day Halo, and Complexity a little bit like Carbon in the window here, as they're up 2-0 in the series, looking to seal the deal, secure the 3-0 sweep. It's been close though. I mean, even going back to the game 1 objective, this one's probably been the most lopsided game, but even then you saw bits of hope and time from Retirement Home that had you thinking maybe there's a chance, but that window starting to close shut.
The shock rifle skin looks like a gun out of Borderlands or something, man. It looks like it's got some caustic effects where you're gonna have a poison damage over time effect after you get hit by it. But Mental trying to do the damage himself, does get taken down, and Retirement Home have a chance to get back in this.
Another 4 down secured for Retirement Home, so this is not just a fluke. They've done this multiple times in this series and in this game, as they're the team in the lead.
Thank you, Reese, for slag damage. That's what it's called. Appreciate that. Anyone else in chat excited for Borderlands 4? That game's gonna be hype. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted, guys. Haynes having himself a big game, and that's typically the case on this map. I've noticed this guy has a great mind for the game and knows how to take advantage of his timings.
Haynes picks off Rhino, then picks that oddball right up. Love the process being played. That seems to be the difference, Eli. You talked about how the team that has more experience, a little bit more composed, has better setup. But I think in oddball, it's the team that's able to rally as quickly as possible after one slay or even a team wipe and pick up the oddball. Sometimes we'll see teams get 4 down and take 10 seconds to pick the oddball back up there. We saw Haynes get 1 kill and pick it right up. And because of that, they're up by double.
And honestly, I mean, 3 minutes on the clock, it feels like a lot right now, but it can go away pretty quick if there's just a lot of action and nobody touches the ball. But hey, just as I say that, Gilkey actually gets the ball and gets it to safety. Problem is, when he does that, he's not as involved in the fight. So I would be totally content to see Retirement Home opt for let's just slay out type strategy. And as long as they can keep up with the slays, they should be fine. And Gilkey using that trusty battle rifle that he's been using since 2004.
Gilkey clearly has stayed on the game because, while not the most impressive play there, his swing with the grapple hook was perfectly placed. The angular velocity got him through without picking himself onto the corners or slowing himself down, as Retirement Home had once a double up lead. Now they're up by 4 times as many points as Complexity, and they have 2 down to their 4 up. Shock rifle up as well. They're rolling.
They're looking good. And Complexity have not found an answer to this setup. Haynes out shooting Mental here, forcing him backwards. Cherish finds a kill onto Gilkey on the other side though. Diagram answers it with the shock rifle. Might be a triple here. Oh, he had it lined up, but Ryan with the clutch finish. And he'll take that shock rifle. Well, no, he just goes right on past the shock rifle.
Hey, can't question an old an OG like Ryan. If he makes a decision, it's probably the right one.
An old G?
An old G, yeah. I like it. As he goes down, ultimately trades out. King Nick now in the corner of the long haul. Frag toss is a bound takedown diagram. Stuff in the area with those as Haynes just one shot, but he's got protection from the front and the back. They take down their opponent, pushing through into the gold base. A once double into quadruple into 5 times advantage has been secured for retirement, and now they're looking for the 6x.
How did that not stick? That looked like a perfectly thrown stick from King J. Ryan's got the camo though. But I tell you what Retirement Home have going for them in this series is they're not afraid of Complexity. I feel like when Complexity play against teams that are lower seeded, like the likes of Retirement Home, typically their edge is a fear factor. But everyone on Retirement Home's been there, done that. They have no reason to be afraid. They have literally nothing to lose. They're here to have fun and have a good time, and showed that they are just as skilled as these guys. And so far, they look dominant in this round.
That's a great point, Eli. Usually there's a timidness to one of the bottom-seeded teams going up against one of the top-seeded teams, but you're right. With the experience that these four have, they're not scared. They're not taking that extra millisecond to think about something. They're just going and doing it, and that's a big difference we're seeing here in this series, whereas otherwise the 8 versus 56 seed it wouldn't even be close. But we might be on upset alert here as Retirement Home, with just 90 seconds left in regulation, are up by 50 seconds.
Ooh, beautiful shots cross map to stay alive as well. Look at this man just outputting much damage as he can now. Gonna take his medicine, get his shields back. He's facing some pressure, and now finally does get taken down. But I mean, Complexity only have a minute of regulation left. As long as Retirement Home keep up the aggression and the pressure and don't allow them to hold this oddball, like that, this is their round. I would like for them to actually just chuck this ball to the bottom of the map and just play Slayer.
Yeah, great point. Less than 60 seconds left. Retirement Home have options, and they have slays to their name. 3 go down for Complexity, and now they can play that hybrid. Do we play for ball? Do we play to milk the clock? And they're going to do a little bit of both here as King J rotating it to the backside of C, playing a game of keep away, and for every second they keep it away is a second that ticks off the clock and now ticks up on the scoreboard. This is looking highly likely for a round 3.
Really is. I don't really see a way for Complexity to get back into this, especially with the level of aggression. Like, even if they get this break and they get the ball, you know that Retirement Home are just going to come flying off their spawn and force them to drop that ball to fight. I mean, this looks very doable here. 30 seconds in regulation. Complexity trail by 50. Haynes has the camo and a double kill. Ryan about to have to force this ball out.
Laser actually
He dropped the ball and no-scoped him.
Oh, God. 25 seconds left, but the lead is about to double that. As the kill death disparity is actually really close here. Like, last I did the quick math on it, it was just about a 2-kill advantage for Complexity. So the efficiency's been even, the slays have been even. These two teams feel pretty damn even. But with 20 seconds left, Complexity down by about 30, cannot afford to drop the ball once. So the rest of the way, they're going to be playing 3v4 best case scenario. That's going to be tough.
Complexity actually might make me eat my words, because they are holding this setup strong right now. And Retirement Home are kind of just like, they're not afraid, but they're just going one by one. That's been the main problem. And I feel like they should be turtling more to like find their timing, but Complexity about to steal the lead. Diagram can't finish the kill. He finally does onto Ryan, but someone else is here.
Oh! Mental clutches up. Oh my God, Complexity come back from the grave. They're in the lead now with 14 seconds left.
Oh, the staggered spawns in Retirement Home just keep holding forward. And I feel like Complexity know this. The desperation is sinking in. They don't have many options left. They're just dying every single time, one by one, and that's gonna be it, I think. Haynes not gonna be able to stop this. And Complexity say no round 3 for you. Go back to the Retirement Home. Wow.
Get back in the buffet line, says Ryan Noob. And then I'll meet you there in about 5 minutes. Give me a sec. As Complexity take the series. But my God, dude, Game 1 was close. Ultimately, a 2-point differential in the King of the Hill on Livefire, but it was 2-1 and seemingly about to be tied at one point. And then in the Slayer, we saw Retirement Home go up by 6 and then lose in the final seconds 50-49. This round number 2, Eli, in game 3 felt more of the same.
That hurts, man. And I mean, props to Haynes, 28 and 21, having himself a game. Like I said, these guys did not look afraid to compete with the likes of Complexity, but a couple heartbreaking losses. I mean, if anything, though, I feel like they should take a bit of confidence from this series and be like, hey, we made Complexity work for it. And that lower bracket better watch out, because this team is going to be tough.
I am absolutely terrified for everybody else in the lower bracket this early on in the day. This is almost like to bring back a recent memory comparison. This is kind of feeling like the run that BTH made at Salt Lake City, where they lost early in the winners bracket and then made it all the way to the qualification match for pool play. I think we could see Retirement Home, Eli, realistically, in a qualification match for Championship Sunday here this weekend.
For sure. I mean, top 12 go to tomorrow, so assuming they can make it deep. I imagine because Gilkey probably doesn't have any points right now. I mean, a lot of these guys are missing points. Diagram has a little bit from playing the Open Series at Salt Lake City, but they might have to play a pretty tough team for their top 16 and top 12 matchups. We'll have to see.
But would it be a team that's higher seeded or better than Complexity? I think that's the question. I think they might actually...
Probably not.
Yeah. I like... It sounds crazy to say for a team that's just so lowly seeded. Do we have from production or anyone in the chat looking at the bracket? What is the seed of Retirement Home? Because this would be like some Open Series history to see an open bracket team with a 40 or 50 seed make it to Championship Sunday. I don't think we've ever seen that.
It's a dream team clause type scenario. Maybe not quite to that level, but well, I'm rooting for these guys, of course. I've known Gilkey since 2005 or something like that. So, but thanks everybody for watching. If you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you guys subscribe. We're bringing you guys all the action. There's only so many of these tournaments left. So if you guys appreciate that we're bringing you all the action day in and day out, your support means that we'll be able to cover tournaments like Charlotte, like the World Championship, like the LVT Pro League Finals in LA. Every single thing that you guys do for us gets us to those lands.
Could have said it better myself. As we will dip away for a few minutes, we're going to re-rack and take a look at the bracket. I don't know, man. We usually stay on the winner side of the bracket, but maybe we dive back into the Retirement Home here if they've got a compelling matchup with some former friends and enemies and teammates here in just a couple minutes. But give us about 5 minutes. We'll get the next lobby set up. We'll be right back with more Halo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is your LVT Halo Pro League, presented in partnership with Shopify Rebellion, presented by LVT Halo. You already know what it is. Why not be reckless? AK, why not be casting? I got my man Tools with me, and man, are you looking good?
Hey, yeah, I'm looking good. You're looking good. Tony, the matches today, though, they look fantastic. I'd even go so far to say perfect today.
I mean, they really are. Why don't we talk about our first match that we're going to have today? Because it's a bit of a double header. It is FaZe versus TSM. Then right afterwards, we have Shopify Rebellion going up against Space Station Gaming. It don't get spicier than that. And you're seeing, look, best of 7. You already know, guys, $1,000 on the line. We ain't trusting no best of 3s, no best of 5s. We going straight up to the best of 7s. And why don't we hyper focus in on our matchup TSM versus FaZe? I want to start by talking about TSM. Currently, what, 1-3 in the Pro League right now. However, when it comes to LAN, we got a top 3 finish at Dallas, a top 6 finish at SLC. That actually don't sound too bad, for at least not to me. Tools, what are you looking for when it comes to TSM?
It's just such a big difference, right, from how they've been playing online compared to their LAN gameplay. If they can come and bring that LAN mentality today, I think they're going to have a good chance against FaZe. But I think it's important for them to treat this like it is a major. It's so surprising to see the difference between that LAN-centered TSM and their online performances.
Well, with the way they step up on land, they first got to make it to land. And right now, they are in danger. They need to step up and show up. And FaZe are in their way until they go 3 down. TSM off the opening break.
It's a big moment. Soul Snipe gonna try to steal this one. He will be able to get that overshield. And with Sniper still being up, this is dangerous. TSM can get in and cause max chaos. And Soul Snipe isn't missing a shot. The collapse is in. FaZe's Sniper is heading to TSM.
Big double kill coming out of Soul Snipe, and now has that snipe in his hands. It belongs to FaZe, at least it once did. Now Soul Snipe looks to put it to the dome of multiple members while FaZe are up. They may go down, courtesy of the snipe out of Mikey. And speaking of going down, where the hell are you going?
He just decides I can maybe try to stay alive by getting on this island, or I can guarantee the play. It would have been pretty risky to go on that island, right? Because he's so one-shot that if he's taken down unexpectedly, he throws the sniper back over to FaZe instead of TSM maintaining that control. It's a calculated risk versus benefit assessment. That time he's a little bit more risk averse than we normally see from TSM.
Talik ran a fantastic SLC currently on screen right now, and Dynamo Grenades are out. They ain't GA no more as he looks to clear out the pistol side. Meanwhile, Druck, the Rust in the back pocket, and Sniper along with the Bandit puts one shot right to the dome of Trippy. That's all that he needs in order to advance forward. Penguin in his way. He gets it off the pedestal. That's the start for TSM.
Step one is often the easiest step, though. It's the things that come after that can be a bit more difficult, and FaZe shows why. Double pushing up that main ramp. They overwhelm the players that are supposed to keep FaZe in check there, able to find those kills, and we're basically back into the neutral game, but this time FaZe has gotten that top mid map control while that overshield's up. It's a dangerous situation for TSM, but one that they seem to be persevering through. Manny got his kill, Soul Snipe won his, and that overshield is still up in the middle of the map, and FaZe just went 3 down.
Back-to-back kills here for TSM. The final player ends up hunted down. A big trade coming out of Soul Snipe that allows them to start that flag run as Druck looks to put his body in the line of FaZe members and that flag, trying to buy some time, but that flag hasn't gone anywhere. Here we go, Talik now with the relay. Can he turn the corner? He's down to one shot and somehow is able to do so. This could be a flag cap for TSM.
That looks likely at this point. It would be tough for FaZe to get the stop, but 4 go down. That flag is on the just goal line, and it's likely to get returned. Manny's not going to be able to stop that one from going back. FaZe somehow have done it.
Well, looked like a guaranteed flag cap coming out of TSM. FaZe time and time again are able to clutch out those kills, and now it's them seemingly having control right now. Penguin was in the hunt of TSM. Talik makes sure that he gets him and that sniper right off the map, and Talik now grinding forward.
And TSM still have been doing a great job of getting that pressure into the hut. We've been seeing a lot of effort from them to try to put that pressure and to keep that sniper off the map. This time, FaZe is successful at stopping that first player forward, meaning they have a sniper that isn't feeling that immediate pressure and can maybe start to change the tides for FaZe and let them get on the offensive. Here comes the push once again, though. Critical win here, and Druck just wins it with the help of Soul Snipe.
Aggressive Druck pushes him right over to Soul Snipe, who turned that to a double. Immediately 3 down go FaZe. Another overshield in the hands of TSM as they have control of FaZe's hut. Flag on the move.
And this flag looks likely to come home once again. It's just going to come down to execution on these slays. Multiple players coming through for FaZe, but that sniper, a Soul Snipe's keeping them at bay. Just a one-shot player left in the hut. Oh my, how much life did Snakebite have left? Just nothing, but he gets his shields back, and the double kill. FaZe persevere, and now they're countering of their own. Lucid has a flag out on the other side. It's just Manny that's left on the overextend that has to desperately play defense, but he's surrounded. FaZe is making lemonade out of just such a tough situation.
Beautifully played here by FaZe. There's the relentless pressure from TSM coming at him, and FaZe used that force right against him for the counter pull and almost have it home here. But can we see a clutch stop now coming from TSM as they quickly start to move in position? Snakebite looks to stay alive. Lucid trying to provide that cover fire. This flag is not in yet. Man, he's trying to hold the line, but you know what? Snakebite says, I'm sick of this. First flag cap for FaZe.
That's great recognition from Soul Snipe. He realized FaZe wasn't going to win those gunfights. He just tries to force it and was able to get it in with maybe a half second to spare. That's enough to give them the lead for now, but I don't know if it's going to be possible to keep TSM from making a counter of their own. That flag well on its way, and multiple rounds of Slayers there to help protect it as Druck did get around the corner.
3 down for FaZe here. This could be a counter to the counter cap for TSM as they tie things up at 1 apiece, and that's not slowing Druck down whatsoever. He gets right over toward the island side, but running into 2 members of FaZe who clearly want the snipe hunt of TSM. Penguin better be careful flirting around with danger, and you know what? There it is.
Flirting with danger is definitely the right term to use there. And man was living on the edge. Unfortunately, one slip is all it took. And with that, TSM has just a little bit more spacing to work with, but they're not out of the woods yet, especially with Trippy pulling the sniper of TSM's out. If he's able to stay alive and wait for that help to come, TSM's going to be in a massive amount of danger.
Penguin had a bit of the wrong kind of risk there, but now Trippy, he has that sniper in the snipe hut of TSM. This is deadly. Soul Snipe tries to slide in his DMs, gets blocked immediately. Trippy goes sky high to take him down. Beautifully played by Trippy, and FaZe not wasting any time whatsoever. Flag is already moving. It's already made it past the 50% portion of the map. Trippy is now working on spawners because he feels confident as TSM were able to overextend just a bit. Soul Snipe gets bodied on his way toward the mid side. FaZe have not capped this flag just yet.
Lots of damage that came into TSM, but they have not gone down, and FaZe has been very cautious on getting this flag through because of that sniper of Talik. But once Talik goes down, they start to roar forward, but they have the numbers. It's just Penguin alive. Can he beat the players there? No. In fact, this pull is going to come out. FaZe are not going to be able to get that capture as of now. They might have a second chance, but it's going to take everything they have.
It looked like Soul Snipe was trying to move that flag toward the snipe hunt side, but multiple members from FaZe are up and have control over the 50% portion of the map. And right now, Soul Snipe feels trapped until eventually he's taken down. Lucid is gonna get his as well. That's a double kill out of him. Goes in for the return. Can he punch this one in? He gets a couple of shots on man, who's able to take down Lucid. Flag pushed. FaZe 2-1.
I'm surprised that TSM weren't more aggressive onto that return, right? You had all those players spawned at hut. We've seen so often that they're expanding, trying to find more kills. That follow-up play is top priority for them, but because they don't finish step 1, oftentimes on their journey to get to step 2 and 3, they lose the plot and they lose what was actually important there, giving FaZe a flag capture that I don't think they necessarily earned in that position. And now the third might just be on its way.
TSM were just momentarily 3 down. They have come up. Druck is gonna be that most forward player. Can he do enough damage to slow down Penguin? Actually goes a bit of a longer route. Gonna take it over toward the long haul side. Meanwhile, Trippy holding on to that height. And Druck is one shot, but has to continuously try to put down that damage. Talik, like a wrecking ball, comes out of nowhere though, and they're able to slay out. They're able to get the return. What just happened?
This game of flag has been such a unique one. Very specific routes being taken place, and we've seen a couple times now that flags that look to be coming home do not get to that finish line. I gotta give a big shout out to Druck. He played so well with the tension. He's in between everyone, and he's not backing down from these challenges. He's staying aggressive in these spots. That time he goes down, but you can see what that aggression does. It's 3 that meet their demise for FaZe. Snipers up for TSM, and they have that angle to try to keep FaZe off their own.
Looks like man, he has sight of FaZe's sniper, but he can't get his hands on it because Snakebite is getting his hands on him. Talik able to get away with their snipers and to try to do everything he can to stay alive over toward the cave side, but this is gonna be tough. FaZe are gonna start to now get aggressive here.
The Togs had to be very passive with this sniper. Has not moved from this parallel from his sniper hut. Instead, being very defensive with it, just looking to get that first headshot to generate any sort of value. But there is one player from FaZe that's close by. If they could find this kill on Tog, it would be massive. The trade's good enough. That might just open the floodgates for FaZe to start playing forward.
Overshield coming up here. Penguins gonna try to attack the HUD side, but hold on. Someone's get that overshield forward down. Go TSM. It's gonna be Snakebite with OS enhanced. Talik the first one to come up and does have Druck as reinforcements, but that's not gonna stop Snakebite from starting this fly. They already have 2 and just 1 more could be it. Great team damage coming out of TSM, but have they put the damage on Snakebite, who's the most important player on the map? No, Snakebite has already made it through the flank tunnel. He already has it in sight, and just as TSM get the kill, Snakebite punches in their final flag cap. 1-0, FaZe up.
I love the idea that Snakebite has at the end of that game. He has overshield. He has 2 options, right? A lot of players around him to try to potentially go and get a couple more kills and to really cement their setup and then pull the flag, or use those extra shields, use that extra little bit of health that you have to give yourself a little bit more timing to pull the flag. He opts to go for that second option, and because of it, it accelerates the clock that TSM has to play at. They have to be aggressive off their spawns. They weren't quite able to get up and land those shots in time. He gets around the corner, and TSM, that extra second that overshield bought them, ends up costing them that 3rd flag. And that was such a unique game of flag. You just don't see games like that. The flag routes in particular were really throwing me off, Tony. The amount of times that we've seen the flag go into like the back hallway, it's just it was a bit unusual.
We talk about it time and time again when it comes to competitive Halo. Nothing is given, it is only earned. The only guarantees you have is that nothing is guaranteed. And we saw some clutch plays, some clutch counter casts, but also some clutch stops out of both FaZe and TSM. But that's still gonna end 3-1. I want to point out that apparently I ain't the only one sick here, because I promise you, Lucid looked sick with it. Snakebite with the plays he was making, he looked awfully ill as well. I was really impressed with FaZe Clan, but my question for you is, can they continue that? Going into game number 2, first to 50 kills takes the win. It's gonna be a Slayer for our game number 2.
My big concern with that game for FaZe was they were very efficient. They did a great job, right? Great win. But when you look at the stats at the end of the game, they got heavily outslayed. I'm surprised they won 3-1, and it felt like they had moments where they clutched up and they won those PIV fights when it was time to stop TSM on some of those flag pulls. But the reality is 3 of the 4 players from TSM went positive that game. They outslayed by a significant margin, and we're heading into the Slayer, where TSM should have a lot of confidence in just their gunfights, because they are winning so many of them in that Forbidden game.
Yeah, with the way that we know these FaZe players to be, the unselfishness, the objective efficiency, I feel like there's no surprise there that even when getting outslayed, they're still able to win objectives. But going into a Slayer, it is impossible to get outslayed and come up with a game win. And the last thing you want to do is give TSM any kind of momentum, because you often give them an inch and they take a mile. I expect FaZe to come out with that same heat as they did in that game number 1, carry that over towards Aquarius, and there have been a couple of changes to the sandbox. Meanwhile, TSM looking to make some changes to their map record. 1-3 right now, barely qualifying for LAN, and the way that this matchup goes, it could knock them into those bottom 2 spots, getting relegated out of that $50,000 LAN. Again, that's what we're playing for. The $1,000 show matches are nice, but everybody wants to make it to LAN, especially Team Solo Mid.
And with that, TSM, what's a big concern for them is how their schedule is played out. The back half of their schedule is their hardest stint. Going into week 5 at 1-3, when you have FaZe, SSG, and Optic Gaming on the plate, is a mountain to climb. I mean, you might as well call it Mount Everest. And the reality for them is this match and their next is probably going to determine whether they get that trip to LA or not to compete on land for that prize pool. It is do or die at this point for TSM.
And mind you, as we're talking about the implications of ultimately making it to land, not only does every match matter, but really every game from this point. 7-14 are TSM, 7-15 are Space Station Gaming. If they end up somehow tied, they need a favorable map count in order to win out there. Talk about SSG real quick.
SSG, you know, they have the same record. Match 6, match 7 are going to be their two important ones. If they win against TSM, the road to TSM getting that 6th spot is going to be much more challenging. And the big difference between SSG and TSM strength of schedule is match 7. Omit should be a win for Space Station. You know, when we look at the map records, SSG should have that big advantage there. So with that, TSM, these next weeks are vital. They really just cannot afford to lose, because SSG, despite being down in the tiebreaker right now, they have a much more promising schedule than TSM right now.
And mind you guys, you know, we're not trying to beat up on TSM whatsoever. You know, we talk about it often. This team, when it comes to making it to land, they step up their gameplay entirely. We talked about a top 3 at Dallas, a top 6 at SLC. The problem is that here in the Pro League, you gotta make it to land first. And right now, TSM still are in danger. Just the reality of things. We go into game number 2, Aquarius. We've seen TSM outslay FaZe. Can they do it in a game to 50?
It's going to be a vital game for TSM as well, right? You don't want to go down 0-2 in this series. The unfortunate part is the chips are stacked against them. FaZe looked incredible at SLC with their Slayer games. Did they lose one is my question. It felt like anytime you saw FaZe on the big screen, they were oftentimes winning in those Slayers, and you can see why. I mean, everyone kind of stepped up their performance at the LAN. I'm really looking at Lucid and Snakebite in particular. Those two came to life at Salt Lake City, and it felt like they gave FaZe that firepower to secure that top 3 once again.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the stats right now, and the one thing I also want to point out is, honestly, not all stats are created equal. So you're looking at that 1.17 as far as the KD, the 1.84 as far as KDA on the one side of Lucid, 1.14 and 1.77 out of Snakebite. But also, it's more than that. I feel like it's the timing they're able to do so. We're not just talking about stat padding. We're talking about being in the action. Oftentimes, able to put down that damage and then start a flag run right afterwards. They're not baiting. They are in the action. They are aggressive, and oftentimes it converts into objective, very similar to how you saw just on that Forbidden game number 1. Lucid and Snakebite not only were looking good on the stats, but they were making impactful plays as that, and not playing a selfish brand of Halo whatsoever.
That's going to be step 1 for TSM, though, shutting those two down. If they are able to play at that elevated level, things become so much harder for teams when they play against FaZe. The other piece of the equation, power-ups are just different now. The camouflage is 45 seconds long, 50% longer than it used to be, and those camo plays can have a massive impact. Penguin won the first one, and TSM is already reeling from the side effects, down 6-2 early in this game.
And this is definitely a player that I want camouflage in hands. Zane about to go in Zane with it as multiple go down. A 7-2 lead erupting out of nowhere. Penguin goes to take hyper, runs into about 9 different grenades, somehow drops down to take down 1, but back-to-back kills for TSM put them right back in the game, and Penguin still icy.
He still has camo as well, right? You see how, you just feel how long those camos are now. And FaZe, they're gonna end that +3 on their expected value from that camo grab. Those camos are going to be massive all game long, and the big part is they spawn every 2 minutes. Now we're just 40 seconds away from that next camo. TSM needs to find a solution to get map control by the time camo comes up, and so far FaZe is making it tough.
And we talk about the relentless pressure that TSM constantly coming with. Right now, it's FaZe giving them a taste of their own medicine. FaZe have continued to be aggressive and pressure TSM for the moment they come off a spawn. There's a FaZe member there putting down that damage. A 15-8 lead as Lucid cross map putting down max damage. Almost catches Drunk. Will the nade do so? He's able to do another camouflage coming up. And Lucid and FaZe, they don't want to give up their position.
They're doing such a fantastic job of just staying top mid, not letting TSM have options to stop the camouflage. And I really love how Lucid's been aggressive off that, right? He gives them a forward foot onto their attack while camo is being grabbed, and TSM is reeling from these side effects. So far, you know, that first camo +3 off the advantage, they were able to now build themselves a 12 kill lead and then get the
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the HCS Open Series Road to Charlotte #1. We've seen a couple intriguing matches so far, but this one's sure to be the most intriguing yet, Eli, as we've got Complexity, a stable team in the HCS that's routinely been in the top 8-12, versus a Lies infantry roster that's trying to break through. Which way do you see it going?
I mean, the obvious answer is Complexity probably win this 3-0 as well.
Wow.
Like, although we did see Complexity struggle, you know, on land, like I said, it was only to teams that were seated higher than them for the most part. And they typically don't lose to teams that are lower seated. I think Lies is looking good, though. Of course, they've got some exciting players. They've got Sirion, who, you know, caught the attention of a lot of people on the BTH roster, but this team hasn't been together for very long. And they're definitely punching up here.
That's a great point. We did just see the experience differential despite going up against a very skilled and talented and veteran team in retirement home. But Complexity's time in game together was clearly the difference, and it might just be here in a winners round 3 matchup with Lies Infantry. As we get set here to kick things off, Aquarius CTF for game number 1.
This is a tough one. Ryan's been playing great, like we saw in the last series. They kind of got tested more than maybe they expected against that last team, so maybe that's what they needed to wake them up a bit going into this one. Of course, rounding out this squad, Leaderness, Collective, and Ivanized. Bunch of young gamers here that have a lot of upside in their Halo career.
Sirion, speaking of upside, here we go. He might just take on 3 and find a way to take down 1 or 2 as he takes a little bit of frag damage, has to dip. I like where he is right now. They might not expect him to be here. Maybe expected him instead to rotate to top mid. Now he's taking the fight right back to 2 weak members of Complexity. Woo! Oh, 1, 2, 3 for the 2 tap. Headshot double kill. And now Sirion's on the run, but he does go down shortly after.
Wait, did they spawn here on the car side? How did Ryan get there so fast? He must have. Ivan being very tricky with the camo, uses it to his advantage, but Cherish is in a good spot to clean it up. Spot not, or this flag not home yet. Great nade coming in from Sirion, who comes off spawn, but they need to get this touch quickly if they want to cap this flag.
Well, there's no questioning that Lies are capable of taking the fight to Complexity and being the aggressor, as they have looked to have a slight advantage in the early goings of this one, but now Complexity have reached the blue base as Sirion stands between them and a pole. Ivanized actually pops out of nowhere like a jack-in-the-box, but 3 do go down shortly after for Lies Infantry. Now a spawn trap in the fridge for Collective. This is going to be very tough for him to make his way out. You're going to see staggered spawns, a couple of squad spawns, and maybe even split spawns on the other side with Leaderness there, getting the read.
Yeah, Leaderness stopped that flag very early on, and had he not, I think this flag would be getting capped about now. Lies doing a good job to hold on, but with 2 dead, you can expect a push to come through from Complexity. Looks like Mental's already behind enemy lines, and Ryan is going to work with him to try to overtake that car side. Camo does get burned out, so that's 1 less tool in the kit, but this flag is going to go home.
Yeah, this is a sure thing. With 3 down for Lies Infantry, all they can do is play for next as they once again squad spawn in the fridge. Feels like it's deja vu. Multiple times we've seen Complexity point of view. They've been looking at the fridge, watching spawners just happens to spawn there. They have worked their way out, though, and earned a first strike on the King Nick. Sirion now making his way to P2, does take down his opponent. Mental, good shots across the map, sends his opponent weak into car 2, cleans up on the player bottom mid, and Sirion, his process, his prioritization of opponents, is absolutely flawless right now. He is in flow state.
He's definitely the type of player that plays up to his competition. Like, I don't think we saw him playing this good in the first series. Granted, they defeated that team with ease, but he's really stepping up his game as the match requires it. And Collective starting off strong as well. He's 8-6. I just need to get another flag out and maybe get some, value out of these slays they're getting.
Mental after 2 clear on each side of Generator makes his way through to the middle of the map, crossing through quickly to group up here with Cherished. It's a potential 2v2 in the base, and across the map you got 2 for Lies there on the other side of the bridge. As Mental gets some pop shots into Sirion. He dips, but he goes down shortly after, cleans up on the weak Collective, and now on the run. This is looking a lot like the previous one we saw from Complexity. All 4 members alive, and again the fridge spawn trap. This feels forced. This feels like it's part of the plan, and with Ryan Noob earning the cluster luck, I'm sure he's the one organizing this diabolical master plan.
Absolutely forcing that spawn intentionally. That entire time, though, Ivanize and Leaderness were in the base of Complexity. They do take down Ivanize, but Leaderness is able to get the flag out before he goes down. So well-timed kind of counterplay here from Lies. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Mental going to leave the flag in the window, go for the return himself, and trusting a teammate to come off spawn and capture, which they're about to do now.
Great play there by Mental. A lot of times you don't want to drop into the courtyard. You don't have a really quick chance to get back up into the flag, but in clear comms there from Mental, probably alerted his teammates. I'm going to go for the last spawner. Make sure you're there to put it in. As they do just that. Complexity now up 2-0. We've seen Lies throwing some blows, and even at some point looking like the more aggressive squad. But the numbers advantage has just been way too strong for Complexity, routinely with all 4 members up, while Lies are staring at least 2 or 3 on the respawn screen, and now all 4, and what do you know, more fridge spawns.
Yeah, they're purposefully standing on that car bridge on the other side. Cherish actually pushed pretty aggressively into the fridge, which will likely actually flip the spawns. Will that play to Lies' favor? So far, yes. And they look to get this flag returned, so good defensive effort. Around halfway through the game clock, though, and Lies need to get a flag home. Complexity not making it easy.
Great recognition there from Collective. Realized he didn't need to sit on the flag reset to get it returned, as he allows time to take its course as he pushes up on the map. Leaderness deep into the base, but it looks like Complexity have been able to filter out. You've got 1 player pushing through in. It's Mental. He gets taken down. Both flags are out for now. And this is a very, very important sequence in the match, Eli. We're at the halfway mark. A score for Lies makes it a 1-point game. Complexity score here, and it's a 3-point differential. That's hard to come back from, even with 6 minutes left.
What I'm noticing is when Lies are getting their kills, no one's in position to pull the flag. And that's been the problem. That's going to be a problem as well, as Mental finds the ninja. That one looked kind of real to me as well. And just like that, Cherish is going to put the 3rd flag cap in, and that's got to be demoralizing for the side of Lies.
Yeah, we saw the Sussy Ninja earlier with King J, but that was as legit as it gets there from Mental. It looked like he was retreating from the battle and then just soared over the head of his opponent and earned the ninja medal included. More medals stacking the screen as King Nick earns the killing spree. 3 more go down for Lies Infantry. And it just feels like, based on watching this game, I haven't added up the kill death disparity, but it feels like Complexity are heavily outslaying their opponent.
Oh, 100%. I mean, nobody below 12 on the side of Complexity. 2 players yet to get 8 on the side of Lies. That's going to be the 4th cap. And this is a seed gap. This is just a top player gap. That's what we're looking at. The retirement home series was actually a little bit closer. The problem that I see here is Lies is kind of just like a very similar team to Complexity, but just a little bit less efficient in every category. And that's usually when you lead to the biggest blowouts. It's like, I can do everything, you can do better type mentality from Complexity. And that's kind of what we're witnessing here.
Yeah, it's Complexity without the time in together. That's really the comp, as Complexity have absolutely dominated game number 1 here. A 4-0 lead with 4:20 left on the clock. But Ivanize on the other side of the map does have a flag out. But as has been routine throughout this one, numbers dropping in droves. There go 3 for Lies. Make it all 4. Complexity. This one's over. GG's.
Yeah, Mental's going to get this return. Lies going to be on the move. Lies have one last chance to stop this. And look at how patient Complexity are willing to play. Cherished stops running the flag because he recognized the timing of the spawners and wanted to backtrack to help get the slays and just even more so guarantee that this flag goes home. Sirion doesn't quite know what to do right now. He's in a position where he is behind enemy lines, has the flag out, has to keep an eye on the Complexity flag, does get the touch on it. So I really like the process being played here. Lies are going to be able to at least prolong the inevitable for now.
Yeah, you got to tip the cap to the scrappiness that we're seeing here. It looked like Complexity were about to put their 5th and final score in, but now Lies are about to break the goose.
Ryan just let them cap. That was very confusing. Did Ryan, like, could he not have just pulled the flag out? I don't know. The mastermind strategy here was it doesn't matter if they cap if I play in a way that guarantees we cap right afterwards and close the game. Love to ask him. Love to ask him about that one, but let's see how this one plays out.
Well, Ryanoob has been known to throw himself off the map for a better spawn. So if anybody were to pull something tricky like that, where it looks like you're just handing the opponent a clear advantage, maybe Ryanoob had something else cooking. But potential double cap here. And if they're able to score before the 2-minute mark, that's what I'm thinking. If you imagine this could be seeing is believing here, because if Lives can put this one in the next 30 seconds, they got Complexity on their heels a little bit, and Ivan Eyes with an 8-shot earns the slay, earns the assist, and Lies aren't dead yet.
That frag grenade legitimately stuck to him. I hope that we have a replay of that. The frag grenade, I think, got stuck in the kneecap of the armor, like where the armor attaches itself. That we need to watch that one back. That was bizarre. Ultimately, it's not going to lead to anything significant, but that was a legitimate frag stick.
It's rare, but you definitely see it, and it's just all about the physics and the geometry, whether it's the armpit or the knee pit, I guess, if you will, coming out with new autonomy here on LBT. You do, from time to time, see a frag stick, a la the Covenant, as Collective trying to eye a defensive posturing here, but this is going to be tough. There's too many numbers stacking the base as Complexity put the 5th and final one through. But we did see something, Eli, there towards the end of game 1 that maybe Lies can take it to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking solid. I would say that Complexity did straight up give them that cap from Ryan's point of view, so can't get too excited about it, but yeah, that was a very strange frag stick. Also, you're so funny. I just have to call you out and give you an actually at least once a tournament. You said autonomy, not anatomy, but you tried. So you tried.
Yeah, you know what I mean. The effort was there. Might not have stuck the landing, but that's all good. Hey, this was a great start here. This is where I'm thinking, okay, the Lies are taking it to him off the start. Usually see the better squad look a little bit more aggressive here on Aqua CTF. And Sirion with 3 perfect shots. 1v2, just both players right in front of him. That was impressive, but they weren't able to follow up on it. There's that ninja from Mental. Looks like he's going to the ceiling.
Okay,
instead he sends you to the floor.
If we can look at this, dude.
Oh my God, no! It did
the frag.
Knee the knee
it's
hit.
like where the knee, as the knee closes, like the leg extension gets the frag stuck. That's so bizarre.
Torn ACL and a heartbreaker there. That was tough. Ultimately, Complexity won the match, but you got to be scratching your head there after you go down if you're King Nick.
Oh man, shout out to production, by the way. We got Tools doing prod today. If you guys are Tools fans in chat, this man can do it all. He can cast, he can produce. Shout out to Tools doing a great job here as he learns the gadgets that make this whole thing work. And we got a hot start here from Complexity.
Yep, Tools, the handsome man in our ear and the devil on our shoulder, twisting and tweaking his way through the day as a producer. We got Callus observing, bringing you guys all of this first-hand POV action as we kick things off game number 2. Before we even really get the intro out of the way, Eli, it's already 8-2. 2 full team wipes secured for Complexity. in 30 seconds. Was that? That was fast.
I mean, these guys know what to do with the lead. By the way, Twisted and Tweakin' would be a dope team name for an amateur squad. Anyways,
That actually would be.
Twistin' and Tweakin'. Love that. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what Ryan was doing as well with the double killing spree. And this is very different from the previous Slayer. Now Mental going to be the one with no kills and all the assists. And Ryan says, let me slay out this time.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I always love that when different players can carry the lunch pail to the job site, right? Paving roads, building bridges, constructing skyscrapers, Complexity, trying to build an empire here.
What?
Final 2 matches. Another unbelievable nade shot in this series. That was bang bang. That was nearly a microsecond between the nade going off and the shot there from Mental. Clean.
Perfect bounce off of the luggage as well, to just blow up right in that player's face. I feel like the skill of knowing exactly how to bounce grenades has gotten so high in year 4. I mean, at this point, these guys have each thrown 20,000 grenades or something insane, I'm sure. So probably even more than that, actually. You guys have probably thrown 100,000 grenades in Halo Infinite. Now they got the bounce down pat.
Hey, speaking of bounce down, bouncing back are Lies. We're tied 15-all despite the 4x advantage off the start for Complexity. Lies are showing us something. King Nick with a remote detonation. Ivan Eyes going for the double kill. Instead, it's Sirion cleaning up on both instead. They're now in the lead.
And they've got Complexity spawning in gold. I would love to see Collective make a fast route toward long haul, but look at this. Complexity's decision is to hard push out long haul. So you can start to see why the Ryanoob structure of gameplay is so good at Slayers. They know how to play out of these situations where they have very little space, and they just kind of meticulously find these kills and then press their advantage shortly thereafter. We might see Complexity take the lead here.
I was going to mention maybe Complexity took some learnings from their previous Slayer where they almost got upset by retirement home, but this is looking more of the same, Eli. It is the exact same scenario, maybe a little earlier in this one, but a 6-kill lead for Complexity, and they allow Lies back into it. Lies now heading into the 20s, or up by 1 as Ivan Eyes has his crew pushing into the tower. He's got 2 players there on C, and it looks like they might be forming a push towards the long haul. A split, 2-2 split. 2 towards the long haul, 2 towards A.
King Nick and Ryan working together though. Ryan hiding on this sneaky box. Awkward fight against Collective, and they will trade out. Now Ivan Eyes trying to stay alive while outputting max damage here. Cherish with the peak shot over the bridge. But this is going back and forth. We're tied up. Ivan Eyes only 2 kills. He's got 8 assists. Collective once again on top in the Slays department.
Rock rifle's up, but Mental doesn't seem too concerned with it. Sensing the push down the long haul, wants to make sure he clears that side first, and does so with the quickness. You'd almost have thought that he had the sidekick in his hands with how quick the bandit was able to tap him twice.
We see a 3-for-3 trade as Camo comes up. Mental gets the last kill to take the lead back. And with this Camo, let's see what he opts to do with it. I feel like this could be a highly impactful Camo. Like you said, I'd like to see players play maybe even safer with the Camo now that it lasts longer, because you can kind of get the upper hand in more engagements if you play a little bit safer. Kind of what we're seeing from Mental. He had the option to engage, but thought better of it, and now he's going to lurk to the other side of the map.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. Just because the Camo got buffed, quote unquote, don't get lost in the sauce. Don't think you can start playing crazy with it, because it's still just as easily to spot out. And so now with the extra 15 seconds, you can deflect, you can change routes and not lose that Camo that you otherwise would at the 30-second mark. You still got 15 seconds left with it, so you're going to see some more smart plays and see that power up evolve as Mental's game is growing. He was 1-6 to start this game. Now after the killing spree, he's back even, and he's got the shock in his hands.
Yeah, what a life for Mental. Since we called him out at 1-6, he has not died since. He's got a great position here. Love this top gold position when you have teammates on the A side, because you can watch enemies that are crossing. But he elects to just go ahead and push through as his teammates lot, and the perfect timing arrives at just when his teammate needed it. Almost gets the triple kill. He's looking for more.
This is looking like that mini game that you download on Steam. That was Aim Hero-esque accuracy for Mental. as he continues on his way with that shock rifle. Previously started off in the gutter. Now he's on top. Another headshot with the shock, and it was just tied. Moments ago, Lies were actually up by 1 or 2, and now they're staring at a 7-kill deficit. Complexity, led by Mental, have turned up.
And from 1-6 to 10-7, what a life from Mental. The reaction time to turn and find the headshot there was insane, by the way. This guy is absolutely turning up when his team needs it. Sirion needs to be the one to turn up for Lies. He's got 12, still positive in this game, but Mental has another camo. Can he do the same thing? And finds the back of Sirion. That's gonna seal the deal. I don't think you can come back from that.
That was like the villain in a Marvel movie. Step into my office. Yes, it's a shroud screen, but it acts as an office for now. Easy back smack thwack as Mental, not the top fragger in the lobby, actually 4th out of 8, so he's got a par for the course. But I actually make the case that he's the MVP. The way he stepped up after the slow start and put the team on his back smacks, double kills, shock rifle headshots, he's doing it all.
It had shock rifle, camo, grapple. You cannot have more items in your hands than that on this map, and puts it to great work. Huge win here out of Complexity. They look rocky at times, but they just always know how to close. It's exactly like the last series. It doesn't matter how far behind they are, they're going to find a way to win the game.
Yeah, you got to imagine there's I think a couple factors for that, why Complexity looks so good making in-game adjustments. One, you've got the captain who almost acts as like a player coach, GM. He's wearing 3 hats at one in Ryanoob. And then let's not forget Nick Ashes, one of, if not the greatest console esports coaches of all time. He's got 23, I want to say, LAN championships to his name. Hasn't earned one here quite yet in Halo. I don't think that takes away from him being towards the very top. What he provides to the team out of game, in game, especially with those adjustments, you really can't say enough good things about Ashes.
He really is that dude when it comes to coaching. This guy has so many LAN wins under his belt, just good vibes in general as well. I feel like he knows exactly how to keep his team locked in, keep them focused on the right things. So long as he's not distracted by his Pokemon card collection, he's gonna be locked in.
What's that app where you can like rip packs on your phone? I think
Pokemon trading card game or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. I know Ashes is ripping those daily. So yeah, the only thing that could take him off his steez is checking his notifications and seeing that a Rayquaza is around or something like that.
Hope he is listening.
Here we go. Yeah, we'll have fun watching that back on the rebroad. Even more fun if Complexity are able to secure the series in clean fashion with a 3-0 sweep here. We saw Lattice Oddball previously here on day 1 of the road to Charlotte here, Open Series number 1. Now we're going to be seeing King of the Hill. And I believe, Eli, we lost Streets Oddball. We lost Solitude King of the Hill, but we added Lattice. And do we not play every single game mode combination on this map? We're really heavily putting the percentages on a new map. What do you know about it?
No Slayer, but we are playing King of the Hill, Oddball, and Strongholds on Lattice, which is great. I mean, if you think, this is the first time we've had a new Oddball map since HCS started, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Wow, real? Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, before this, we just had Streets, Recharge, and Livefire, the only 3 Oddball maps in competitive until now. But now Streets is out, Lattice is in. We're going to be seeing King of the Hill on it. I think this is the most intriguing game mode on this map.
Oh my god! Ryanoob with one of the filthiest late jumps.
Yeah, that was clean. He goes down though, so this might trade hands. But this game mode in particular, I think is really intriguing for strategy. I've seen a lot of teams not quite figure it out yet. It's very easy to kind of like tunnel vision and just funnel straight from your spawn point through the center of the map, but you've got to be really meticulous about like how you approach each hill. This one out in the open is very hard to capture, but Complexity is not having a hard time so far.
Yeah, it's maybe a larger map than it might seem like just by looking at the overhead layout, and especially like you said, Eli, with that nice QT there. But with this starting hill across from the snipe, not only do you get taken out of the play if you go for the snipe, but you are a long way away. Sure, you can zoom in, you got a little bit of angles there you can work with, but it kind of reminds me of Livefire in the sense where you can't play for both. You can either play for the sandbox or time, And in this case, Complexity say, give me hill number 1. And they're doing the Ryan Noob strat. This is diabolical. Would have scored in 20 seconds of regulation. Instead, they would have the clock down a little bit. But hey, 10 seconds might just end up being the difference. That's just what we've come to expect from a team like Complexity.
Yeah, in that case, the idea is so that they can get a better map state before they rotate to the next. In that case, they actually lost a member, so they said, let's not push our luck.
Yeah.
Let's just go ahead and capture this. I respect that decision. Lies are going to take advantage, though. Have a good setup for this next hill. This is, in my opinion, one of the harder hills to set up for. You can kind of extend out across that sniper bridge and force the spawns towards this back left corner near the ice. I think that's probably the best way to play it, but I haven't seen a team fully lock this one down yet.
It also looks like your timing has to be a little bit better for some of the clambers. Obviously not this one for mental. He's just going to need to crouch jump up there, but it looks like you got to reach the max peak of your jump and then time the clamber. I've seen a couple players jump and not execute on that here early on, in just the first couple minutes of this. So interesting point to make about this new map in the HCS, as King Nick, last standing member alive for Complexity, but he will fall too. I will give Complexity credit though, Eli, you brought this up earlier. When Complexity go four down, they don't necessarily allow you to stagger them out.
Yeah, they're very good at kind of following their structure and game plan. They typically have kind of an order of operations. Shout out to PIMDOS when they come off spawns. And that's like, okay, 2 people hit out left side. Next person kind of bridges the gap by getting some cross map shots, and then they take off the other side. They're very meticulous about it, and that's kind of one of the best things that is about Complexity.
Well, a 100% win on hill number 1 to 0 for Lies is much closer here in hill number 2, as both teams are about virtually tied. Complexity taking a sliver of an advantage. Collective has to push through, otherwise Complexity are going to take it. And in the final seconds, Collective might just steal it, tie it up at 1, but he's got to stay alive. He's got a push coming through from his right, jumping around the corner, diving up towards the high ground, but he gets taken down. Complexity go up on the scoreboard, and now they're staring at a pretty strong lead.
How does Complexity score that, man? It goes back to what we talked about, though. Their order of operations was so clean coming off spawn. They've already got game plans on this map. You know that Ryan Noob was day one master crafting just strategies, setups, breaks for every single one of these hills, and that's what it takes to be a top team. Lies once again take control, but what does Complexity do from here? Maybe this is a masterclass in how to play this map. What do they do in their off their spawns here? They can take down Cherish. That would be a great way to slow down Complexity.
Kind of like hedging your bet, best case, worst case scenario for Complexity that we've seen them routinely pull off. Yeah, you took us all 4 down, but we're all going to spawn up together and be able to push out off of the front foot as opposed to the back foot, which sometimes gets you stuck in a blender. So impressive for Complexity, able to turn lemons into lemonade, but right now it Lies, scoring more time at the 75th percentile, but with 3 going down, a little staggered at that. Complexity have a chance to get their first points in hill number 3. Nice shot there from Cherish to clean it up.
Cherished being so annoying. Look at the timing as well. This is what I talked about. This little part of the map can be so tricky with your movement. Throw off your opponent. That's exactly what Cherish just did. And now it's Complexity with the full setup, and Lies cannot stagger. They have to approach this push with the same level of discipline that Complexity has on their last 2 4 deads, because this is absolutely capturable, and they're staggering. Like I said, they cannot. Collective finds a kill on the Cherish. That might be the opening they need to push through and close this out. But I don't know. They're not quite working together as well as they could.
Complexity are swarming on this particular hill. Cherish backs up on it to get a little bit more range. Sirion down to 1 HP, but he's again forced into the hill like we saw with Collective earlier. And once again, Complexity, with Lies breathing down their neck, are able to score another one.
At this point, I just gotta ask, are Complexity just limit testing every single game that we've watched? Every single oddball setup, every single hill. They're just coming back in Slayer. They're just coming back from deficits over and over and over. And I kind of like that approach to practice. If you can put yourself in bad positions, not that they're doing it intentionally. Lies are obviously putting themselves in difficult spots, but it's like, these are such valuable reps to just know what to do when you're the team behind and to execute it over and over and over again. It's so impressive.
Complexity go 4 down once again, but about as staggered out of a 4 down spawn sequence as you'll see. I think we saw the 4th player spawn up maybe just 3 or 4 seconds afterwards. Sirion though looking to double up on the spawn on the team wipe and keep Complexity on their spawns. Nice headshot there. He's controlling the bridge hill, but King Nick cross map. I was about to say he had to have had a battle rifle with how clean that shot was, and he did.
Leaderness. I got a little greedy there. Wanted to back up, pick up the sniper rifle his teammate had dropped, but puts himself way in the open and gets taken down. And this is looking like more of the same as Complexity have fully broken the setup. They got the sniper back in hand. Ryan says, I don't care about the hill. I'm actually going to play forward in the center of the map with the snipe, which is certainly not going to be expected by Lies. I would expect Ryan to have rotated towards the lattice. Ryan's a no scope. He does get taken down. So despite the potential big brain play, he does get taken down. And now Complexity probably more concerned with just playing for time as all 4 members of Lies go down.
That's what I was going to say, Eli, is we know Ryan is objective-minded. So just because he doesn't play the quote-unquote objective there doesn't mean he's not playing for the end game. And I think what he sees here with a 3-0 lead, and at that time, 2:15 on the clock, was to burn some time, which he has done so well. 30 seconds since then have vanished as Lies infantry, every ticking second away, is going to make it so much more difficult. I don't know. 3 hills needed to tie it up, send us to OT with less than 1:30 left on the clock. This is just, like you said, a masterclass in PEMDOS and litmus testing, because routinely, Lies have had the lead that we're looking at right here. It's been 75% to 0 outside of hill number 1, and team wipes galore for them, but Complexity still make it look like they're the ones that have always been in the lead. I can't make sense of it.
The order of operations goes crazy for Complexity. You know this man, Ryan, who paid attention in math class. You know he knows. He's the guy that said, teacher, actually, you didn't calculate the parentheses first. You've got to do that before you hit the exponent, okay? You know he was that kid in class.
He's the one student that actually like turns the table and gives the teacher the test. that was Ryan. As we do see Lies get on the board here, but again, clock is ticking.
Yeah, that top snipe bridge hill, probably the best one to utilize the burn off the clock strategy, just so exposed. No sense in getting into it if you have such a strong lead. This hill is possible for Lies to capture. It's not easy though. You can bank grenades off the wall here from the opposite side.
Hold on.
Lies are doing a good job though.
This is about exactly the efficiency that we needed to see from Lies to give them a chance. And they've taken down 3 for Complexity. Lies do have 2 down, but they've kept a teammate in the hill, which has allowed them to keep that regulation clock slowing down. And now with the minute left, that's exactly where they wanted to be. They needed 1 minute to be down by 1, and that's exactly where they are. Can they come back?
Look at the strategy from Complexity to guarantee themselves a sniper rifle. They send 2 bodies after it, which guarantees at least one of them survives and gets away with the sniper.
Oh my God.
Is going to be the guy. As long as he can get this kill, it's fine for them. Great use of the shroud though from Leaderness, but it's also going to open the door for Cherish to come say hello with his fist, and now he's going to shut down the engagement as well. I mean, it's going to have to be perfect gameplay out of Lies here. They need to shut down Cherished, need to get into the hill, they need to stay there for 25 seconds.
Cherish looked like he was reaching into another dimension as he took down Leaderness with the melee in the shroud screen. Nice play there. He's able to stay alive. Has that snipe in his back pocket, but Lies have gotten it to 80%, and it doesn't look like Complexity have a chance to push through. It's now just up to King Nick. King Nick can't play for this hill. He's got to go for next. Lies and tied it up, and a nasty no-scope from King Nick continues the insanity.
I mean, that was a disgusting no-scope, but like you said, Lies have brought this all the way back. Complexity starting to kick themselves for not burning enough time off the clock, apparently. They're in the next hill, but they don't have much coverage on the rest of the map. Ivan is trying to make life difficult here for Ryan Noob, but he's got no shields and his life is difficult instead. And Complexity have retaken map control. This is what we've seen from them. 100. Also, Sirion, brother, you late jumped a little bit too late there, buddy. You gotta press the A button, and that might just seal the deal. to be completely honest.
Complexity have taken a hit of adrenaline here and realized that their life was on the line. Despite being up 3-0 with the death grip on this game, now they're back on top. And it looks like with Complexity at the 95th percentile, Lies
Wait.
at 0. Wait! Complexity go 3 down. Ryan, they know where he is. He can't just play out the line of scrimmage. He has to back up. He gets taken down by the nade, and I don't know, man. Hold the line. If Lies do this, this will be the most insane comebacks and upsets that we've seen in an open series.
I mean, shout out to this new map for creating these exciting moments. Every hill, you don't know what's going to happen. These guys are playing at such a high level. I mean, they get a couple of kills here. This game's over. They win. Zero got the couple kills. They got the couple kills.
They got the couple kills. Ivan Eyes standing his ground, but Mental with the frag toss. The chair's going to take him down. They push in through. All they need is 2, and they break through, but Leaderness is in the hill.
No
and in Complexity
way.
have to overextend. Rydoob isn't close enough. Lies secure the comeback and score 4 in a row to make this a series.
What did we just witness? I'm so confused. What a
bro,
the 3-0 comeback.
You're the analyst, bro. I was just going to let you talk.
Nah, man, you got this one, buddy. I don't know what the hell to say. I mean,
Right,
they just
so
iced up.
What happened was...
Okay, go ahead.
I take the easy analysis. I'll jump in for those ones, bro. But how can you make sense? I think if I had any takeaway, and at the time I was commending it from Ryanoob and the likes of Complexity burning the clock down, but maybe they should have been playing for more time. It's all 2020 eyesight when you're looking at it in the future from the past, but man, that was obviously mishandled by Complexity, but you cannot take away the credit that Lies deserves to come back down 3-0. Unreal.
I mean, based on this game, I mean, obviously, one singular game is by definition the lowest sample size of data that you could have, but it's starting to look like this map is like that comeback type potential. Because of just the structure of the hills and the rotations. Ivan Eyes here doesn't even have to get a kill, by the way. He just has to back them up. Sirion somehow finds a flank, gets a double kill right here. Yeah, okay, he's working with Leader Nest. They get the kills. The problem is they're too far from the hill. They needed to immediately cross and help. They get taken down, but honestly, that first double kill just set up the operation. They do then collapse back to the hill to secure the game. I mean, beautifully executed in game from Lies. Complexity are not ready for it.
Well, I thought Livefire was the only King of the Hill map where you could even feasibly make a 3-0 comeback happen, but it looks like Lattice has delivered some intrigue, and man, this is got to be one of the most well-received Forge maps, at least early on. I feel like when we've seen Forge maps, Eli, enter into the HCS rotation, there's been a little bit of friction from the community, but I feel like people are liking Lattice.
I mean, it's a great map. I think that there's a lot to like about it. It's very different as well, whereas, you know, a lot of the previous maps pretty much solved when it comes to manipulating and controlling spawns. The spawns are a little bit more difficult to predict on this one because they're not out in the open areas, and it's hard to know where the halfway point is on the map to like know that you flipped the spawns to the other side. It's just harder to get full map control, and also interestingly harder to regain control, but we saw that so many times where these teams were just stealing the map from each other. It was fun to watch.
Well, a notch in the belt secured for Lies, something for this scrappy, hungry, up-and-coming team to take into the rest of the year, and especially this series. What an intriguing Game 5 origin that would be as we go to Livefire for Oddball game number 4. Now, I would say that this map and game mode combination likely favor a bounce-back performance here from Complexity, where it's more setup-oriented. The team usually with more experience together comes out on top. I don't know, man. It kind of feels like all bets are off after that insane comeback, though.
No, yeah, I have to agree with you. This is going to be much more difficult of a win for Lies. It's feasible. They've just got to outplay Complexity in the micro game, you know, win their fights, work together. It's just the fact that Complexity have practiced on this map mode combination for months, literally, together, and talked through every possible scenario at this point. But hey, Lies got to be riding some type of high here. And a group of young, talented gamers with momentum is a scary one to face.
All right, here we go. Off the start, it's Mental escaping with the snipe. Not sure if anyone saw where he creeped out to. Now Leader spots him, cam up in 10. And with that call out, they're able to get a nade on him, but not before Mental takes one with him to the grave.
Yeah, clean no-scope headshot, but I want to say another member of Lies should have been able to grab that sniper. Leader Ness now contesting the camouflage and will help his teammate get away with it. Mental, though, all the while has been accumulating ball time and rotated it to green, so kind of mitigating the amount of value that Lies could potentially get from it.
That was an incredible 14 seconds of oddball time there. The Complexity only had one bodyguard to Mental's oddball time, and he was able to still secure a good stretch of time here. Is it enough, though, to separate from this Lies squad, as they do have the positioning to pick up the oddball, but with camo, I don't know if that was the play. The repulsor stick was, as Sirion gonna toss that off. There we go. Use the remaining 15 seconds or so left in his camo and push towards the scoreboard. He's picking up one. Another use of the repulsor. Not able to keep Cherished out of the cookie jar as he takes him down. As Lies go 3 down, but they get right back in the mix. Only down by 2.
Enemy has the ball.
We're down by 2. Complexity have the new ball, though. Cherish here to watch his ball players back, but he gets Call of Duty timinged as he turns his head at exactly the wrong moment. Is able to get away and get his shields back, though. And Sirion, man, making himself a difficult kill, finally does go down. I think Cherish doing his best to try to turn 2. It's not going to be enough, but just like last time, even when Complexity are dying, they're grabbing the oddball. They only got 1 second, but they also play the ball, which makes it a little bit easier for Complexity to come off spawn.
Complexity with the A spawns. So Lies pick up that oddball off the reset, take it to the back of the mud. Crappy gameplay here from them, as Sirion not able to secure skill jump, so he's just going to hang out there if he senses any pressure. He might drop it off into the drink, but no, he's actually forming a full rotation, sensing the push from the C platform to the back of mud. We see Lies rotate the oddball all the way to green and maybe even A. What a heads-up play. It does get stuck there on the pillars, but I still like the thought process.
Yeah, they're keeping the fight mixy, but I don't know. Complexity are so good at these mixy fights. Cherished somehow survived with very little health. Sirion going to be able to survive with this camo. But King Nick, once again, he's in a position that even if this push does work, that ball will go off the map. Collective finds one with the new Covenant Carbine. And new snipers coming up. I would actually like to see Sirion play for this sniper. Combine it with the camo would be massive, but Ryan is going to be the one to grab it. Might also grab the oddball as well.
Ryan didn't wait a second before Sirion could even turn back to check out the indicator. It was off the rack. Now in the hands of Ryan Sirion with what looks like the remaining seconds of camo, but he is being spotted out. He gets traded out. Switching POP back to Ryan who stole that snipe. Now stealing souls. Ivan Eyes in particular with a nasty no-scope. 4 go down for Lies. And Complexity only take 1 second after the 4 down to pick up the oddball. So their timing is there, their process is there, and so too is more time.
What I've noticed is Complexity really like to control this bottom middle area. They shut that avenue of approach down for the other team. Ryan ends up taking a weird route though and gets shot in the back, not expecting another player to be there on that screen side, but it seems like every single time that I'm talking about Complexity dying, it's just King Nick chilling with the oddball, getting ready to play it. And oh my god, nice no scope there, but
it almost
it just keeps happening.
Getting outslayed, like, and almost even outplayed. But then you just look at the break it down to
they are getting outslayed.
Rotations and resets. Yeah, what's the quick math on that? +1, -3, -2, -6. Complexity down a full team wipe and a half, and they're doubled up on the lead. Will that start to rear its head though? Obviously, you need the slays to find the time and space on the map, but again, it just goes back to the objective efficiency, the timing of the rotations and resets, and even countering and preventing Lies from doing the same to them. Complexity have really put on a masterclass of OBJ efficiency here.
I mean, they're getting the kills that matter. It's like Lies are getting kills, but they're ones that ultimately don't lead to oddball time because there's always somebody else with Complexity just running away with the oddball. Sorry, your kills don't matter. And now Ryan getting a double kill, wants to get this camo as well. All he has to do is keep them off of the oddball. And he's gonna escape with the camo as well.
Rhino assuredly secures the skill jump, gets up to the sandbags with that camo, using the E United skin on his sidekick. That's an old callback, throwback to the past.
Did you see that too? He jumped off of sandbags, landed back on the generator on the wall to do the skill jump again. I mean, this guy's just doing it all. Now with the oddball and camo, he's gonna do a skill jump for a third time. He's just gonna show off. I can do 3 for 3, buddy. Like,
oh, you guys like that? Let me show you that. Let me show you another example of everyone on my team being dead, but we're securing droves of time. I mean, and then he throws the oddball out his bait, and Ivan Eyes doesn't pick it up.
Oh,
and he might
just
turn this into a 2 or 3. Ivan Eyes now taking the shots that he should have taken into Rhino earlier, and he does. 2 via the assist, but 1 via the slay. Rhino secures 3 slays with the heads-up camo play, and likely round number 1.
I don't know if I've ever seen a more efficient round of oddball. That was so impressive from Complexity. They ultimately, I think, still were outslayed in the end. There's a nice no-scope there from Ivan Eyes, but like, that was just perfect rotations. I mean, if you want to get better at oddball, study that game.
Complexity are in the lab. It might as well be the kitchen as they're cooking. After a really, really tough upset comeback defeat there in game number 3, they've gotten right back to it as Rhino right back to the snipe. Interesting to note, Eli, Ryanoob is the preferred sniper 1 on the depth chart for Complexity. Does it look like that at least, or is it just coincidence that he's picked it up at the start of open house?
I don't know about you, but I've been seeing more of his clips in our replay packages than any other member of this team. So I would say that's probably for good reason. Also, hello?
What? You look like you lagged out.
I think he had some unstable packet loss, perhaps. But hey, doesn't matter. Whole team's killing everyone anyways. Yep, there we go.
Yeah. Okay, it's been a wonky game of oddball here. Yeah, throw out everything you know and rewrite the rule book with what we're seeing here from Complexity, at least against this Lies roster. I'm sure things will get a little bit tighter as we move on throughout the day and they start to face more of that top 8, top 12 competition. But hey, man, Lies are right there. This is a squad that is.
How does he get a trade there?
12, but he gets out, dude. The use of the geometry, the jumping around the corner to where you can't see anything but his ankle. I mean, this is just Ryanoob. Just watch this VOD review back, and you'll be better at Halo.
But they're just styling on them at this point. The King Nick gets the sticky repulse shortly thereafter, but Ryan, that trade was like, that feels bad if you're on the other side of it. He was no shields, jumped into the ceiling above the door, and then turned and shot him enough to get the trade beat down. Crazy plays out of Ryan. And it's 50-0 somehow. I mean, it's once again kind of even, I think. I mean, now they're outslaying this round so far, but the efficiency is off the charts here from Complexity.
My God. This has been an impressive masterclass of just smarts, strategies as Complexity, despite not just blowing up the stat sheets and outslaying the hell out of Lies inventory, they're outscoring them heavily here in round number 2 in a potential closeout round number 2 where they could secure the series. It's been a little bit closer than maybe we thought or anticipated. I know I saw a lot of 3-0 predictions in the chat. This one's been a little bit closer. Despite that, Complexity still looked really, really good. Collective gets the slay. Leaderness telling his teammates to pull on through. He's got A cleared out, and now he's going to push out the line of scrimmage to try to secure the camo. It does not get burned, it drops, but with so much frag damage there and numbers accumulating for Complexity, he's going to let him have it.
Surprised King Nick didn't just kill Ryan right there. I thought he was running straight at that spike grenade. Honestly, Lies, this last little sequence has been pretty good for them. Collected with an impressive kill on the cuts to start it off, but impressive sequence leads to King Nick with camo sniper. That is not a good result.
Ooh.
And this ball's gonna get played.
Oh!
Double kill. Income.
The angles,
Unreal.
man.
That was filthy there from King Nick. Love the ragdoll animation. Oh, look at what I found.
Okay.
Oh, man. Octagon spawn. King Nick gets a third.
We called that black screening back in the day, because if you killed someone fast enough, they didn't even get to see what the map looked like. They just stayed in the black screen. Yeah, this is looking a little better though.
Look at King Nick's stat sheet, bro. 17-11 with 108 seconds of objective time, and he's right there with the grouping with 8 assists. I mean, King Nick, this is an all-around performance. Not necessarily for the ages, but at least for the tournament this weekend. I mean, King Nick really having himself a hell of a game.
Yeah, he's been teaming with Ryan for long enough that I would imagine he thinks about the game in exactly the same way that Ryan does. And you see that quite a bit. He's making the most optimal play at such a high frequency. But so far, Lies have done a great job to claw their way back. They're only down by 6 seconds now. And it's Complexity that are kind of getting staggered. Ivan Eyes finds another. Mental's going to get the back smack, but Ryan is somehow all the way behind enemy lines. He's got the QT as well. Maybe utilize that for some tricky plays. Doesn't have the timing to hit the QT there. And Ivan will take the ball right back.
And they might just take the lead. 50 uncontested seconds to start round number 2, and then 50 answered right back from Lies. And now they're only down by a few seconds. We're tied, and they will regain the lead. What a bounce back here from Lies. I gotta give them credit. Even in multiple games, it's felt like they have been down and out, but they have kept scrapping and on their way back into advantage state situations that they're taking advantage of. Now they're up by 2.
Can you imagine they pull the reverse sweep this series after the reverse sweep in the last game? I mean, this would be a generational comeback if they also reverse sweep the oddball.
Dude,
I mean,
that's like reverse sweep all caps, because they lost round number 1 and then we're down 50-0 to start round number 2. That's where you start to write them off a little bit. But Lies, say no and take down all 4 for Complexity. We might just be heading to a round 3.
Team nearing victory.
is this a generational fall off from Complexity? I mean, Sirion has been popping up, but it's Ivanized 25 and 17, 10 assists and 30 seconds of objective time. Now they're about to close things out. Does he do the trick? Okay, 99. Lies have to break one more time to win this round.
King Nick, fortunate to grab that oddball off the start, but they are not afforded a second. Another nasty no-scope, this time for Cherish. You got to make sure you keep them off the oddball. Lies has to be careful here, Eli, to not overextend. Knowing that they just need 1 second, it kind of felt like they played like it and thought they could just sneak away with one, but Complexity are all over it. You have to regroup here. You have to play. You only have one more push up the map at this point, and it's starting to crumble. This might actually fall through for Lies. Sirion, if he can get this lay here, he might just get the 1 second needed. But King Nick tosses the oddball to his teammate. Leaders is there in the doorway to potentially take it, but Mental has to win it. It's a 2v1, and that should do it. No way! Oh my God! Cherish with the no-scope to save the series and the game! That was nuts!
Are you kidding me? What?
It was over! It was over! And then Cherish picked up the snipe, and then the oddball. Now it's trading hands into Ryanoob's hands. 2-1! Complexity! They're the comeback kids instead!
What am I watching?
What was that?
Nah, that was a crazy...
No.
I mean, the key door looking like the Waffle House. They are throwing hands down there. And then he just swings in with the sniper rifle and gets the double no scope to save it. Nah, he's different, man. He is different.
I am at a loss for words. That was, I said it might not be a generational game here from King Nick, but that was a generational Halo moment here throughout 4 years. That is one of the most insane 60 seconds of Halo you will ever see.
Bro, they're down 57 to 99. Lies. Like, we're just gonna watch the end of this game together again, just to relive this moment. Cherished gets the sniper, the confidence, swinging through, has the help from Ryan.
They're down by 30 seconds at this point, by the way.
I know. I mean, they were down by 40 before. And now Ryan pushing the spawners, Mental all the way behind enemy lines, has the QT, uses it to go here to cuts to shut down Ivan. They force the green spawns again because of that QT. And Sirion looks like he's making the opening for Leader Ness. Collective is here as well. But then guess who's here? It's Cherished. Gets the headshot onto Collective. And then no scope onto Mental. Or sorry, onto... I can't even keep up with this, man. Look at this play.
And then the presence of mind to take the oddball to where it needed to go. Otherwise, the game was still in doubt and danger, man.
Dude.
He was the last Spartan standing.
What a... I mean, I would love to hear their comms because they probably all freaked out the same
And
way
the
we
repulsor
did.
play there, too. It was just so good.
Oh my god, dude. Cherished is him. That is a perfect repulse as well. You're right, because he's one shot. He cuts the corner, and that's exactly enough time for King Nick to round this corner. Ryan's here for the pickup to close it out. Well, that's one of the craziest end games I've seen ever.
It might just
So
be the
insane.
top spot, dude. I mean, at least online, you always got to give a little bit extra. Step up to land gameplay. But dude, as far as online and as far as the last 4 years of Halo are concerned, where we've been casting this every single Saturday and Sunday, that was it, bro. That was the most thrilling end game situation I've ever seen in this game. Cherished, you're the man.
I mean, I literally called it. I said, that's it. When Collective picked up the ball, I'm like, they need 1 second. And then Cherish just spawns in out of literally nowhere with the double no scope. Has to hit the headshot on the first player, by the way, because he was not weak. Gets the headshot and then the no scope. I mean, godlike plays.
Wow. Well, after a series like that, we need a collective moment here to regain our breath. I'm sure you like that. I'm sure Tools will run this replay back for as long as you can watch it, because this is about one of the most exciting endgame sequences quite possibly ever in Halo. But for now, we're going to take a breath. We're going to grab a drink and get ready for the next round. I'm sure we'll stick with Complexity in the upper side of the bracket and see who they take on next.
X camouflage. At this point, it's hard to lose the game from this position.
22-10 lead for FaZe, and once again TSM going 3 down. Manny, the final player alive, currently 1-5 at the moment. You know he wants to stack up a couple of kills, but has to slow the game down and wait for his teammates to come off a spawn. And as you said multiple times now, FaZe fighting for that mid-map and ultimately playing through it. Another trade goes down, but every trade favors FaZe with a lead like this.
FaZe done a good job. Even when they do go down, they're taking max damage to do so. They're ensuring that TSM has to wait that half second longer to finish off those kills, giving the opportunity for players just like that to come in and clean up. Snakebite staying alive in that doorway buys time for Trippy to come around the corner, and instead of it being a 1-to-1 trade, instead it's +2 in the kill advantage for FaZe. They're doing a phenomenal job of staying alive while weak.
See the pings going down here. Obviously, FaZe know where TSM are at, but FaZe retreating momentarily. TSM chasing them down. Now from the low side of the map to the high side, TSM want to get any semblance of map control here, but the player just sneaked by Manny.
I think they did. And just to give you an idea of how this game is going, you look at the stats. There are more assists for FaZe than there are kills for TSM. And remember, assists are 50% of a kill. Like that, FaZe are just connected. They're playing so well as a team, and TSM have not been able to find any solution to it yet. It is now or never for TSM, and when they need it most, that's when they're starting to come to life. They got that 3 down, and now camouflage is up for grabs. Do not let this moment slip by. This is your only opportunity to get back into this game.
Same way I talked about Penguin having that camouflage for FaZe, is the same way I want Tolic with that camo for TSM, but camo goes down And so do TSM's chances as they start to slip out of their hands. 36-24 lead here from FaZe, who continue to heat up. Nades going down. Penguin's able to take down one. Drunk gonna fly in, turns that into a double kill, but loses there on the cleanup. Once one goes down for FaZe, they immediately are playing for the trades.
And that's why this game's gonna be so tough for TSM. FaZe has this option to be that extra level of fast, because to them, all they need to worry about is the trade. They don't need to worry about, hey, we're gonna go negative in this gunfight, like I might take too much damage. No, as long as you do enough for your teammate to come in and clean up those kills, there's no way you can lose the game. To them, it's just about going 1 for 1.
Just looking for the final 7 kills here are FaZe. Meanwhile, TSM just find themselves way too far behind. I like Manny's position over toward the top P side, but how long can you hold on for when you don't have any lives to give? Max damage goes down, and Manny now forced to retreat. He has his teammates with him, which is nice, but Trippy is on the hunt. Luckily, Soulsnipe has his back, but it's another trade that brings FaZe one squad wipe away from ultimately taking it. Big kill, though, coming out of Talik.
Need more of that. I mean, think about Talik in this game. He's 4-14. That's a bit of a surprise, especially with how good he's been in the last couple of weeks. You can see TSM. Oh, how is Penguin? That's just how that game is going at this point, right? Like, you get stuck, you run at your opponent, and they're still alive at the end of it. You just know, hey, this game, it didn't go our way. TSM, at this point, I think it's the coach's responsibility to try to make them forget. You gotta be like, hey, lock in. Let's just try to do as best as we can to end out this game. See if a miracle can happen. If not, we come in with a fresh slate. Try to forget everything that happened in this Aquarius Slayer.
This is where FaZe are at their most dangerous. It is the teamwork that simply makes the dream work. They can win pivotal battles, but when you talk about that connective tissue, when they're playing together, playing on the same page and playing for each other as opposed to themselves, it's magic that can happen here. You're looking at the stats right now. I mean, even across the board, a couple of 13 kills out of Snakebite and Lucid. The assist looking absolutely fantastic as well. Shout out my boy Penguin doing it in both the kills and the assists as far as double digits, and that was just perfectly played. Specifically the beginning, that opening routing. I mean, come on now. It was like, what, 7-2 turned into like, what, a 30-11 lead. That was crazy out of FaZe Clan.
FaZe did such a good job of maximizing their value. Right, when Penguin got this camouflage, he stayed alive for the entirety of this camo. He almost ends with a killing spree, I believe, by the end of his life. And that's not just the first camo that got value for FaZe. When they were able to get it, they were getting 3-4 kill swings off that single piece of power up. On the other side, TSM weren't able to extract that same value, and that's not because TSM didn't do a good job with their camo. I think it was because FaZe Clan did an excellent job of denying advantages when they had the opportunity to do so, and the stat sheet just shows it. I mean, the damage differential that we're seeing from FaZe is next level. 3 players dropping 4K. You had a good game. It's usually like a top slaying performance if you're at that 4 to 4,200 mark. Instead, we got 3 players for FaZe that were able to reach up there.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, right now, FaZe Clan up 2-0 here in the series. TSM, we keep talking about how important these matches are, but every game, every map is important when it comes to your final standings and potentially running into tiebreakers. And that Lattice, our newest map coming in, is no difference. We have Lattice, King of the Hill, not to be confused with Lettuce. Damn it, people, come on now, get it straight. Lattice is here, and I will say, I love this map. I hate every time a new map comes into the circuit. I immediately hate it. Lattice, I think it plays well for multiple game types.
I really love the map design on the routing. Like, it feels like everything has a natural flow to it. And if you think you can make a jump, you usually can. There's a lot of panels that are sticking out to let you have those elevation changes. All the lanes kind of flow into each other. So I really like how that flow works on this map. And because that flow is there, I think it's going to be important for those main Slayers to play that middle of the map. So for FaZe, right, we're talking about Trippy and Lucid. Those two love to sit in the middle of the map and flow. For TSM, a player that had such a lackluster performance in the last game needs to have this sort of performance. What we saw at Salt Lake City, he had the best KD at Salt Lake City by a good margin. He was fantastic for TSM, and he was the reason they played so well, in my opinion. We need to see this level of Talik, a 1.89. Like, we're talking about a 1.9 KAD. If that Talik comes to life, FaZe is going to have, it'll be the opposite. Instead of TSM having a tough time of stopping FaZe, FaZe is going to have to find a solution to stop TSM if Talik can get back to this level.
Yeah, I mean, every year I kept trying to find players that people weren't talking about enough and try to highlight them. You know, in the first event, you know, I talked about Falcon so much. I've often talked about Suppressed, but very early on in year one, we you know, me and you already knew, Gary. We knew from the Halo 5 days how talented this man was, but the people at home, they were just starting to learn his name and found out quick that Talik is the real deal, especially on land. But that game number 2 did not go his way. Is he going to be able to bounce back on a map that's fairly unfamiliar to him compared to maps that he's been playing for, what, 4 years now?
Yeah, this is the map where you can kind of reinvent and have that creativity as well, where you can get away with a little bit more, you can be a bit aggressive, you can try to catch players off guard. You have a couple weeks to try to find those thin advantages and to maximize the value that you're going to be able to get from it. So far, it's an arms race of knowledge of how we're going to play this map. Where can we catch people off guard? That doesn't happen on a Live Fire and Aqua, you know, something that they've been playing for close to 5 years now, right? Like, we need to see, I love to see the early stages of a map and seeing who discovers the little niche parts of it first.
So it sounds like you're saying, as the kids would call it, who's going to be able to scam more in the early stages of Lattice? It's King of the Hill. This hill number 1 is spawning all the way down to no man's land, all the way out towards that ice shortcut. And when we down go TSM, FaZe should have first crack at it.
It's a little deceptive at the early part of this game where you're not going to see a lot of people go for that hill because of how valuable the sniper is on this map. It's going to come down to who gets that opening snipe. It's still on the ground, but for that right now, FaZe has a much better map position to eventually grab that sniper. With how open these lanes are, I'd be keeping your head down as soon as someone's able to grab that.
It's funny. It reminds me back in the Halo Reach days, is one of the newer maps that came out where Sniper had an exact line of sight, just like that, towards the hill from across the map, right through the middle. Druk gonna take max advantage of that, but as FaZe start to take space, as they start to get their setup, will we be able to knock all of them down?
Oh, huge fight by Trippy, and he goes all the way down to absolute to win that gunfight. But getting that sniper into FaZe's hands and now moving it towards this open field where you can cut off this lane in particular is going to make the job a lot easier for FaZe.
Big body shot onto Druk. That's going to stop him right in his tracks. His teammates are coming up and looking to provide that cover fire here, but some well-placed Hail Mary grenades banked right off the wall. FaZe, they've been working on this map.
Oh, I love that movement from Trippy as well. He's just trying to be dynamic with that sniper. Big pick by Manny. He gets the double, and he could potentially get 3 here. TSM, they're not out of this yet. Fantastic break. And FaZe, they just need one more round of slays to get in that hill and to finish this. But TSM, it doesn't seem like it's going to be an easy task to take it away from them.
Many members of FaZe start to move in position, but off of screen, Talik goes right after Penguin and goes in for the double, but Druk gonna steal that right with the S7 as he goes in for Snake Bite's life as well. TSM almost done with that first hill. It felt like FaZe had all the advantage in the world, but TSM, the power of friendship.
this series, that feels like the first time in this series where TSM had to go to war and have that tough battle, and they came out on top. All the other times, it felt like FaZe got that last second flag stop. They're able to win those few kills and to get their advantages back. That might just be the change, the tide that TSM needed to have confidence going into the rest of this series.
Looks like TSM not only want the hill time, but also want hands on that sniper as well. FaZe looking to push the strong side of the map, and both teams end up 3 down. A momentary 1v1. Lucid versus Talik. Talik getting some clutch time in, but the nade's gonna drive him right out of that hill. Talik doing a great job of playing his life, and as Lucid gets that hill, all of TSM are up, and now they're pushing forward.
So much of the fighting has condensed down into the middle of that map, but the spawns really are going to be important here, and Lucid's going to be able to secure them for FaZe. And now they have spawns from red all the way to blue. That top half of the map is completely controlled by FaZe. They just need to be watching those outside perimeters. As long as they can keep TSM away from that, this hill is going to just keep creeping up in time for them.
Drunk down to one-shot Absolute, almost gets a huge pick onto a one-shot Snakebite, but ends up going down. Snakebite eventually cleaned up. You see Manny and Talik pushing up in tandem over toward the left side of the map, while Soulslipe trying to create a pinch over on the right side, and none of it's gonna work out in their favor as 3 down go TSM. Druck by himself. FaZe, great defense.
So far, FaZe has just been winning their gunfights. With Sniper in this hill, this looks tougher and tougher. Each second that goes on, Trippy just have an open season. You best not go for the QT. You might just lose your head.
QT still up, and so are FaZe right now. We'd love to tie things up here. Druck getting body shot at left and right. It's hard to push up when you're in a constant state of one shot. Snakebite with the movement ends up repulsing, turning his back on the enemy, but somehow Talik hasn't found the kill just yet. Snakebite pins him against the wall. Trippy's able to clean him up real quick, and FaZe tie things up, but they also have numbers.
And winning that hill and then going to the
Whew. All right, Eli, I'm still not sure that 5-minute break was enough to collect ourselves after that insane series between Complexity and Lies, but we're moving on to the next one, and it might just be even more insane. Up next, we got Complexity taking on SSG. SSG has been rising through the ranks. Sure, they were a dynasty-like team last year. This year, not the same, but boy, oh boy, have Eco and Stellar really found, I think, their right composition of teammates, the 2 main slayers, if you will, and Suppressed and Falcated. I cannot wait to see what SSG do throughout the rest of the season. I'm even more excited to see what this series has in store for us.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the best of this team just yet. I feel like Sunday when they ran into FaZe at Salt Lake City, FaZe were just playing some of the best Halo that we've ever seen them play. Like, that was more so a FaZe playing incredible than it was SSG playing bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But also, we just saw SSG beat Shopify in the Pro League. I mean, that's their biggest win yet. It was an insane game all the way to game 7 into the end game. One of the most electrifying series that we have seen yet this year, in my opinion. So if they can ride that high, we could see them potentially place quite well today as well.
Gonna be excited to see, and I'm really curious to see how Complexity do coming off of the just, I'm sure, monstrous energy in their team chat. I mean, I imagine they're all still probably gassing up Cherished, even going into this series after the heroics that we saw in that previous one against Lies. How do they find a way to kind of find that even ground, though? Like, who's the player to maybe bring him in? Is it Ryanoob? Is it Ashes? Or are all these guys such consummate professionals that they've already forgotten about that epic moment?
I mean, I feel like it's Cherished. Cherished has been, like I said, leveling up in an insane way. We saw him just make the craziest double kill play towards the end of that game, but he's kind of their X factor, right? Like, if he is able to shine in the way that we know he's capable of and like win those crazy 1v2 situations, that's how they're going to get the upper hand in these situations. It's going to be very hard to do against the likes of SSG. These guys, frankly, do not miss very often. But I've been very impressed with Cherish, and I think he's their X factor.
Agreed. Now, if it were King of the Hill, I might give an actual slight edge to Complexity, but I think here on Strongholds, with that slaying power that we know, of Space Station. I think this game one might just favor them, but it's going to be a good fight nonetheless, as Cherish picks up right where he left off, grabs the camo, grabs the first slay, surely hooks clean up on Falcated.
No.
He does trade out ultimately, so maybe cooling off a little bit from the end of that last series as SSG get the first points on the board.
I mean, he missed like 2 shots. I don't know if cooling off, we can call it a cool off just yet, but it definitely was a fight that could have made a big difference had he won it without trading out Complexity. Still scoring nonetheless, but the problem is one of the scariest men in the lobby with the shock rifle has it in hand. That's going to be Stellar, and he's been back in form recently. I think he wants to finish Halo Infinite on his terms.
Yeah, agreed. And I love that as SSG able to gather the first bit of time, but it's been Complexity ever since. Now Complexity getting back on the board, but Cherish resetting B. Staying alive in the batteries, only has 1 bit of shield left to his name, but with 3 going down for SSG, Complexity have an opportunity here to swarm and secure a trip cap.
Trip cap is in. We all know this game type can get out of hand real quick, and add to that the fact that Suppress gets staggered out after the trip cap is already in place. This is going to be tough. I don't know how Space Station are going to comfortably play out of this. Stellar is kind of on a solo mission through long haul to see if he can overtake C. But the way the Complexity are playing, not going to make it easy. They find a couple slays, and they're able to capture B. And somehow, with only 2 kills, Space Station are in scoring position.
Wow. And they're back on the board. A and B in their name. As Cherish cross-map shots into Falcated. He's going to call for King Nick to clean up on that damage, and he delivers. Plasma pistol goes out, but falls into the wall instead, as King Nick will reset A. Complexity eyeing another trip cap. Looks like they've picked up the camo. This has been a really, really good start here for Complexity. There's not a mark in their game that you could call out.
Really like that strategy too. They sent actually 3 bodies bottom center to guarantee that camo. They understand the camo is one of Space Station's comeback tools, and to just guarantee that's denied in a situation where they're 3 or 4 dead is the best way to play that. Right now, trying to use it to be sneaky or double late jump. His players are not going to expect him to still be here, and he's going to take full advantage and continue to press forward. Because he's here at C, he's going to force a split spawn as well. So this is going to be very difficult for SSG to come back.
Ryan Noob, double late jumps to avoid the double frag toss chase out damage that SSG sent his way, and then Ryan Noob with the frag connects it on the chest of his opponent, but eventually finally goes down, but not before an incredible life as Stellar clambers his way up towards the whirlpool, finishing shots going to the back of King Nick. Now a 1v2. That's going to be tough. It was, as he goes down, but SSG maintain control of B and C.
Ryan's got the new shock rifle. He's been immaculate with it, but suppressed. Looked like he was on his way towards it as well. Cherish gonna clean it up. Eco gonna clean it up as well. And 4 bodies have to fall before this finally lands in someone's hands for longer than a couple seconds. Space Station in a position that could potentially come back.
Eco not off to the best start, but with that power weapon in his hands, this could get him and his team back in the game, as he does not like what he saw on the AA elevator, realizing he's the only player, it looks like, for SSG. Now, he does have help there from Falcated on the Whirlpool, but I think at that time that he dipped back, did not. Now, perfect time. He gets back into the fight, takes down 1, and not able to take down the second. Nice headshot. You thought things were about to start rolling there for him, but he gets shut down instead.
Press has a camo. And Complexity have done a great job of when Space Station get into control, they don't let them score for very long. Now, Space Station have done enough to make this a 40-second game. But right now, with C the only zone they have and multiple players falling, make it 3. Complexity are feeling very comfortable here, enough so to go ahead and rotate and go for the trip cap just to apply even more pressure to SSG.
Space Station had brought it back to within 20 seconds, but now it's a double up advantage for Complexity as Mental insta-explode. Oh my god, that was very, very well executed. As it didn't look like he had the angle to secure it, but he did. Now he's got the killing spree. Still has that shock in his back pocket, but it's in his back pocket for a reason. He's got no ammo left, but Mental still turns A red. C being fought for. If Cherish is able to win this here, he can secure another trip cap, but Eco's able to mitigate that by maintaining C, but it's not enough to score points. This would be, look at A and B simultaneously, almost like synchronized swimming in the Olympics. They take A and B at the exact same time and earn the trip cap in the objective scoring. They need to get back in this fight.
I love your brain, man. Two things happen at the same time. Gotta be synchronized swimming. I mean, there's no other... Never mind. Anyways, SSG, like you said, great job flipping A and B, opening the C spawns. Yes, Complexity will be able to capture it, but have to find their way into A or B now.
Feels like it's the first time in a little bit where we've seen Space Station with some semblance of control here on the map. Falcated, nice stick from the grave. Suppressed does not earn that trade. I thought for sure Mental would go down. Look at his health. Yeah, there, a toe shot takes him down. You could hardly see the yellow. As we'll head back to the respawn screen. Eco now with a chance to work with this next 45 seconds of camo, and SSG absolutely have the makings, absolutely have the eye test evaluation to come back and maybe even regain the lead.
I believe it. Falcon needs to hit some shock rifle shots, though. Has to reload. Looks like he was setting up to maybe shoot a grenade on the floor and somehow loses that fight. King Nick and Falcated, I think, two of the straightest shooters in the league, but Falcated missing a couple shots. King Nick will take advantage, but all the while, it's Space Station still with full map control.
Full map control, and what was once a 60-second deficit plus that has now dwindled down to single digits. The trip cap scoring 2 for every one, and it feels like Space Station is a whole new squad in this game.
Looking very strong as they've come back into this game, taking the lead. And now 3 dead for Complexity. Cherish, last player alive. He's got no shields to work with either. And tell you what, it's pretty hard to do anything in here. He gets insta-exploded by Falcated as well. And this is tough. I don't know how Complexity play out of this. They're now being forced to spawn long haul and gold. Just like that old quadrant strategy when they went on that 19-1 Strongholds spree. And this is looking tough.
Ever since Space Station got control of the map, the sandbox, and a few fortunate timings, they have not let go. They have been the ones scoring ever since then. Complexity still stuck on 148, and Space Station already in the end game. Less than 30 seconds needed to secure the win, but Complexity finally, just as the match meets a critical point, to get back control of B and C. Can they hold it though? 2v2 for now. King Nick has to stay alive, so too does Raidu. Oh, King Nick with a triple kill. Gonna stay alive and then some. Turning on Stellar for the 180 overkill. And Stellar challenges that with a little bit of help from Eco.
Yeah, that was good timing. Look at, speaking of good timing, Ryan steals the camo from under Eco's nose with the grapple. But he's gonna get grenaded out shortly after. Look at Suppressed. The multitasking is insane. He gets a double kill, kills camo, captures B, and now he's gonna stop A. This man's doing it all right now.
Great push there from SSG. They pushed strong with Suppressed, and not sure who was over his back shoulder, but the 2 push really made quick work of Cherished and his teammate there, as Space Station now just 10 seconds away from securing a Game 1 win. Complexity are eyeing their push, but they don't have enough time to talk about it. They got to go, and Stellar, Falcated, they all know that they're coming. As they push around the corner, 3-4 go down for Complexity. Stellar matches King Nick's triple kill, and that will do it. SSG take Game 1.
Impressive bounce back. Complexity started this game so well, but then Suppressed just started doing Suppressed things. He started suppressing the opposition time after time. And he's exactly what they need. Eco didn't have a great performance in the KD department, but he was also kind of controlling parts of the map that SSG needed when they needed to, and made the game state just easier for Suppress to pop off. So would like to see him, you know, winning a few more 1v1 fights to provide even more value for this team. That's where he's been struggling.
Yeah, Eco was able to at least secure the most assists in the lobby. So I think a veteran player like him, playing his process, playing the objective, I think Eco still had a good game despite what the numbers might show there. Here's Ryan with a double late jump to avoid the majority of that frag damage, and then turns 2 around the corner. I mean, Ryan in full renaissance form here. He has just been playing lights out.
Dude, I loved this Insta-Splode from Mental too. Bouncing it off of the door frame just to make sure it has enough airtime to line up with the explosion of that kill. Hitting Nick with a disgusting out BR here, but he gets taken down. But SSG win game 1. Complexity made him earn it. Slayer Streets might be a good chance for Complexity to bounce back.
All right, here we go. Heading into a game 2 on the streets where SSG had a come from behind win in game number 1. They lead the series. Hopping on board here with Suppressed. He throws out a testing or a chase, if you will. Sticky grenade, trying to see if there's anyone in the tires. Now there is. It's Ryanoob. He's got the stock rifle, still full ammo left to work with as he works his way around the cafe, listening to the comms of his dead teammate Mental, who's calling for the cleanup, and now Ryanoob starts to deliver. Looks like a couple blank shots went through, but he finally secures the slate. Falcated secures the triple kill. And if it weren't for everybody just about being dead on the map, he might have had the over.
Ooh, Stellar. Very tricky with his movement. Does get grenaded out. Eco finds the camo and is 3 dead for Complexity. Now, I tell you what, when thinking about it, with this camo buff, I think it might actually be best in this exact game mode. If you think about it, smallest map, easiest to get around. You can accumulate a lot of intel. It's also a shorter spawn in Slayer as well, so you're going to get more value after you've gotten a couple of kills. So I think the team that gets more camo is very likely to be the team that comes out ahead, so far controlled by Space Station.
Actually, a really good point. I'd be curious to throw it back to Halo 3 when we used to run into custom games just to test everything out. I wonder if you can go down and back on the streets with the camo. As Eco and King Nick are engaged in 1v1, they'll both trade out. But yeah, I imagine the camo, you could, I guarantee you with 45 seconds, you might even be able to go up and down 3 times with it. So
yeah, for
great
sure.
point there from Eli. As Complexity are down by 4.
Allocated, pushing into the tires. This man is not afraid of getting into the mix. Should have been a little bit more afraid of that push, though. He gets grenaded out. So they're going to see if he can clean up the pieces here with Suppressed. And they do. They're going to find 3 dead in a difficult situation. Surprised he runs past that repulse. Probably be a handy tool to have in the kit, as there's not too much to work with left on this map.
Nasty nade shot there from Falcated. Picks up 2. Going for the 3rd, but Stellar trades out with it instead as Falcated will regroup, regain his shields, trying to help out on the B-rail. Suppress goes down a little early, though, so Falcated is a little late to the fight, and I think because of this, even despite his support over his right shoulder, he's going to back up.
Eco eyeing the new Stalker rifle. Curious if Complexity know it's there. Doesn't look like it. No one's here to go for it. Eco now gonna rotate through and see if he can take down King Nick. He does. And this lead is 5 for now, but also favoring the positioning of Space Station. Suppress does go down early in this play, but something tells me SSG are not gonna make their lives easy if they try to escape, as the damage has been done. And Falcon is gonna be able to clean this up.
Yeah, Eco very clearly playing for damage there. He got 2 shots in with the Stalker and then did not go for the cleanup. He actually elected to swipe his sights to the next player there and allow his teammates to clean up on it. And as I take a look at the top right of my screen, it all starts to add up as he's got 7 assists. There's a slay. It looked like 3 perfect shots. Oh, no, 4 from that Stalker rifle. But Eco is just stuffing the stat sheet, really dealing out a lot of damage.
Stellar 12 and 7 already, +5, which is the difference in their team's winning stat line. Unfortunately, Ryan gets a dead slide there and cannot escape from that plasma grenade. And both Stellar and Falcated kind of leading the charge here for this now 6-kill lead.
27-33 here. SSG have kept Complexity arm's reach, not able to quite get right in their face and in the vicinity, flipping this lead. It only takes a couple here to bring it back to within 1 team wipe, 1 possession, 1 push up the map. Get it back, but still Space Station cling to that 6. Now it's getting to 7 as Stellar has a double kill to his name. And if Space Station can grow on this lead heading into the 40s, it might be all but wrapped up.
Stellar looking likely to finish this game with a 20 bomb. He's already got 16. Suppressed. Gonna open the door for the next set of players to push through. It's King Nick with the camo though, down by 8. This is definitely doable. Curious to see how Space Station played this off spawn. Probably gonna take a more defensive stance. No reason to push in when you know the other team has camo. Look at Suppressed positioning, just trying to be an eye in the sky. But he takes some damage. Shares finds a kill. King Nick with the perfect reroute might find another. And this is exactly what Complexity needs to get themselves back in this game.
It makes so much more sense for King Nick to disengage there, knowing that he's got 15 seconds left to camo. Otherwise, he might have tried to push that out and try to extract as much value out of the last couple of seconds. But now he's got that last 10 seconds to work with. And Complexity are using it to come back. They're only down by 1. We thought Space Station might run away with it into the 40s, but they've been stopgapped at that point. Repulsor sticky reversal trade ties it up at 40.
That was on the most important player to kill, Stellar, who's got 18, needed to be slowed down. King Nick finds it. Now it's a tie game. These kills continue to trade out. King Nick has a lot of damage, but he's able to get his shields back. And look at the push coming in from SSG. They're ready to collapse on this, but are they going to just run into some grenades?
Stellar staying alive. Skips past the frag toss, takes down Mental. SSG are still up by 2. Suppressed pushing in quickly, but they knew he was coming. The stick comes through. Those grenades were nuts. You saw 4 or 5, it looked like, explode all at once. And it's now a 3-kill lead once again for SSG.
Stellar had the perfect angle, jumping off B rail, throwing it through top C. Another perfect grenade from Falcated. And Stellar has hit that 20 mark, make it 21. And just like that, the 20 bomb plus 10 performance out of Stellar is enough for them to win by 5.
Are SSG dropping into octagons and just using the left trigger? My God, the nadesmanship. I don't think I've ever said that before, but I'm compelled to.
That's insane.
After the incredible use of the explosive ordnance here in Halo from SSG, that won him the game.
Is someone keeping track of the words that Mikowski makes up? Can someone start making a list? Because it's got to be in the hundreds by now. This man just making things up as we go.
Is that a word?
Definitely not. But it's Stellar playing incredible. Look at the damage, 4,400 towering over the lobby. Nobody even getting to 4. Like, is 3,700 the next most? Like, that's insane.
Oh my God.
3,800 from King Nick.
And it's not only the next most on his team.
They were never in doubt.
The flag.
Getting into Forbidden CTF. Hello, jump scare. In case you guys
want to know what it looks like behind the scenes, this is us.
I'm glad I didn't get naked for this series. Anyways, capture the flag Forbidden. It's gonna be next up here. One of my favorite game types to watch, because of course we got snipers, we got Stellar in the lobby. It's guaranteed we're gonna see some crazy stuff this game.
Also, quick production note: we got a 2-0 lead here for SSG, so this could end Complexity's run in the upper bracket. They've had an exciting route to get here, but SSG might just spoil the fun.
Mental gonna be the one that grabs the snipe for Complexity. This guy definitely a power weapon merchant, as pro players like to call him. But he's been able to. Oh, finally gets the headshot. That's a good one to get. And they've already capped. I didn't even see the flag get pulled. What? Hello?
I mean, our job is to stay on top of things, but I had no idea Complexity even had pulled the flag. That was unbelievably sneaky. And outside of Cherish, who's got 4, they didn't do it with very many slays from the other 2 on the squad. Obviously, Ryan Noob has 0 because he was running the flag. But my God, as sneaky and efficient. Eli, it's obviously part of their game, because this is even what they look like in that Oddball where they had 2 or 3 dead and they'd secured 20 seconds of Oddball time.
This is insane. I mean, Mental just getting a couple extra snipes was all it took, but it was really Cherish to open the map. He's 5 and 3 already. What? Mental with the rust no scope.
What's he looking at?
Ryan fell off the map apparently, but these guys are playing insane. Does that player stay alive? Yes, he's gonna jump across to the pistol. But man, the pace that these 2 teams are playing at is insane right now.
Insane indeed. As we are just a couple minutes into this one, not even there just yet, as we've already had a lot of action. And now Space Station seems to have finally refound their footing, as they've taken down 3 for Complexity. King Nick, last Spartan standing, has made it through the 50-yard line and does earn the nade shot onto Eco. What was that?
He shot the plasma grenade on his way up. The precision to not even scope in on it. That was definitely intentional, by the way. Clean execution. But is it going to be enough, though? Looks like the rest of Space Station able to push through. But that whole play was just to slow them down. King Nick was the first player to come off spawn in a 4-dead situation, able to find value to make it a little bit more difficult for SSG to get control.
And to not be in scope and to not have any aim assist, that was one of the nastiest slays you'll see of the game. As Space Station do have a delayed counter cap cooking here, suppressed with that newly minted carbine. And it looks like Stellar with one swoop of the G-Slide will tie it up at 1.
Crazy that Suppress missed jump right there might have actually made the difference in that cap, because he was trying to get up top to get a oversight onto the flag run, but he misses the jump, has to back up, and they cap that with ease. Might have gone in regardless, but just goes to show that even a single missed jump can make the difference. And Falcated's got the new sniper. He's ready to pop off.
1v1 me with the snipe, bro, says Falcated as he claims 2. And I think they know, maybe they don't know Mental's sitting there. They eventually figure it out, but Mental seemed to be cooking up something diabolical. Nonetheless, still tied here, 1-1 as Falcated. Oh, I was about to say, don't do it again. Doesn't get a chance to earn that no scope. Cherish looks like he was looking around for the sniper, not able to find it, or maybe it's been burnt of ammo. And there it is in the corner. He finally finds gold. Burn of ammo. No, it's got 6 left. Oh, and he's putting it straight to work. Cherish taking faces. He gets Falcated again.
This guy needs to start getting some respect, man. His ceiling of gameplay is crazy. One of the more underrated players, I would say. It's easy to talk about Ryan Noob. It's easy to talk about King Nick. But you got to talk about Cherish. This guy is clean with it. And they might just cap off of that.
Oh, my God. This looks sus. As Cherish.
Someone check him PC.
Oh, he gets another one. He throws us off the trail with a couple of missed shots, but then he gets right back to it. Cherish practically single-handedly with the snipe, putting Complexity on the board with their second.
This is not normally it. Someone check his PC. This guy is popping off and continues to pop off. Are they gonna run this? Okay, Suppress stays alive, but for how long? King Nick's there to clean it up. This flag's going up the ramp, and they're gonna force these spawners to spawn either back Mohawk or in the snipe hut. I think Complexity about to win this game.
Here we go, Complexity. All it takes is 1. Start that reverse sweep comeback, and I don't think Space Station have anyone even close. That will do it. Complexity rather quickly, just in 5 minutes, for 3 times to take game number 3, and now we got ourselves a series.
What did I say as the series started, Hunter? Who did you say, or what did you ask me about who needs to step it up? It's this man, Cherished. Put the sniper in his hands. He's gonna make the plays. This guy's absolutely insane with it and continues to get better at this game. I mean, he's got to be the most improved player from year 1, right?
Oh, there's no question. And what's crazy is that Cherished has the exact same amount of confidence as he did in year 1, playing on that status quo roster, standing up on the Optic main stage against Optic in a 1v1 with Formal, wins it, and then stands up like mid-game, mid-gunfight practically, and starts yelling at him. I mean, I thought that was pretty rare from a guy who hadn't really quite made a name for himself, kind of poking the bear a little bit, if you will, with Formal on the other side, but for good reason. Cherished has confidence because he knows what he's capable of, and he is showing it here today, much less this series. You go back, he was the hero that got him here to the winner's quarterfinal against SSG. How about a little bit of Cherish love in the chat? 3,300 damage, only 2,300 taken. Pop off.
I mean, Suppress under 2K. If you limit Suppress to not be a factor on the map, and Falcated, I mean, how many times did they just snipe Falcated in the dome, take him off the map, and just run the flag immediately? Stellar only had the sniper for a short period of time. He wasn't able to do stellar things because Complexity just had such good power weapon control, and they were hitting damn near every shot with them.
Oh, man.
There's that nade shot was sick too.
Dude, yeah, it's a nade shot with no aim assist and no zoom. But yeah, let's watch some Cherish highlights back here. This was the little sprint to the finish from Cherish that helped them score 2 in about 2 minutes.
I mean, he's making this look like a plat lobby, bro. He's hitting every shot, like not taking much damage, but it's just because his movement is so clean. Here he predicts that Eco will come back, and he's correct. Gets the headshot on him as well for the killing spree. That's gonna land into one cap, and they would not slow down from there. Now we set our sights on live fire.
Well, we talked about how Strongholds would probably favor SSG, but I'd give maybe a slight edge to Complexity if it swung to King of the Hill. And look at how the series lays out as SSG were able to take game 1 on Strongholds, but Complexity get their chance at a get back here. Live fire, King of the Hill, hopping on board with who else? Cherished.
Gotta be, man. Playing out wide, wants to shut down this entire lane, does so with the reversal, and that looks like Eco's missing, which granted he probably did miss a headshot there, but from third person I would have loved to see what Cherished Spartan looked like. This guy has one of the most twisted strafes that I've ever played against. If I match against him in matchmaking, I hate having to face him in a 1v1 because his Spartan just moves in very unnatural ways.
Cherish, it looks like there had the repulsor, and Suppressed looked like he had a getaway exit, but Cherish sends him back towards the camo as Ryadoob lines up what should have been a Quigley. Might just find a way to turn 2 instead, and he does. My God, Complexity, watch out, because it feels like they're starting to reach their peak. As Ryadoob, don't peek.
I mean, don't spawn. That's all Eco did. The mistake you made was spawning, bro. You should have stayed unspawned for the next 3 seconds at least. I mean,
you're right though. That's all you can do when you spawn in and die right away.
He's on a negative. He's on a reverse killing spree. He's 0-5, but he hasn't done anything but walked. He's not been allowed to walk.
You can't even blame the man. He's just getting octagon spawned and taken down over and over again. Like when you used to play against me in Halo 3 Octagon. That's what my gameplay looked like.
Good times, man. I miss the Octagon, but man, Complexity are having good times here in this game as they're continuing the momentum from last game. I mean, look at the slate. Stellar has 1, Eco still with 0. Falcated and Suppressed, the only people that have been getting kills, but it's not been enough for them to get any kind of map positioning.
Complexity are on a heater, and Eco just needs to get on the board finally with enough breathing room to push up off of this spawn. Let's see what he can do with it here. Earning the assist, claiming the high side positioning of the snipe tower, perfectly positioned with the snipe, with the hill at C platform as Falcated here on the box, trying to use the geometry to find some cover. Now anticipating the push from Cherished. It's a great nade shot from him. We have seen some lights out performances from everyone in this lobby so far. Seems like everybody's starting to reach their highest level.
I mean, Falcated, you wonder how he gets so many kills consistently. He constantly gives himself the upper hand in fights with perfectly placed grenades. We're starting to see that over and over from this player. Eco, caught in no man's land, has very little options. Sure, it's going to take advantage of that situation, but SSG really regained control for that hill. Should be able to get this next sniper in the hands of Stellar as well. Oh, he'd rather play in front of it first. It gets taken down, but that's 2 dead for Complexity. Falcated should be the one to grab this snipe.
Oh, what do you know? Eco can actually run off spawn, and Space Station are able to come back and score 1. He's actually done a great job. Was previously, I think, 0-7, and now via KDA back to even. As Falcated has that snipe, shot into the knee and then into the head with the bandit, able to clean him up as he works his way through to the sandbags. Hill just behind him at at A, and I think he's just trying to see if he can find anyone to slay, and then he gets in. I was wondering, with 3 dead, why is he not in the hill? He was trying to find that last player at the garage door. They claim it, and now they claim more time. But Complexity was able to get a little bit to the very early goings of hill number 3. Space Station looked primed and set up to regain control.
Falcated looking dangerous with the snipe. Hit the quick scope on that player sandbags. Look at this. Predicting the next player, turning, getting the no scope. Oh, finds 2. These guys are playing. Bro, the World Championship this year is going to be crazy. That's all I got to say, guys. Like, if these guys on all these teams are playing at this level, like, we're going to see things we've never seen before, I think, at Worlds this year.
Yeah, you've got X Games mode in action sports, and here in esports you got montage mode, which is what it looks like these players are rounding into form as we approach the Halo World Championship just a few weeks away. Crucial, pivotal practice time here on display, and points at that, as King Nick goes down. Now hopping on board here with Ryan Noob. Both teams tied in the match and virtually tied on hill number 3, but just as I say that, SSG are starting to run away with this one a little bit.
Enemy about to score.
Ryan's got the sticky grenades in his pocket. Let's see how he approaches this. Still has the frag grenade out first. I like that. With the bounce. Maybe didn't realize he didn't have a second. I thought he was going to show me that he was aware of his grenade pocket, but showed me otherwise. They still get control though. Cherished has the camo, and he's going to try to find a set of spawners that he can push back. If they can push back this one round of spawners, this is a cap.
More of the same from what it looked like for Eco at the start. Spawn in and just instantly melted there by Cherish. Just really unfortunate spawns for Eco in this one. I really do think that's what a lot of this one comes down to. As Valkated pushes into the hill, takes down King Nick with an 8-shot, but Ryan cleans him up shortly after. Stellar and Mental Trait out, and what looked like a win for Space Station actually goes to Complexity instead.
Complexity take the lead. They can win this game. They're going to force a game 5, and these two teams have been battling it out a lot this year. I want to say Complexity actually beat them in the LVT Pro League, if I'm not mistaken, the last time that they played each other.
I believe that's true.
The Space Station before yesterday only had 1 win, so I think that's right. But Suppressed with the sniper rifle might be able to get this hill out from under them. There's only 2 minutes on the clock. This hill generally burns some time off the clock as it's pretty exposed and hard to capture. But Space Station, all they need is 1 cap to get themselves to a sudden death type situation.
Critical time in the game for SSG, because if more time bleeds away and they're down by 2 with, say, a minute and a half left, that's going to be tough. Oh, Stellar, excuse me, Suppressed knows that the time is now, but he trades out. Valkated now pushing in towards that mud hill. He's got Cherished on the other side, ready to duke it out. And with the nade, I don't know where that nade came from, but it sure did help Valkated out. Picks up the snipe, lands the body shot, but not enough. Stay alive, take down his opponent. As Mental now on the nest, has 2 players approaching, and the numbers are too strong.
Chat correcting me. I think SSG did beat Complexity, so that was their 1 win. 4-3. Okay, it did go to game 7, so it was an intense one. King Nick, clutch kill onto Stellar. That might just secure this next hill. And typically during this hill, you want both the tower control and back green, but with camo coming up, King Nick stops to shoot the grenade at the feet mid-fight. The big brain plays do not stop in this series. Complexity about to go up 3-1.
This is close, and it is done, at least as far as hill number 4 is concerned. Complexity take a 3-1 lead, and we are moments away from a thrilling potential reverse sweep game 5, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Space Station still do have a little bit more time than I was thinking that they would have. Still with just under 2 minutes to go, down by 2. They're still in it.
Okay. It's definitely possible, but it's going to be hard. Suppress has a camo. And our Complexity going for the long route, it's not going to work out. Their plan was, let's sneak around and get tower control, but that's a very hard push to make. You've got Eco top tower. He's just going to watch it.
Eli, they just secured the hill with 0 seconds coming off the clock in regulation, and now they got enough time before they could win this one and not even send us to OT. Space Station are on a tear.
They get 3 dead in that moment as well. Suppressing Eco. Gonna clean up after a couple players go down. Look at Suppress. He's ready to apply pressure to these spawners. Doesn't get the 3rd shot though, and Ryan's gonna come on top with that kill. That might be the opening they need to break. Space Station gotta hold strong here.
Ooh, nice flick shot there from Ryan Noob. Now looking to clean up on the 2nd, but Cherish says, I got this. As Ryan Noob stays alive on the wall sheet. Does he go into A here, or does he back up into B? I think the question is being answered by Ryan Noob right now. He's going to stick right here at the garage door, kind of hedge his bets here, stay close enough to B to provide support for the hill player. Now in a 1v1 with Eco, wins that with the strafe. 3 go down for SSG, and Complexity could seal it.
the confidence that Ryan just displayed there against Eco, you gotta wonder, man, is Eco, I feel like, is at a point in his career that people are doubting him. And I feel like players are playing more confidently against him as well. They do not care. Even if Eco gets the first shot, I'm finding that people are challenging him. If Eco can just kind of find his form, he can take advantage of that. But for now, Complexity on the verge of forcing the game 5, and they will. Here we go.
This is what everyone wanted. A reverse sweep potential here. A game 5 at the very least. Their first one of the day, and fitting is between two of the top teams in the HCS. Complexity led by the hero, Cherish, the Professor Ryanoob, the good-looking kid, Mental. This has just been an absolute tear of a run by Complexity here today. And if they can get this matchup here with Space Station and earn their spot in the winner's semifinals tomorrow, they'd be done with the day. They'd be able to just enjoy the rest of the afternoon. And I think they'd be a team to watch out for on Champ Sunday. But they got to win this game 5 first.
Suppressed popping off in the damage department, by the way, nearly 6K. But it wasn't enough, as really just the timing of these kills were too good. Eco, I mean, had a rough start to this game. Not even to his own fault, though. Just like spawning into death with someone staring at his forehead with a sniper rifle each time.
Yeah.
As we go into, is this our first game 5 of the day? I think it is, actually.
Yes. Yes, it is.
By the way,
first game 5.
that kill right there from King Nick, like, do you know how hard it is to like break the aim assist? Like, the aim assist is kind of sticky on the Spartan, right? So you have to like know exactly how far to move the joystick to break the aim assist and then flick onto the grenade. It's actually, it sounds weird, but it's actually a lot harder than you would think to do that.
Dude, it's impossible. I mean, it's not
so
impossible,
hard,
but it's ridiculously hard, man, to hit a shot in Halo with no aim assist. And dude, to do it in the mix,
yeah,
the
right
player
here,
strafing like that, and this was all planned.
yeah, it moves
Yeah,
off
because
of
he
the
aimed at
leg.
the right sticky. Oh my, or the right nade.
He ends up shooting the second one as well because he doesn't want an enemy to shoot it on his way past it. You see, he actually shoots both.
Wow, he does hit both. My God, talk about a quick draw.
That's hard to do, guys. I mean, I know it looks like a simple thing when you watch it. It's not.
I didn't even catch that in real time. That was like an old Western, like quick draw McGraw type 6-shooter where the guy takes down 2 targets with one flip of the wrist. That was nasty from King Nick. I mean, we have the ninjas and remote detonations have kind of stolen the show here today. I don't think we've seen an overkill just yet, but we'll take the different variety of yellow medals, I guess, instead, because it's been almost even more fun to watch.
I mean, we've seen a couple of ninjas today already. Now we're going into Recharge Slayer. I expect this one, I mean, both these teams like to play fast, as is the meta for this game, obviously, but this mode in particular in a game 5 scenario can slow down. So I'm curious to see if it does. If one team gets into advantage state and can roll and like kind of press the gas, they will. But if the score gets close and neither team has a clear advantage, expect this one to slow down to a crawl. That's what I'm expecting.
Yeah, and Recharge as a map really sets up for that. You're right. So we might see some stalemates here in this game number 5, as it feels like both teams have elected to take their break after game 4. Man, I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of which way this one goes. I think there's no telling. I think it's 50-50 and the best team win.
Also, Lolly in chat calls me an eco hater. I'm like the biggest eco defender of all time. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. Anyways, feel like Complexity have the momentum here, but I think that Space Station are going to have something to say here.
I mean, you're just analyzing what we're seeing, and yeah, you're right. It was that I did see players looking to challenge Eco, and I did see Eco having a really tough time coming off a spawn. That doesn't mean we're hating. It doesn't mean he's a bad player. It's just the circumstances. The cards he was dealt that game were 2-7 off suit. Let's see if he gets a little bit better hands dealt here in game number 5. But do we hate Eco? No, dude's a legend.
Nah, seriously, I'm usually the guy that's calling chat faded for not recognizing the impact that Eco has. But yeah, if you spawn, take 2 steps and get sniped in the forehead, like I don't know what else you're supposed to do.
Agreed. I think you're phenomenal with your analysis, and it takes courage to say what you say. As we take a look back at some replays, we can watch this all day. The 2-tap remote detonation sent Suppressed ragdolling off into the grass.
Suppressed doing everything he can to pull his team ahead, but it still was not enough. But I tell you what, last time we saw these two teams planned recharge was in game number 1, that's Strongholds, where Complexity started with a strong lead, but SSG, once they got into control, absolutely dominated. Look at talking about confidence. Suppress is holding forward, running in a straight line at opponents. Finds one, but does get taken down. They were not prepared for that.
Suppressed with the opening strat here in game 5 was to duct tape the left stick forward. That's what it looked like. As we're still even here off the start, 2-2. Camo still being contested for his mental. Obscuring vision in the shroud screen. Eco able to sneak in the camo grab, and it looked like while he was making the animation to put it into his suit and activate it, he snuck in a headshot. That was nasty.
Yeah, I don't know if he like quick clambered to cancel the animation somewhere like on the box. There really weren't many places for him to do that, but you're right. It looked like the animation canceled. This is about as good of a start as you could ask for from SSG. 4-kill lead, have the camo and Complexity spawning trapped over here in the elevator. They forced a split spawn, so one member of Complexity spawned out, but Stellar was aware of it and finds the snipe off screen. Eco able to clean, and Stellar comes back to help Eco stay alive as well. Space Station rolling early.
SSG with the smelling salts seem to have awoken here after a 2-game slumber, which put them on the verge of a reverse sweep to Complexity, but now they are up double on Complexity. Still early on though, but man, have they looked good. I love the aggressiveness. I love the not second guessing. They are just all go, all gas, no brakes, and it's paid off really well for him here. 8-15 is Space Station looking to stop the trend of the last 2 games.
I mean, look at them running and gunning, team shooting together. That's typically what's held this team back in the past, in my opinion, was maybe playing a little bit too isolated, not using teamwork and team shots enough. But man, have they changed the script. They're working together so well. That's why they have an 8-kill lead and have now set up for the next camo. Suppressed does get away with it with a clean curb slide. No, King Nick gonna somehow find 2 from bottom mid, I guess. Or no, he was glass. I don't know how he found that angle.
Wow. Yeah, that was surprising to me when Callus switched to his POV. I thought he was a little off to the side. Saw a little bit of yellow off to his side and thought it was an SSG opponent, but no, I think it was just one of the little gas wheels. As King Nick now gassing up, 2 kills, double kill, going for the triple. But no, actually, prioritizes Suppressed instead. I like that heads-up play. Mental needs to win this one. Every single death and every single trade, a little bit more consequential when you start off as low as we did see Complexity on the kill count. Nasty attempt at the insta-splode there. There's just no one there to take advantage of it. But look at this. Complexity have gotten right back in it. They're only down by 2.
Did you just call a valve a gas wheel?
Yes. Move on.
All right, my bad. I'm sorry, I just had to make sure. 2-kill game here. Make it 1. Cherished, trying to be the hero. Can't do it. Suppressed has been the reason this team is staying afloat for now. But, I mean, Complexity have fought back. This is kind of what we predicted, right? If it gets to this game state, we might see things slow down. So far, SSG not showing any signs of wanting to slow down.
24-25. It is just about deadlocked here at the halfway mark. Suppressed, though. Absolutely on fire. He's got half of his team's kills. Now he's got even more than that. The perfect with the last shot. Not missing cross map. He's got 14.
My God, he's gonna make it 15. And another finds the trade as he gets taken down. He's got more than half the kills for Space Station. This man was popping off in the last game as well. He is doing everything he can to give them an edge.
Oh my God, Suppressed put the team on his back and is absolutely frying. Despite Suppressed 16 slays, Eli, this game is still way too close to call. Complexity only down by 3. A stellar, important moment in the match. You got the shock up, you got the camo up. Who's going to take both? It looks like SSG after the feed fills up in yellow. 4 down for Complexity. Camo goes to Eco, and the shock probably already in the hands of someone else on SSG.
What an insane sequence there. They get 4 kills, no deaths. Eco just being a gargoyle atop his perch, trying to get some intel. Finds a time to strike, misses the first couple of shots on the King Nick, but it doesn't matter. Valkated is laying in wait with that new Vestige carbine, trying to deafen his opponents with its gunfire. Now Eco pushing forward, finds another. His routing has been insane with this camo.
Callus, I don't ask a lot. Can we watch suppressed POV right now, man? This guy is about to drop 20 on their heads. And he might just do it with the cluster lock. Oh my God, I got a little tight around the corner thinking suppressed can do anything at this point, but he does get taken down. Maybe a little bit of caster curse there, but it is now 33-40. Suppressed with 18. The rest of his boys have gotten more online a little bit here. Oh, yeah, I had to hold my breath. I thought suppressed was lagging out.
Well, let's just try to make his hitbox a little bit smaller in that corner. And he's taken a lot of damage, but he's also dealt a lot of damage. So finally, Ryan, with his shields back, pushes forward. Valkated's in a good spot to maybe kill Ryan. Valkated overextends. This is now all of a sudden a 4-kill game. And guess who's got the sniper? This guy has been on fire all day long. Can he be the difference maker to bring Complexity back into this? Fortunately, it's not a headshot onto Stellar, but does get cleaned up. Needs to find more than that.
So important for SSG to push the envelope. Eco with the first strike in that moment. He gets the second as well. That was huge. It looked like Complexity were trying to orchestrate a standoff to allow Cherish to earn a couple of headshots with that shock rifle to bring his team back. Lead momentarily back to 6. 40-46. The space station need just one more team wipe to secure the win. Suppress secures 20. That was actually previously because Eco got that one. And Suppress with a Slayer for the ages now has 20 freaking 1.
Did you see that? The accuracy to just hit the shots before players round the corners. It's no wonder this man has 21. If you're weak, he will find a way to kill you, and that's just going to seal it. Stuck with nowhere to go, Complexity get grenaded out and sent to the lower bracket.
He had 6 assists as well. Usually a 20-plus performance might be in the 2, 3, 4 range, but Suppressed had just as many assists as the rest of his teammates. Unbelievable performance there from him in game number 5 as we take a look at him. And SSG will be the ones to qualify first for Championship Sunday.
Such an impressive performance from these guys. The Ice, after being on the verge of being reverse swept, but they clutched it up. And like I said, this guy, Donnie, Suppressed, he's not going to let his team go down like that. He has been playing lights out the past forever. Like, I'm not even going to say today only. This guy has been that dude. So congrats to Space Station. I believe that means they advance to tomorrow. They're off for the day. Yep. I think we're about to be off as well, Hunter. I think we got a couple of new casters coming in.
I think that will do it for us. We got active and why not be casting on the other side of this break. Eli and I thank you guys for your patronage today and contributing to the Halo community. We got a couple of these left, guys. Let's marinate in it and really celebrate what's been an incredible 4-year journey. But the day's not done just yet. It's only just getting started, and we got 2 incredible casters on the other side of this break ready to bring you all the action, so don't go anywhere. More incredible Halo in about 5.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Enemy team nearing victory. Defeat. Enemy captured your flag. Snipe. 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 Killing spree. Enemy team took the hill. Snipe. 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 Double kill. Enemy team. About to score. Double kill. Score. Perfect. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Triple kill. Enemy team nearing victory. Defeat. Captured your flag. Snipe.
Don't ever turn away. Keep walking down the line. Don't ever turn away. Keep walking down the line. Keep walking till the break of day. Till the break of day.
Snipe. 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 Killing spree. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Triple kill. Enemy team nearing victory. Tactical snipe. 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 Killing spree. Enemy team took the hill. Snipe. 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 Double kill. Enemy team. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree.
What is up, gamers, and welcome back here. Shout out to my boy Eli and Mac for absolutely putting it down. And now it's time for us. Why Not Be Reckless? AK Why Not Be Casted. I got my man Tim with me. Hey Tim, I hope you're ready. TSM and Envy. It's about to be a banger.
This one always goes to game 5 or game 7. It just always goes the distance, Tony. And, you know, I'm assuming that it's going to go the distance here once again. Taking a look at the series layout. No lattice, Tony. No lattice today on this series. But I'm excited to see how this one goes regardless. Of course, CTF Forbidden is that game 3.
Well, you talked about last time these two teams went at it. It went down to a Game 5 TSM versus Envy. I want to talk about Envy first here because this is a squad that can definitely go the distance, man. Precision has been feeling so comfortable on this roster. We talk about the firepower that both he and Descendant put down on the map. No wonder Envy simply be winning games.
And on the other end of things, you've got TSM. I mean, I'm really impressed with this roster as well, right? Getting top 6 at the last event. I think this roster is one of those rosters that can reach that ceiling, can reach that top potential, but we don't often see it online very often, right? I want to see that out of them. I want to see the same fire that they bring to those LAN events and they bring to those high intensity events. I want to see that now here in the HCS Open.
Yeah, definitely an up and down team, but they love being on land. Well, sadly, right now we are back online, and they're gonna have to go up against the same Envy roster that they were able to beat in a Game 5 back at Salt Lake City. Our game number 1 is going to be on Recharge. It's actually going to be Strongholds here, so I think it's going to be definitely a favorite for both of these rosters. But whenever I think Strongholds, even going back from the Halo 5 days, Tim, I oftentimes think of TSM.
Well, really exciting as well. Of course, on the top of Tower, on the top of White Tower, you do have the Carbine now. So a little bit of a different aspect to the game, a little bit of a different item in the sandbox that we've seen used a little bit today, but excited to see how that kind of changes things here in this matchup. But it's going to be something to control as we get into this Recharge match. I'm excited to see, like you said, how TSM play this map. Obviously, Strongholds very well favors the fast-paced team, and we've known TSM to be that fast-paced team. Although I will say, over the years, they've kind of put they put a controller on that pace, right? They can control the pace now, whereas in year 1, I think it was just one solid fast pace. Right now, it's more, when do we play fast? When do we need to slow it down? It's a bit more intelligence out of the roster.
You brought up a really good point about the map changes as well. Oftentimes, I was always a fan. I was always a fan of the Commando, but most of the time it was just a secondary weapon for me to kind of YY with, or just in case I was about to run out of ammo. The Carbine feels like that's a legitimate spot here in the HCS. If you want to put down shots long range, that thing has no recoil whatsoever and can absolutely melt. Meanwhile, not the only changes made, camouflage now 45 seconds. Let me tell you guys, if you weren't making sure you were burning camouflage before and not allowing players to get away with it, you better be doing it now, because that thing lasts forever. Sometimes you just be cycling camos.
Camo is so much more important now, and I mean, even me, I'm having a hard time keeping that internal clock now. 45 seconds, a little bit harder to track, obviously, than 30. We've had 30 seconds for such a long period of time, and now teams have to get used to how they value that camo. What do you do in that 45 seconds? And I think a lot of it has to do with putting damage in and repositioning. We'll see what Manny does here with the camo off the start.
Oh, he tried to get away with it, but ends up being shut down almost immediately. 3 down go TSM, and when they try to steal away Bravo, but Envy not gonna allow that to happen easily. So Bravo being fought over, and looks like the boys in blue are gonna be able to take it, or at least so close. Actually, they haven't got it just yet. Piggy's gonna try to make a play for it. Can he snatch it up? There it is. Scoring is Envy.
Yeah, I like the idea of Piggy going in for that B cap, right? You make sure to secure points right off the bat. You get those early points, it puts you in a more comfortable position as this game goes on.
The read down once again go TSM. Envy doing a great job going toe-to-toe with TSM, and now fighting over that back gold control is Piggy and the rest of these Envy boys. On the battle edge, Piggy goes and wants to hold things down for as long as possible, but looks like TSM successfully infiltrate. Is going to be Manny awarded the kill for that one. Descendant might have been able to take away Charlie. They might have gotten a triple cap, but have TSM gotten the slays.
And this is what that early double cap does. That early play by Piggy puts TSM in a actionary state where they have to act on this double cap. They have to find a way to stop it. Whereas, I mean, honestly, Envy can just sit back and play that defensive role. They've done so for a good amount of time here, 50 points and counting. And you can see the trades are happening time and time again here for the side of Envy.
Oh, looks like we have a little bit of an issue here. A player trying to get involved. Hey, Halo's always been 4v4, okay? Hey, I'm sorry, Phosphoro. Come on now. Envy starting off with a 52-0 run, and I'm sure they're gonna be able to hold on to at least most of that advantage when we go into the version 2 of that game number 1. But man, lots to really extrapolate from that, lots to really break down from that, including Envy willing to go toe-to-toe in every given fight against TSM. There would seem to be no backing down from Envy whatsoever.
Yeah, I think, Envy getting that early kill on the Manny with camo was a big part of it. That double cap, Piggy going into B, making sure he had that timing, getting B. It just, again, it put Envy in a position where they could play off of what TSM does. They can play reactionary Halo, and when you put yourself in that spot, honestly, it just makes it easier.
TSM gonna have to come back big in this version 2 of this game number 1, and one player that I'm looking out for, it has to be Talik. I mean, the man has been underrated for too long, rocking a 1.26 KD at SLC. What does that say on the top? A monstrous land performance coming out of Talik. You know the reason why they call him Talik is because he may be a little short, but when he on the virtual battlefield, he play like he's 7 foot tall. He play like he's 7'5". He tall with it. Recharge Strongholds gonna be our game number 1.
Yeah, Talik never ceases to amaze me. Every time I look around, it's like, okay, he's putting up those big numbers once again. He does it time and time again. And I think everyone on this TSM roster has that same ability, right? When things are really getting a bit close or things are getting antsy, they can carry the game and they can pick up where the slack is. And I think that's so important, and that's what makes this roster so good. That being said, though, it's Envy once again. That 50-point lead continues. Not only that, but they get the camo this time, and that double cap is still in their hands.
Precision able to get away with that camouflage here, and now you see 2 members of TSM looking to approach that glass and the gold side of the map. Precision cutting the map right through the middle, a direct route here. TSM targeting Alpha, but now Precision finds his way right behind enemy lines and absolutely huge. You have a one-shot player in front of you, but it's going to be Manny with the well-placed prediction grenade, and just like that, Envy wiped off the face of Recharge.
Yeah, I got to talk about that prediction grenade, Tony, because normally that player, he's walking, right? He's walking towards Manny to, essentially mess up the timing on that pre-nade, but Manny calls his bluff, and he throws a nade perfectly for the walk up. So just a really good prediction nade out of Manny. He's going to get that kill, and that opens everything up.
71-32 lead in favor of Envy at the moment here. Descendant putting down some good damage onto Manny. Can't exactly find the headshot there, but Soul Snipe is there for the bait and switch, and Descendant going down. TSM have Charlie. Now they set their eyes on Alpha.
A nice little 36-point streak here for TSM, but like you said, Envy, again, they're on Alpha. They're making things really mixy and difficult, and on top of that, Yaxon has this shock rifle, so things are going to get even more difficult unless he's taken out. And I love the prioritization there by Soul Snipe. Make sure to take out Yaxon, take out that power. Now you can push up.
95 points here for Envy, who continue to score left and right, and Piggy continues to hunt down anybody in his sight. Soul Snipe trying to make a sneaky play, but with active camouflage up, maybe that's the sneakiness that TSM need. Piggy curve slides his way right into the action, goes right at Talik. Now camouflage belongs to Piggy and Envy, and if he gets away, that's gonna be even more devastating for Team Solo Mid.
That's a really ginormous play by Piggy, and on top of that, he compounds it with another kill on to Manny. You got to think about that, right? The camo, very important now. It was important before, but I would even stress way more important now that it's 45 seconds. And Piggy just going down there, just essentially trying to at least burn it is just so smart. It keeps it out of TSM's hands. It keeps Envy in the lead. And on top of that, he got a kill with it. So definitely big value there.
Once again, Envy continue to score. Now going after Charlie as well. Not just happy with 2 caps, looking to go in for 3 right now with Envy. But as they do that, they end up going 3 down. TSM able to get away with Bravo, and Talik now going onto the flank for the Charlie side player. Yaxon doesn't want any part of it, but ends up getting 5 here. Talik is ready, and so is TSM.
Yeah, this is where you have to watch out if you're Envy. TSM really thrive in this triple cap territory. They do stop it in time. It's going to be a double cap for Envy coming off the bat here with A and B, but really great job once again by Envy. Make sure you stop where TSM is strongest in getting that triple cap.
Putting shots down range right now with Jackson. Great shots. It's going to slow down the push of TSM here. It's so tough to push up when you're constantly one shot. Seems like the strategy here for Envy. Precision sits up high. Descendant watching his cross right now. Picking the first one to go down for Envy. And now TSM want to activate through that. Once it's a 4v3, they find herself over toward the gold side of the map. Manny's already in the whirlpool side. Does enough damage onto Descendant for Drunk to hopefully find the kill, but ends up getting wiped. 4 down for TSM.
Want to really talk about how amazing it is, or how impressive it is by Envy to not only have that reset that happened right with a player joining, but continue on the double cap pressure, continue that pressure on throughout the entire game, and still able to get those camos and that map pressure and stop TSM in their tracks. They've done a really good job of all of that, and it's gotten them this 200-48 lead here so far.
TSM haven't been able to cross the 50-point mark. Meanwhile, Envy less than 50 points away from taking this game number 1. Seems like they have Recharge absolutely locked down right now with every single trade that starts to favor Envy. It feels like TSM's backs really are against the wall. Drunk finds a way over toward the whirlpool side, gets himself a clean kill without taking any damage whatsoever. Tags up Piggy and goes after Descendant. The damage is there, but Envy somehow are the ones getting the kills.
Yeah, I mean, Drunk made a great play cutting the middle of the map right there. The problem was that you had a Piggy on A that just got a double kill on a double push. It was a push from top elevator and bottom elevator, and he's able to thwart that easily. That cannot happen if you're TSM. If you have things like that happen, you're not going to win the game.
Alpha and Bravo belong to TSM. Now it looks like Charlie being attacked as well. Looks like Envy gonna go right after the B side. Meanwhile, Soul Snipe getting aggressive. Does he know this ain't a 1v1 no more? It's about to be a 1v2. However, Jackson goes down. Precision now gonna replace him. The bait and switch deals with Soul Snipe, and so do 2 members through TSM, but they're just too slow. They're not there in time. Envy beat them by 200 points.
I mean, that's just beautiful. You got to say it, right? And the fact that they carried it on, it was something that happened as the game started, and then we had the reset, and they continued on the same game plan, the same pressure, and it's just very impressive, right? If you look at that game number 1, Tony, you don't see this series going to a game 5. That's just not what we see, but we know that there are strengths of some game types and modes for some teams, and other teams are strengths in other game modes. So we'll see if TSM's able to answer back in the Slayer coming up next.
Yeah, I definitely think TSM have the capability of winning almost any Slayer that they get into. However, when I think of Strongholds, even though Recharge might not be their best map, I oftentimes think of TSM. So Envy going at TSM in one of their better game types is absolutely huge. And so is the damage that was being put down. Descendant with the 3K, Piggy and Precision floating around with almost 3K themselves. Love the fact that Descendant only took 2,200 in return, but it's action Jackson, normally the dirty work player, coming in with almost 3,500 damage. I told you, hey, Jackson gonna do anything that his team needs him to do in order to succeed, and that includes laying down that damage. Streets Slayer gonna be our game number 2, and a must win, a must bounce back from TSM.
Yeah, very important. And, you know, with this map being a bit smaller, I think camo is even more important here, right? Obviously, getting that seaside control, getting tram is very important to get this camo, kind of have pressure all over the map. It's definitely a timing thing. A lot of players will see camo coming up and kind of think nothing of it until that timer hits 5 seconds. The way you should play the game is set up for that camo. Make sure you have the slays in timing of that camo so that you can get away with it. I mean, that's the ideal situation. We'll see if TSM's able to do that, that they can bring this series back. Again, you don't want to start a series off with a game like game number 1 if you're TSM.
And with the camo coming up in a little bit of a delay, oftentimes when I'm spawning over towards that PD side, that A side of the map, I try to do everything I can to like stay alive with the shroud so that I can use it for camouflage. It's not easy, but if you start over towards that back A side and you survive long enough in order for that camouflage to come up, I would imagine having shroud for it must be huge for either one of these squads.
Yeah, Shroud is very, very important, and your play to stay alive with it right off the start is important as well. And if you don't, you got to make sure to track it, right? And that's what the coaches are for. It's those 5th set of eyes that can track to see where that shroud is. Make sure you have control of C, you have that shroud to utilize, and you can use it to get that camo pretty freely. But again, we got to stress the importance of camo. 45 seconds is a long time, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big buff. It is a huge buff. Again, it changes the way camo is played. Camo is no longer, let me get this 100% kill and this 100% kill, and if I get 1 or 2 kills, I'm good. No, it's put damage on the map, take better angles, isolate players, and stay alive. And that's pretty much what you're doing for that 45-second sequence.
And I really feel like it's actually really good for the game as well. We need to be punished for playing bad Halo. If you want to be lackadaisical when it comes to grabbing these power-ups, you are going to pay. You are going to get punished, and oftentimes you're going to get cycled as well. Watch that active camouflage be a huge focus point this entire game. Meanwhile, right now, Envy the focus point of TSM's reticles. Soul Snipe opening things up with a huge double right off the rip, and just like that, 4 quickly go down for Envy without a single kill in return.
And you saw this the shroud screen go down the purple side as well. So Precision's in a very important spot here. He can't do much though. There's so many targets around him. You said camo was delayed and the shroud is used, but it's used in the hands of Yaxin. Yaxin gets help from bottom C. He's gonna have camo for free.
Senden covering his perimeter right now. Meanwhile, Yaxin gets his shields back and he's gonna go a direct route towards the B stairs and now over toward the strong side of the map. Manny trying to predict exactly where that camouflage can be coming from. At the moment Yaxin strikes, he puts down a decent amount of damage onto multiple members of TSM. One quickly falls here as Envy continue to press the issue. They're surgical like with it, but 3 down go TSM, and the final player is trapped over towards the PD side, locked down, and Descendant deals with them.
Yeah, you see the entire sequence right there. It's Yaxin putting himself in a spot to do damage, do as much damage as possible so that his teammates can capitalize on it. He's going to get spotted right here, though, and the fact that he's still alive is so impressive. But that's a great spot out by TSM. Very important to take that. He had about 20 or so seconds left in that camo to utilize, and they took him out.
11-10 lead in favor of TSM, somehow able to weather the storm just a bit here. Descendant throwing every nade possible to deny access toward the PD side, and right as his shields come back, Talik and TSM bring it right back down, but somehow Envy surviving much longer than expected and now thriving through that. Both Manny and Soul Snipe hit the black screen here. Yaxin looking to put the third there and wins his 1v1, or at least gets the trade out, and when all that happens, the dust settles and another camouflage comes up.
Yeah, that's going to be a big factor here, Tony, is you have a 45-second camo on the board. That's only a minute 15 seconds of time that you have to wait for the next one. So not a lot of time. If it doesn't get burned, it gets utilized. You'll see that next camo coming up very quickly here. And you can see that one's burned once again.
Precision. A little bit of Halo time in there. The moment he looks away is the moment that they attack the purple side. It's surrounded right now as Precision. Back-to-back kills start to favor TSM. Descendant has a player in his sights, but does he know it's about to be 2? Yaxin has been putting down some serious damage all series long.
I absolutely love that out of Yaxin. You can see a player that's just doing all he can. Output is the most important stat in Halo, right? What you can output on every sequence in every life. And Yaxin just doing that phenomenally right now. 3 assists, 5 kills, 5 deaths, but that impact, again, it's being felt.
So is Descendants. 7-3 right now, an assist to go along with it. Precision with a sneaky play there. Gotta make sure you check every single corner, especially when you're dealing with Envy. They're locking things down as they slow down just a little bit, allowing TSM to spawn up, but they ain't nowhere to go.
You're gonna trap him here on the C side, and this is a good play, and you can see the collapse as well. Yaxin and Descendant activating on that bottom C side. They're each gonna get a kill. It's gonna be 3 down. This is just a beautiful break by Envy. They planned that entire thing. They forced the spawns on to C, broke them in half, and now they've got a really big lead here. This is one of those leads that's gonna be really tough to come back from unless you get control of camo.
26-19, make it 26-20. TSM striking back, but Envy not letting any foot off the gas here. Precision going in for a bit of a ninja. At this point, now it's Envy going for style points, but TSM making them pay for it. 3 down go Envy, and a camouflage now finally for TSM.
Yeah, that was really interesting. You had mentioned not letting go of the gas. I feel like they stepped on the gas a little bit too much there for Envy. I think they pushed up too far. They didn't have the shields advantage to do so. And because of that, TSM made him pay for it. Now they've got camo. Now they're only down by 4, and this is their chance to come back.
4 kills and 8 assists here for Druk, and this camouflage allows him just to move in silence. One shot descended. He somehow gets out. Precision's there actually has his back and replaces him right over toward the red side. But it looks like Druk is aware of it. One nade goes down to try to force him out of the red, and it looks like Talik is there now for the cleanup. Descended is trapped onto the back subway side. That's a beautiful collapse on a TSM.
Yeah, you can see how TSM are doing a great job of isolating players as well. They isolate Descendant, then they go to isolate Yaxin, and now look, Piggy's isolated, Descendant's all alone once again off the spawn. This is how you win a Slayer game. TSM now had the lead by 1.
They've successfully pressured them out of the subway side of the map. Before you know it, they're already over on the PD side. TSM with their rotation so quick. Can Envy keep up with it as a 2-kill lead seemingly coming out of nowhere here for TSM? Chasing them away from the back A side. Stalker is out, and Soul Snipe gets max damage out of it. Even gets another assist there. TSM really starting to move in flow state.
Yeah, I mean, TSM are completely flowing right now. Envy are disjointed, and finally they get a bit of solidified ground here on the B side, but you can see TSM are really heavy on this B side, whereas Envy are a bit spread on the map. We'll see if they send more resources towards B here.
Envy now 3-man push through the strong side of the map, and they really are counting for this push to work. Great damage onto Soul Snipe, pulls him out of the play here, but Talik does an even better job of watching that angle and watching his back. As Piggy gets tagged up left and right, who gets a wealth of his position. Active camouflage once again coming up, but who has eyes on it right now? It might just be Piggy who steals it away, and this is not good for TSM.
That's a big kill. I mean, I love the idea of Piggy, right? There was already 2 dead on his team, so him getting away with that camo, probably not very, the chances of that probably not very high, but the fact that he even like goes for that, makes sure to burn it at least is big. Again, it's a very impactful power up now.
38-33, and I thought when Envy grabbed that camo, it was gonna be bad for TSM, but they're holding on and now starting to widen their influence on the map. Or Envy right now, they may be down as far as the scoreboard, but they have map control, and right now that's what matters most. As Descendant now trying to join Piggy onto Subway, gets the cleanup, but is able to get 2. He absolutely does, and brings them back within 1.
Yeah, that's one of those low percentage plays that you don't see very often. That literally does bring them within 1, and now they have full control of the C side and half of the B street as well. Envy played this perfectly.
Descendant throwing haymakers, knockout punches, and that's why he's 15-8. Meanwhile, you see Yaxin trying to push up over toward the arcade side, and it's Druk locking things down from the heavens. Right now, Envy cannot cross over toward the A side, at least not going through Druk first. And it looks like Soul Snipe and Manny wanted to get active over toward the purple side. Envy recognizing the situation. It looks like they're trying to rotate and put eyes on it. No team wanted to make any mistake. No team wanted to leave any holes unfilled.
Yeah, I mean, Envy put themselves in a better spot, though. Camo coming up in 20 seconds. C side of the map is much stronger for this camo. We'll see how they're able to handle this. It looks like TSM still heavy on that purple side.
Another camouflage comes up. And with TSM having that shroud to work with, you have to imagine it might be an advantage. Maybe that's why Envy are playing so close to it. And Yaxin, the first one to get a kill. It's Manny, the first one to fall. Now that's when the dominoes start to fall as well. 3 down go TSM. Druk now the final player here. They had their eyes set on camouflage, and Envy had their eyes set on TSM. Perfect shot with the Stalker. Piggy turning the enemies into bacon.
That was clean, let me tell you. And Envy are going to use that shroud that they stole from TSM to gather up the camo in Piggy's hands, and I wouldn't pick a better player to use this camo. 45-44, very close game, but Piggy has the game in his hands.
45-44. Stalker and camo, a dangerous combination here. Piggy, it feels like he has the game in his hands right now. And we talked about that 45-second timer for camouflage. He has time to pick and choose what avenue he wants to take. He controls the situation. He gets the back smack onto Manny, and now TSM start this push with a man down. One squad wipe away are Envy as the nades hit the battlefield. So does Piggy. Shots right onto Druk. A one-shot Druk is pulled out, but meanwhile Precision goes down off the screen here. The same for Jackson. Piggy was taking his time. Meanwhile TSM ain't messing around.
Great job by Piggy though to make sure to get that kill, and like you said, TSM have answered back really well. Soulsnipe gets another kill in the feed. There's another kill out of Manny, 48-47.
Just 2 more kills needed, make it 1 for TSM. Double kill out of Manny, and Descendant is crossing the purple side, but Manny looks the wrong way. Meanwhile, Descendant gets out of dodge here. Another camouflage comes up, but I think it's just gonna be bait. I don't even know if the game's gonna last that long as Envy look to push up over on the B side. Descendant, be careful right now. TSM are looking for any easy damage. It's gonna be Talik. He has the responsibility of holding down PD.
Yeah, I like how Descendant, called for help there out of Jackson, and right now, very important that as they're the isolated players, they can make a play, and that's gonna be it. Jackson now has the game in his hands with his camo. This is it right now.
The audacity to even go for the camouflage in a situation like that so early. TSM didn't even think it. This was a huge high-risk, high-reward play, and Jackson gets a camouflage seemingly for free. Whose job was it to watch the camo? I don't know, but this is about to be really bad for TSM as the Stalker is there. Couple shots in, but luring Jackson into a false sense of security. TSM are almost able to take him down. A one-shot Jackson, more importantly, survives, and so will Druk on the PD side. Nobody is going down easily, but Envy are inching closer and closer to death, apparently, because the moment they overextend, TSM make them pay.
I am so impressed by TSM at the very end of that game, staying alive as much as they did, understanding no pressure was coming from that B side. You saw all the utility was gone, no nades to utilize whatsoever, and TSM take full advantage of that. They call the double up, they call the double team, they make a quick play towards the back of A, and that's it. I mean, what a beautiful game out of TSM. What a way to clutch it up.
I swear on everything I love, I'm gonna accuse TSM of allowing Envy to get the camouflage on purpose for free. Like, oh, yo, I mean, if you get camo, you feeling real confident. So was Envy, and they pushed up. And mind you, TSM, they weren't playing for 2 or 3. They're playing for 1 kill and had 2 lives to give. Did they give Envy camouflage for free to dare them to push up with it? I don't know. I might be going crazy.
I didn't like the play, honestly. I didn't like the play. The minute I saw Jackson pushing up with I believe it was Descendant in front of him, I just didn't like it. I like my camo player to play an off angle, but I just don't think they had enough information on B to make that play. I would have loved him to go towards mid. I don't know. I felt like maybe a little scared with the camo, but again, I think more so it was TSM playing that perfectly. They stayed alive through so much damage at the very end there. Like, there was stalker damage going down, and they were able to play their lives and then double team on the way back. I mean, it's just beautiful by them. It's beautifully played by TSM.
I'm seeing the replays right now. We actually might see the final kills here and how this all went down. 49-48. Remember, Piggy was able to get away. I'm sorry, Jackson was able to get away with that camouflage. They swapped the Stalker. They rotate from one side of the map to the other, and we're here. We're putting down the damage, but Descendant was, I guess, more forward, maybe a little bit of a lack of communication. Maybe they thought that was the time to double push, and hey, sometimes it's a game of inches, and they simply lost that one. Now, we're looking things tied up at 1 apiece right now. A swing. Game number 3, you give TSM an inch, you know they're gonna take a mile.
Yeah, they play off of momentum 100%, Tony. I agree. So we'll see how they're able to play off this. And not to go on that last game too much more, but there's 2 players down and no shield. So again, TSM playing that really well, and that comes down to that chemistry that they've had for so long. Speaking of chemistry, it's already a flat cap in for them in game number 3.
And if you don't believe in the power of friendship, you better find out, because TSM gonna let you know every single time. 1-0 lead here for Team Solo mid, and Manny is just feasting over towards the back snipe putt of Envy right now, continuing to apply that pressure, while Druk has another sniper here. Dual snipers in the hands of TSM. How will Envy break out of this?
It's going to be like that. Take out the snipers one by one. Very important to do so. Now Precision, again, with this pressure towards the top mid, he's kind of like that forward player, right? That one pick into a member of TSM opens things up just a bit. But the problem is 2 of his teammates go down, which means a bit more passive he has to play. And you can see all 4 of his teammates go down, so he backs all the way up. The problem is TSM is right on his back.
And while Druck ready to flag, has the time in order to quick scope the player on the pistol side and Precision just getting his shields back now, but it seems like everybody from TSM knows exactly where he's at. He can't make a play on the flag as multiple members of TSM making a play on him, but right now Precision is staying alive a lot longer than expected. Finally, they take him down, but TSM have not capped this flag just yet. They're gonna go in for it right here, right now. Envy can't stop it, but they might be able to get over shield.
That first kill is going to make it easier, of course. Piggy getting that back smack and sees the pressure towards that nest side. Going to go directly towards the main ramp with this. And Jackson's going to pressure with this OS. He's got a lot of OS left to utilize here. Be wary of that double cap situation potentially. I think the play to go towards nest and keep control of that is important, though.
And just like that, first flag cap in for Envy, and still having that pressure over towards TSM base. So a double cap still in the, I guess, in the cards right now, but they need to slay out. Double push for TSM through the snipe side is where they go. Envy start the flag run, but they're gonna still need those kills in order to commit to it. Jackson understands that and goes right into the face of TSM, too quickly going down right as snipers are coming up. The spawners are coming up. They want to overextend, but Jackson and Envy have them right in their sights. We saw one flag go in for Envy already, and unless Druck gets an overkill here, we might be seeing a second one.
Yeah, so I want to talk about it, right? Jackson having control of that nest side and just backing up to make sure to keep control of the nest side was how that flag cap came to be, right? Now you see Druck on their side with Sniper. So important to kind of see what he's able to do on their nest. If he can keep pressure here and his teammates can get a couple of kills, he might be in a good spot. But the problem is Envy know how important it is to take him out. They're pushing him very, very quickly.
There's a little less than 8 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock right now, and we already have 2 caps apiece out of both Envy and TSM. This is a crazy game of capture the flag on Forbidden, but one more flag cap is all that's needed for either one of these squads. One no scope hits, but not the second.
No.
Meanwhile, Manny, you left the flag behind.
Yeah, it's unfortunate too because he had the timing to bring that through the runway. Unfortunately, because he does not get that flag pull, this is gonna be a little tougher. Now it's kind of whoever takes this OS can really make a difference here. And Druck's already posturing for it, but he gets taken out by Descendant with a beatdown. It's 2 down for TSM. Make it 3 dead. This could be Envy's flag.
And it looks like Piggy already started right through the mid. He goes 3 down, go TSM. They wanted the overshield, but Descendant robs it from their hands. Flag is already on the move. The nades go down and might have taken away the extra shield from Descendant, but that flag is still going. Nobody's stopping Piggy. It's 2-1. Envy have the lead.
Back and forth we go with these 2 teams. Round and round they go. When they stop, nobody knows. I think it's gonna go all the way to the game 5 once again. It's just these 2 teams are just always back and forth. Every time we watch them, it's incredible to see. But Envy really showcasing the clutch play at the end there. The back smack goes in. They get the wipe. They get that OS, and you saw it too. Piggy already running that flag, Tony, as all of that happened. You love to see the team cohesion on the side of Envy. It's been a factor since they formed, and just happy to see them continue to grow.
Have we ever seen on Forbidden, like, just, I mean, evenly matched from both sides? It was a 5-minute game, and it actually went to 5 flags. Like, it was like the 8-minute 30-second mark, and it was tied 2 apiece. Like that, there were just so many flag caps in such a little time for both of these rosters. It's like a go big or go home kind of thing. But really, really exciting to watch. Envy, though, they execute. And they play that so well. It's objective efficiency. It's speed. Like, you as a high Onyx player, you know when players aren't being efficient, when they're not activating on that damage, on that kills, it doesn't mean anything. Both Envy and TSM understand how important it is to just act quickly.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about Halo, and what makes it such a beautiful competitive esport is just the fact that there's a lot of decisions to be made in a very short amount of time, and you have to make all of them correctly. If you don't, one decision's made, one bad decision is made, it will turn everything on its head. So just what makes Halo so beautiful is how many things are happening at the exact same time, and how many things you really have to think about. So most of these pro players, they're thinking ahead. As they're getting one kill, they're thinking about what to do next and what to do after that. It takes a lot of skill to be able to do something like that. So now we go to Live Fire King of the Hill, and of course we have Envy currently leading 2-1, but we'll see how that goes after this game 4.
We often talk about it whenever TSM and Envy are going at it. It oftentimes will go to an elimination game, whether a game 5 or a game 7, no matter what it is. They often will take it the distance. At SOC, it was a game 5 victory in favor of TSM. Well, right now, Envy has the opportunity to rob not only TSM, but also us as fans, the opportunity to even get a game 5, because King of the Hill Live Fire, I think, definitely plays more in favor of Envy's playstyle and the way they're able to control the pace of the game, and that includes how comfortable they look when the game slows down. This could be ending 3-1 if TSM don't bring their A game.
I agree. I think TSM have it in them, though, and again, they are a momentum-based team. So if they win this to bring it to a game 5, goodness me, we're gonna have an incredible game 5 on our hands. But yeah, King of the Hill Live Fire. We'll see if Envy's got it. It's going to be interesting to see how things pan out. Of course, that camo, very important. You got to decide, okay, do you want to go for that, half the hill time, or do you want to go for that camo that's delayed? It's Soul Snipe that decides the sniper is the play to get.
Yeah, TSM said, you know what, we're just going to get everything. That's at least that's their game plan right now, starting this push off 2 down. Envy looking to adapt to the situation. They recognize they want to snipe and Hill, where Envy are right on them. Meanwhile, Piggy trying to make a play for the camouflage. Soul Snipe looking for the no scope. He'll settle for the back smack. Don't turn your back on the enemy, Piggy.
Again, Piggy though understands, burn that camo if you can. Make sure it's out of the hands of TSM, and not only do they get the camo out of their hands, but they've also gotten half the hill time here so far. And they've wasted a lot of the snipe without, I think, a lot of damage being done. So definitely a win on Envy's end.
Big angle coming out of Soul Snipe, who almost was able to take down Jackson, but having to back down and play his life. Means some good time now coming in for Envy, you would think, but Talik being a nuisance onto the back green side, willing to challenge Piggy and everybody else, even before getting his shields back. Finally is taken down, but clearly the damage has been done. TSM able to take a bit of space and slow down Envy.
Yeah, they're getting those A spawns though, and TSM are a bit slower to get towards B, so Precision's able to kind of sit back there. You can't hide there for long. Oh man, Tony, I told you that spot was bad. You see, you always using that spot, hiding while I'm fighting. Like I told you it was a bad spot.
I mean, it's either your life or mine. You know what I'm saying? I think mine's more valuable.
True.
It's a dog-eat-dog world out here, brother. Almost done with this hill number 1 are both of these squads right now, and Envy with a slight numbers advantage. I say that as Talik whips right through the green side and right through the defenses of Envy. A quick 3 down, and Jackson spawning all the way over toward the A side. Can he get them out of the hill? I don't think so. It looks like TSM might be starting off 1-0.
Really solid job by TSM, and look how they're set up for the new hill as well, Tony. One player on that B side to finish up that hill. The rest of TSM, the rest of the 3 players set up on the tower side for the next one, and they're already getting time on it with that those 2 slays as well. So just a great job overall understanding the game state.
Another camouflage comes up. You see 3 members of TSM really start to put their reticles on that camo. They're making sure they're at least using it as bait, and because of that, they slay out. They're able to get what seems like a free camouflage here for Druk, while TSM start to get points here. Envy come off a spawn, and it's going to be an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 players from TSM looking at you. It's definitely an uphill battle. And I love that by Precision. You see how he wasted his 2 nades to make sure he could pick up the new ones just so he didn't get remote detonated. I mean, heads up play by him. It's gonna be Druk that ends up going down though at the end of the day. Soul Snipe once again though with that sniper in his hands. Him and Tog are having a really solid start to the game.
I think they are, because of that. TSM just about starting off 2-0. Envy are able to wipe them though. They have a setup.
That setup's gonna be big. We'll see if Envy's able to extend that into more here. Druck's gonna have this sniper now to utilize. He's got to find a break here on the tower side, and if he can find that, they can push forward, and that's a break if I've ever seen one. Tony, 3 dead.
And now Druck over towards that tower. TSM go up 2-0. And look at that. Also even able to push out over toward the A side. If they're able to slay out Envy here, they could go back to back to back. TSM playing like a well-oiled machine. And Druck now with the snipe. This is bad. Envy needs to get this sniper out of his hands.
You see how they just push the spawns though, just very confidently. It's 2 individual pivs. One turns into a trade, another one turns into a kill. But though that confidence on the spawns of Envy is what makes TSM so good. Now they're able to continue to hold A. They've got snipe to utilize, 2 bullets left. And they've got this hill already halfway through, and it's just due to that confidence. Right after getting those 2 slays on A, they push towards the last 2 in a very quick fashion.
Normally you would think Envy had the advantage in King of the Hill, but right now TSM clearly showing that they've been working on this game type, and they are going at Envy. They want to take this into a game 5, and they are simply playing like it right now. 3 hills in a row. Envy haven't been able to capture this one, and honestly barely been able to get 50% progression on a hill. TSM putting on an absolute clinic.
Yeah, and again, it's a momentum-based team you see here in TSM. So if they can continue this, obviously they'll win this one. But it just kind of showcases the implications going into that game 5. On the other end of things, you see, of course, obviously Manny has Chem on this side, but on the other end of things, you see Jackson having a little bit of a rough game, 3-12. So I'm sure that has a little bit to do with what's going on. But again, it just comes down to the aggression of TSM, how aggressive, confident, and fast they're playing on this map.
Envy spawned up over toward the back A side corner, and they have to try to formulate some type of push. They need some coordination here, and they're going to need it fast because TSM have been going at them. But did Manny just nade precision off the map? What the? what the heliante just happened there? Oh my gosh, Manny, you're disgusting.
Ew, that was so gross. Oh my goodness. I mean, I have no words for that one. I mean, that's a nail on the coffin if I've ever seen one. And you can see they're definitely showcasing that right now. They've got this hill pretty much all the way through. They've got 2 dead for Envy, 1 more Slayer or so, and this should be game 5, Tony. There it is. Game 5. We're going to game. Hey, Tony, who called? I think we both called that right at the start of the game. Game 5 once again, and it's because of TSM and their momentum that brought them to this position. This is a team you do not want to get that confidence. You do not want them to snowball because it just gets scarier and scarier, and you're seeing that, or you saw that in that game 4.
I need to see a replay of that Manny triple kill. My brain still hasn't like comprehended what happened. Did he nade somebody off the map?
Yeah,
and then
it,
like I'm like so lost on how that exactly that happened. But whatever it was disgusting.
Yeah, that the new nade bounce. I say new because it wasn't in the game at the start, but the new nade bounce mechanic where the nade kind of sends you off. Got him the first kill, and then you got a triple after that, which is pretty nasty.
Wow, TSM. I mean, you talk about coming to play. You talk about emptying the tank and making sure that, hey, if you don't want this series to end, if you want a chance in order to win it, you got to leave it all on the line. That's exactly what TSM do in that game number 4, guaranteeing us a game 5. And you talked about momentum being real, especially when it comes to Team Solo mid. I mean, there it is. That was the first one. He gets the kill for the precision, and then some kind of like accidental ninja because he missed the jump. That was the strangest trick. Like he goes for the tower jump, and like it seemed like he accidentally missed it, but because of that, got the back smack for the dunk. That was the strangest triple I've ever seen.
Hey, you know what? If it works, it works. At the end of the day, I'll take it. Yeah, just beautiful though. Overall, you see, of course, in terms of the stats, it's pretty even across the board, right? But there it is, right here. So I believe the nade before that is the one that killed him. Then the accidental drop, and then the perfect. it's pretty nasty. I'm gonna be honest. That's kind of gross.
The triple was disgusting. Everything else from there was a damn circus act. The triple though, that was disgusting. But hey Manny, we call you the ultimate X Factor for a reason. Manny's ready for action at any point in time, and that includes putting down about 3,700 damage with taking less than 3,000 in return. Recharge Slayer gonna be our game number 5. We started off with Recharge. It's only right. And we ended here.
Oh, yeah, I mean, goodness me. And we saw the Game 2 Slayer. It went to the absolute wire. And I'm sure it will be the same here. This is kind of like that at the beginning of the season, the Optic Shopify Rebellion. I mean, even now, I guess, right? The Optic Shopify Rebellion matchup where they're just, every time they match up against each other, stylistically, it just gives us the most competitive Halo ever. And that's what we see every time you watch this, guys. And it's not ending. This is a great way to do it. And of course, TSM on your screen here, right? The stats going into Salt Lake City. Look at the damage done per life for Talik. We got to talk about that again. I know we talked about it earlier. 387 damage done per life is absolutely disgusting, Tony. I mean, these stats are mind-boggling.
It really is. And we also talk about the fact that TSM, when it gets to land time, they step it up. Oftentimes when it comes to the online play, you guys have been seeing, you guys have been paying attention. It really is a bit of a roller coaster right now. You know, losing series that maybe they shouldn't be. You know, sometimes pushing teams the distance where you're like, whoa, hold on. But it really feels like an up and down. But when they get to land, it feels like you're almost guaranteed to see every last one of these players step it up to another level. It's why we always say LAN is king, and sadly for them, we're online right now going to a game 5, but don't worry, soon we'll be seeing them in Charlotte.
I think every single one of these teams want to make history, right? I think every single one of these teams want to put a stamp on the game of Halo Infinite, and with only a couple events left, I think even these online matches are going to be extremely important. You know, if they were already, of course, but they can be extremely important for both these teams.
Definitely is going to be, while we're waiting for these two to get ready, get in the lobby, give us a game 5 that I know everybody is waiting for. Just know, hey, us at LVT Halo, we always give you this type of professional level action. I know there's a lot of you guys are probably coming in for the first time saying, hey, what's going on here? Well, make sure you guys know that every time there's an open series tournament that's going down, I promise you LVT Halo's going to be there to provide coverage when nobody else is. When it comes to going to these LAN events, you know, who's out there providing open bracket coverage and providing extra, you know, casting and extra production on ultimately, you know, different channels that aren't getting a lot of that limelight, you know, teams that aren't getting a lot of that screen time. You already know LVT Halo has your back. And on top of that, if you guys haven't been paying attention, the LVT Halo Pro League is the greatest thing to hit the weekdays. And I promise you, the greatest thing to be hitting the weekdays. It's Thirsty Thursdays. I don't know. So make sure you guys do yourself a favor. Follow on the Twitch. Make sure that notification bell is turned on. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe on the YouTube. Unlike Twitch, it's actually be free to subscribe on that YouTube. Make sure that notification bell is turned on, and make sure that every single time we come live, every single time there's professional Halo being put down, you guys are there and you guys are catching all the action. Make sure you're in the know.
Yeah, in the know. That's what you just said, right? The newsletter is a perfect way to stay in the know. If you type !newsletter in the chat, everyone, you find out exactly what's going on. You get emails with updates on what's happening. Sometimes we get schedule changes. Sometimes the Pro League matches get rescheduled. You can find out and be the first one to know when those drops are happening or whatever you're interested in with that newsletter. So make sure you sign up for that. A great way to stay in the know, like Tony just said, with everything Halo.
When it comes to competitive Halo, you already know we got your back and whatnot, and we want to continue to do so. You said it before, it's really sad to even think about that. It's going to be the last year of Halo Infinite when it comes to HCS, so let's make sure that every event is a banger. So far, it has been. It's going to continue to get better and better. You know, us, the community, you already know we keep Halo alive no matter what. I promise you, you already know it's all about us. And TSM and Envy, we're going to hyper-focus back in on our matchup because, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, There's a game 5 that's on our hands, and it's about to be crazy. It's going to recharge, where we talked about already. You're gonna have the carbines coming into play here. That's gonna be really important, especially when the game slows down. We didn't see it as much on Strongholds, but in Slayer, I think we could definitely see the carbine come into play a little bit more. That camouflage, that 45 seconds of camo that you have, better make sure those Zowie monitors are turned on, but you gotta find them.
Yeah, honestly, Tony, I think a break is also what's needed here. It's the thing that doesn't show up in the game or anything like that. I think taking a break in between this game, you're gonna slow the momentum of TSM. I'm not sure if it was even Envy's decision or whatever, but regardless, this is good because it kind of sets both teams up for a reset. And now we can have a really good game on our hands. We were going to have one regardless. We know these games always go the distance. So excited to see how Envy answer back here. It's been back and forth. And if the pattern, as a kid, I learned patterns, Tony. If the pattern continues, Envy would win, right? But I don't know if TSM are happy with that conclusion.
Well, I can promise you. You always talk about the mental, and I love that. I'm a mental guy myself. I'm gonna try to get it ahead of my opponent. Not only am I gonna make them wait, but on top of that, I'm gonna start the game up and I'm gonna end it right away. Then I'm gonna start it up right away. I'm gonna mess around with the mental a little bit. You don't even know when the game started.
All right.
But no, I really think when a team is hot though, like, yeah, you know what? They want to jump into it right away. They want to feed off of that energy. I wouldn't let them. I'm right there with you. I'm like, I gotta use the restroom, I gotta get some water and whatnot. I'm trying to ice them out a little bit. You're not gonna come into a game number 5 hot and on fire. Nah, not on my watch.
Yeah, agreed. I think the starting strat for both these teams very important, right? And I think it's a very important thing to get that camo right off the bat. That is going to be the utmost importance. I think a lot more importance has to be put onto that, but we'll see if they do so here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, game number 5 is on our hands. It's first to 50 kills takes to win. TSM and Envy are going at it right now, and only one team can move forward here in the winner's side. Will it be Team Solo Mid? Will it be Envy? And who the heck's getting camouflage?
Call this camo. Oh my gosh, I just love the confidence. It's not just Piggy. We see Piggy do it, but like everyone on Envy, even though they don't have numbers. Tolic with the overkill. My goodness, what a way! Eliminate the camo, get the overkill, start the game 4-0.
4-0 start here for TSM, and they ain't done just yet as Envy come off a spawn. Right now they seem trapped. There's almost nowhere to go because every angle is being watched by TSM. This is where things tend to snowball. Envy better be careful. They better hit an opening pick right off the rip.
That shock rifle skin is sick. It's in the hands of Druck. We'll see if he's able to do anything with it, though. You see the pace is slowed dramatically. 2 players on that back blue pipe side. A player on the top of tower. Are they aware of the 2 players on the tower side as well? Tolic in a very interesting position on the C jump here. What he does is the most important, right? Because he can give up a lot of information or he can get a lot of information. Right now, here comes the push.
Precision, the first one to get a kill onto Tolic off the screen here. Meanwhile, Druck trying to line things up with the shock rifle, and the damage goes down. Awarded the kill is Manny. He turns it into back-to-back. A double from Manny opens things up quite a bit, but as he goes down, TSM continue to grind forward here. Tolic has a one-shot. His teammates able to get the cleanup kill. Piggy tried to get some crazy escape here, but they ain't nowhere to go. 9-5 leader for TSM.
Yeah, Envy started to pick up a couple of kills here. They got TSM 3 down. That's a good way to recover and not let things get really out of hand. And now you see it is Envy in control of the map right now. They have TSM trapped on the long haul side.
Another camouflage coming up right now. You know it's going to be used as bait for both of these rosters. They need kills, they need damage before they're able to commit for it. But looks like TSM go right after with the assistance of the Shroud. Druck is looking to pull off a steal here, but nowhere to go. Tolic somehow survives here, but just long enough for Yaxin to chase him down. And just like that, a 5-kill advantage for TSM.
What a better way to take out the camo than to get the ninja. Precision's going to get that ninja on the camo player. And I mean, that's a way to take him out. CSM, though, still hold the lead. And, I said they were trapped on that long haul side, but obviously on that C plat side is the most important spot to be for that camo. Still though, Envy do a good job of stopping it.
14-9 lead in favor of TSM. Descendant still holding on to that height advantage, gonna use it to get an easy kill here. 2 more members of TSM look to approach here, and although Descendant goes down, some good damage out of them. They bring it back within striking distance, but still a lead for TSM.
TSM, we'll see what they do with this lead though. It's gonna be very important for them to continue on the aggression. Envy, once again, they're pushing isolated, they're pushing into 1v1s, and TSM are winning a lot of the pivots here. And they've had power weapons this entire time as well. So Envy's got to do something to kind of break away and make sure to get these power weapons out of TSM's hands.
6 kill advantage. Ooh, make it 7 after the perfect shot from the shock rifle coming out of Mr. Soul Snipe. Talik may be able to get it after the trade goes down. Precision runs right into a huge grenade by Manny. Manny once again with the denial grenades to claim control over the gold side, and now moving into a setup is TSM.
Setup is important here, but you see Envy's got that C plat side, right? So it's going to be them that are going to play for this camo in 5 seconds. Descendant being the aggressor here. His job is just to distract and just put damage into TSM while another Envy member gets the camo. It's going to be Piggy that gets it. But again, 3 of his teammates are dead and he goes down as well. It's just a process. TSM, they take care of the first problem first, and then the next problem is Piggy with that camo.
Double-digit lead coming out of TSM, and something's gonna have to change here big time for Envy, spawning up over on the gold side. Piggy does open up with a huge kill from across the map, takes down the bottom A side, and it looks like they're able to spot Manny as well. Great job from Envy to identify your targets and deal with them as quickly as possible. They could make a run here. It's not too late.
A run is what's needed. Camo is unfortunately not on the map, and like I said before, shock rifle's been in the hands of TSM the entirety of this game. And you see Talik in the stats right. 8 kills, 8 assists, and only 6 deaths out of him. This is a very good start for Talik. And Soul Snipe with another trade towards the back of blue. I mean, this is just beautiful by TSM. They're just putting Envy in a blender.
We saw Envy go on a little bit of a run, but an answer right back does TSM, and it's a 9-kill advantage once again. Make it 10, 31-21 as Druck continues to rain down the pain on every single Envy member that he sees. Whether it's Piggy, Precision, it doesn't matter. The BR is getting value. Double kill out of Druck, an 11-kill advantage. Envy, they're in trouble.
That's the pace that TSM plays at. You saw Druck's movement right there. That is how every single one of their screens looks in that moment. And that's what makes them so scary, right? They play off that momentum, they snowball. And that's why so many times they've upset some really top caliber teams at LAN and in many events. It's because of plays like this. 34-23 now. New camo coming up once again. And obviously, every single camo thus far has been traded out or burnt. We'll see what happens with this one.
TSM consistently setting the pace here in this game, and Envy have just been playing reactionary Halo since the start, and man, TSM looking dominant. Soul Snipe able to get away with the camouflage. Descendant is the most forward player on the map, but does he know that Soul Snipe and TSM are hunting down everybody in their sights? And backs back onto camouflage could be huge, but you're still down by 11 kills.
Yeah, this is what you call a nearly impossible game here for Envy. I mean, you'd have to do a lot to bring this back. It's a 10-kill lead. You've got Soul Snipe with shock and camo. That is the first step. You take out one of the problems here. There's going to be Precision that does that. He's leading the team with 13 kills. You've got much more to deal with, though. As you can see, it is TSM that are over-aggressing on that long haul side.
Action with the shock. I mean, 2 perfect kills could give them a bit of a run and maybe cycle TSM, but that's a lot to ask for a team in Envy when TSM has just seemingly had their number literally all game long. Soul Snipe jiggle peeking, getting the information, now feeding it to the rest of TSM. It's crazy that TSM have a 10-kill lead and they're still willing to slow the game down. This is a methodical TSM, and that's when they're at their most dangerous.
I like Yaxon's decision right there to reroute, right? It's really important to do so. Like you said, Soul Snipe getting that info. It's they're gonna know that Yaxon's there with that shock rifle, but he's not really able to move. He does get a kill on the feed though with that nade. And his reroute actually works because he pinches them on the long haul side. Somehow Soul Snipe's still alive though, and Yaxon goes down. How did that just happen?
Drunk with a crazy 5-shot from the low side, and he's not done just yet because he puts his sights onto Piggy, hunts him down as well. Right now, Drunk looking hungry on the map. 44 kills, that means just 6 more needed, and with the way TSM are melting every single player onto Envy, this could be over as quickly as it started.
I mean, it's another camo for TSM. Everything went right for them. Every single camo was burnt or traded. They got the last camo and the shock rifle for free. And yeah, 47. I mean, 3 more kills and they'll close out this series. What a way to end it here for TSM.
They took it to game 5 back at SLC. They do it again here in the open series, leading to Charlotte, and now they're 1 kill away from going back-to-back wins against Envy in tournament play. And Manny looking for nothing but the trade there. He's gonna get it. Doesn't get the stick though. I know he wanted that one. TSM advanced to the semifinals. Envy going down to the lower bracket. Man, every time they go at it, it's a banger.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that break didn't work. TSM still had that momentum going into that game. You saw Druck's point of view when he's moving like that. Ooh, and he wasn't even like popping off in that game. At that point, he was like 6-5, but you know they wanted that game 5. Very different than that game 2. And all it took was getting that last camo when they had a 10-kill lead already and solidifying the game. Beautiful job by TSM to come out and make a statement in that game number 5.
Looking at the stats right now, big 16 kills coming out of Precision right there. You know, in a losing effort on a Slayer, that ain't bad if you ask me. On the other side of things, Manny matching that energy with 16 kills of his own, putting up 7.7 KDA because the man only died 10 times. Like, he really was that X factor that they were looking for. And mind you, Talik was not only with double-digit kills himself, but also had double-digit assists as well. And that overkill, that set the tone right then and there. That's where you knew TSM ain't come to play.
Yeah, that overkill really did set the tone. We talked about starting strats and that camo, but all of that, throw those papers away, Tony, like you did in season 1. All that goes away and doesn't matter any longer. What a way to close it out, though, out of TSM. Again, we didn't see much carbine usage on the map of Recharge this time around, and interested to see kind of what kind of role that weapon plays in the sandbox, right? It's not, I think it's the kill time is maybe slightly faster than the Bandit, but not by a lot, and it's a little bit, I wouldn't say tougher to use, but you got to hit more shots. The 7-shot perfect. So just interested to see how that goes as the season goes. I think we had an interview on LBT where one of the players, I apologize for forgetting who it was talking about the dopamine it provides, and I can definitely see that. And sometimes that's enough. But look at this. Look at this. He throws a nade at himself and gets the kill somehow. That's beautiful. That's a way to end the game.
Yeah, what was it? Was there some kind of insta-splode off of his own nade? Like the enemy's nade insta-splode off of his? That was like just weird nade inception right there. I mean, either way, it's 50 to 36. Even if it throws away his life that time, you know, you do it 14 more times and you'll be okay. TSM, I mean, just a beautiful game number 5 they put on display right there. Envy, I think they played excellent this entire series. I was very impressed with them. I feel like I always am every time they come onto the virtual battlefield. But TSM now back-to-back game 5 wins in tournament play. One at SLC on LAN and one here in that open series. Absolutely huge for TSM, who are really starting to just get better as the year goes on.
I agree. I'm excited for both these teams. Again, it all comes down to these last 2 events, right? And I think all of these teams are looking to make a statement at the end of gosh, it's emotional to talk about, man. A 4-year stint with a beautiful game. I think one of the best Halo games. And I think all of these teams really want to go out with a bang. And I think you're going to start to see even better Halo as we get through these open series, and as we get to Charlotte, and as we get to Worlds. The Halo is just going to get better and better, and I'm here for it. I'm excited.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, I promise you, we're going to have some more of your open series action on our road to Charlotte. But before we get there, if you haven't already, make sure you guys are dropping the follows on the Twitch. Make sure you're dropping the subs on the YouTube as well. And if you're feeling a little extra generous, I'm just saying, if you got a little extra in your pocket right now, why not drop a sub? Why not drop a gifted? Why not drop 5 or 6 or 7, maybe 10? There's some of y'all that one gifted sub ain't gonna affect your bank account whatsoever. There's some of y'all that could drop 100 right now. It ain't gonna affect your bank account whatsoever. I'm just saying, LVT Halo has been doing it. I mean, every single event for 4 years now, and has been doing it in Halo 5 as well. I can't think of any better way to deal with your sub. You know what? I'm gonna throw a sub right now. After I know you threw a
didn't have
gifted.
to threaten me. You didn't have to threaten me. I did it, Tony. Like, relax, okay?
I apologize. I'm saying I'm not threatening you whatsoever, but I'm gonna promise you, if you don't drop another sub, it's gonna get real dangerous here. But what?
Okay.
But oh wait, we got a little more gameplay action for you guys. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We actually did get that entire overkill here. We're gonna check out Talik getting his overkill to start things off. This was 1, 2, 3.
Oh,
that was beautiful, man. That was beautiful. Yo, I think it was Coach Callis that went in there into the theater mode. Make sure that we got that and find out how did they set the pace, how did they set the tone. I'm gonna just leave y'all with that real quick. You know, remember how TSM started and then finished that game number 5. While we go to break and we come back, we're gonna have more of your open series action.
Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Extermination. Enemy team scoring. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. team took the hit. Snipe. Enemy team scored. Kill incoming. Double kill. Overkill. Perfect. Double kill. Defeat. Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Extermination. Enemy team scored. Double kill. Double kill.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are tired of the milk. We are right into the action. You guys have been waiting for Shopify Rebellion and Space Station Gaming to go at it. Well, here they are, and Rule 2 can open up with a nice little no scope, but it's SSG that go 3 down.
Basically just saying everyone to come deal with that sniper, but on the other side it was 3 players of Shopify Rebellion that extended the Space Station's base. They pull out the flag and it's basically a cakewalk home for Last Shot as he felt no pressure, and SR able to take complete advantage of Space Station's spread out play.
First flag cap belongs to Shopify Rebellion, and Frosty is still in the snipe hut of Space Station Gaming. That means another flag is going to be relayed almost immediately, and if Frosty can hit a shot or two with this snipe, it could be absolutely devastating, or even just a distraction to allow that flag to turn the corner. Shopify Rebellion still moving its cycle with that flag in hand that punches the second one in, just like that. 2-0 and 2 players on Goose Alert.
You're seeing why Shopify Rebellion's best map is Forbidden Flag. They are just clean and efficient. They are able to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise, and they can make things happen with just 1 or 2 kills. It's Cycle that just gets his killing spree, and still the players of SSG trapped on their side, and 2 of them still remain without a kill.
In less than a minute and 30 seconds, it's a 2-0 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion, and Cycle still has a sniper bullet to work with on his way to defending the overshield, but Eco with a huge nade is going to absolutely space him out over towards the mid-map. Suppressed wants to grab a hold of this overshield along with his first kill. Well, this overshield could lead to just that and maybe more. SSG on their offense.
Great control by Suppress, knowing exactly how far you had to go to get that overshield, but the great nades from Shopify Rebellion will neutralize that overshield's ability. Suppress finally able to get on the board. Everyone from Space Station has a kill, and now that flag moving well on its way. Just one round of Slays and SSG can have their first on the board.
4v2 are the numbers here for Space Station Gaming, but it's Shopify Rebellion coming off the spawn and having sights set on that flag here. Suppress gonna try to put down max damage, but there's too many members of Shopify Rebellion around him. But somehow Suppress is alive right now. Flag is as well. It is touched and moved, or at least inched closer towards that bend, but SSG need a lot more slays before they're able to commit to that.
Suppress, he's more thinking about this sniper than probably the flag at this point. Able to find Royal 2. Look at the other way, but Royal 2 runs at Suppress, makes him miss the shot, and things could go from bad to worse. Last shot has the flag out. There's only 2 alive for SSG, and the snipers are on both sides pinpointing those players down. Frosty doesn't miss. Suppress hits one to the body. Everything is going wrong for SSG.
Frosty's so icy with it as he finds the head of just 2 more players. He's taken down all 4 players seemingly by himself, and he's not done as the spawning players are coming up. He's body shotting them left and right. Psycho and World 2 with back-to-back kills. Frosty now gonna relay that flag forward. SSG gonna try to come off a spawn. They're gonna try to overextend, but the only thing you're gonna get is World 2 pieced up as Frosty runs that flag in. It's a triple out of World 2 to end it. 3-0 Shopify Rebellion up 1-0 in the series.
If you ever had the question of what would happen if the LA Lakers played against a high school team, that last 30 seconds of gameplay is about what that would be the equivalent of. Everything was in Shopify Rebellion's hands, and honestly, there was nothing SSG could really do from this position. It was just so strong with having both those snipers into play, and Frosty obviously hitting shots like this. The double into that, ooh. And then I love the peek up right here. Get ready. Peek your head. Gone. Right? And when players are hitting shots like this, you just can't do much. It was really dominant power weapon control that made the difference in this game.
Absolutely beautifully played, really from start to finish. Remember, with the first minute and a half with the gameplay, Shopify Rebellion were already up 2-0 in this game, and eventually with Shopify Rebellion that just took over and took control of World 2, just putting just the icing on the cake right there. I mean, forget the stats. The eyeball test would tell you Shopify Rebellion still are nasty.
One thing that you can take away from that game is that is 100% the best game mode, game type combination there is for Shopify Rebellion. That's almost to be the expected result. Try to keep that one out of mind. You know, it was unfortunate, but this isn't necessarily over for Space Station Gaming. You have another chance in this Slayer. The thing is, Shopify Rebellion, though, remember how they won their championship just a few weeks ago. It was by winning 3 Slayers in a best of 7 to hoist that trophy for the first time.
Slight lead here for Shopify Rebellion to open things up, but more importantly, a nice little collapse right from the car side. At least to a 4-2 advantage, and Psycho getting away with the camouflage. Goes in for a bit of a ninja attempt there, but the height is all that he needed in order to drop down and take down Falcated. Now you 3x the score line of Space Station Gaming. Psycho's gonna kind of bunny hop his way over towards 2 members of SSG. Better be careful.
This thing, Cycle still has plenty of this camouflage to work with, right? He doesn't have to commit to the gunfight till he's ready. He didn't have to shoot his gun either. Fisticuffs for everyone in the lobby. Triple kill for Cycle. And Suppress might just be the over. He's not going to give the challenge. He knows Cycle isn't missing right now.
SSG only have 3 kills as a unit, and Psycho hitting a nasty triple kill on his way to a 4-1 as Stellar finally able to shut him down just a bit, but last shot still somehow applying pressure here. A well-placed grenade out of suppressed and eventually takes down World 2. Can he slow them down enough as SSG still their scoreline being doubled, if not more, by Shopify Rebellion?
All the time, Shopify Rebellion is just playing into the spawns of SSG. Very aggressive plays thus far, and the only thing that's been keeping them back are big plays like that. Suppressed, able to hit those shots, gets the help for the kill. They're trying to slow SR down, but there's really not much that's able to do that. These fights still swing towards Shopify Rebellion. The camo, go to Falcon though.
Good job finding the one-shot player. Leads Frosty into the rest of the spawning players from Space Station Gaming. SSG only down by 6 kills, so obviously not out of it just yet. Plenty of time on the board as Shopify Rebellion spawned up. They try to slow things down. SSG obviously anticipate that. They're getting as aggressive as possible, but it's a last shot over on the util side that deals with one and does enough damage for Cycle to come in and clean up the second, and just like that, SSG 3 down.
Still, players from SSG are just all sort of condensed on the map. They don't have a lot of space to work with. Stellar and Eco in particular are going to have to do their best to work their way out of this sticky situation, but just no hesitation on the push from SR. Eco able to take one with him, but at this point, SR is pretty happy with the trade for trade Halo. They want to stay aggressive and keep their lead.
Stellar trying to find a hole within the offense of Shopify Rebellion. Is it through the util side? No, apparently last shot is locking that down, but Stellar never met a 1v1 that he isn't willing to take. 3 down goes Shopify Rebellion. Is this SSG's opportunity?
I love that confidence from Stellar. Even when the game's not going your way, being that aggressive and just having confidence in yourself to win those fights can accelerate the clock. If he instead plays a little bit more passive, SSG has to waste a lot of time getting that kill. Instead, he flies forward, gets that kill, and now it's SSG that's starting to increase their pace. But reality is Shopify Rebellion's never going to be an easy kill, and that trend continues to remain true. Despite all that chaos where SSG had momentum, it's still a 7-kill lead for Shopify Rebellion, and with Camouflage coming up, these kills could be massive.
Frosty getting seriously aggressive on his way to a double kill and some great damage going down, but Stellar gonna try to find his way towards the mid side of the map. Shopify Rebellion had it locked down and should be able to grab Camouflage and more importantly get away with it as Royal 2 right after Eco down to 1 shot he goes. Stellar had an angle on him, but Royal 2 real shifty with the movement to stay alive. It's 32-24 as the 33rd kill comes in. The 34th is right in front of him, but once again Stellar winning piv after piv.
Cycle able to keep that trend alive of playing forward, just comes in, cleans up those kills, and now last shot has a little bit of help to maneuver with this Camouflage. Remember, 45 seconds now, 50 seconds longer than in the past. Those extra 15 seconds can make a huge difference in how a player can play. Notice how last shot's never really in a hurry to make something happen. Wants to maximize that value that Camo gives him.
As he tries to make his way over to the car side, Stellar is there, and so is Suppressed. They wipe out 2 members of Space Station Gaming, but it's Shopify Rebellion that already have 39 kills. We're seeing some life shown here from SSG, but Shopify Rebellion are just way too close to that the finish line, and the 41st kill was in Royal 2, ain't missing a shot.
Filthy perfy reversey from Royal 2, and Psycho and last shot, they got over half the kills that Shopify Rebellion needs to win the game by themselves right now. I mean, really, if it's Psycho and last shot versus SSG, we're talking about a very competitive match. You add Frosty and Royal 2 to the equation, you can see the game is becoming a little bit of a blowout at this point. Shopify Rebellion have just been steadfast, consistent in their games and how aggressive they can be and how they're just not really backing down from their fights. They're ready to take on anything, and Cycle in the middle of chaos down to 1 shot. Ola-esque in the way that he maneuvers, was trying to stay alive for even longer.
But as he tries to get away, Space Station Gaming are there for the cleanup. The only problem is that Space Station Gaming don't have any lives to give. You're down by 10 kills. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion are looking for the final 3 in order to go up 2-0 in the series. They just simply waited too long for their second win here. But once again, back-to-back kills go towards SSG. Falcon makes it a third and not a single one going down for Space Station Gaming. Another round of slays like that, and we're talking something here.
Yeah, this second win, although it's late, they might have rolled maximum on the hit die. They're really stretching what they've been able to give themselves here, and they're slowly chipping away at this lead. Now it's Shopify Rebellion that's been on their back foot. Only 1 kill that's come out of the last 8 for Space Station Gaming. They're within 5, but Shopify Rebellion only need 2 more.
As that 1 kill that puts them in that situation here, and Shopify Rebellion perfectly comfortable way with trading their life away into a win, and nobody accounting from last shot who goes right through the middle. Direct route to find Suppressed, and the final kill goes in. Although a very impressive comeback coming out of Space Station Gaming right there, it's eventually Shopify Rebellion that are up 2-0 in the series.
And Space Station, like, you can see, like, when things go right, they look brilliant, right? At the end of the game, when they're starting to get those kills, like, they look awesome. The problem for them has been consistency throughout the game. Just the beginning was lackluster, to say the least, and it's just not what this team needs going into the end of that Slayer. They need to be consistent from start to finish.
Looking at these stats right now, last shot, 17 kills, 9 assists, and a 9.0 KDA. Obviously, Psycho was doing his damn thing as well, but I'm noticing Royal too, not only putting up 12 kills, but really impressed with the 10 assists on top of that. It takes a full team effort to deal with Space Station Gaming the way that they did.
Did you see that 5k damage from last shot? 5k by itself in a Slayer is absurd. What really gets me about seeing last shot's damage is it's kind of normal for him to hit the 5k barrier on Slayer. That's like a top 1% performance. He's hitting 5k. He's also shooting 71% accuracy alongside it. And I will say, that happens to be the second best in the lobby. I see you down there, Suppressed, not missing many shots either, as he shot 71.24%. But obviously the big difference maker is last shot's damage output just being that next level. And we talked about, that prototype hyper aggressive player that loves to be in the front lines, that flourishes in those positions. When last shot's not missing, when he's shooting 71% and he's getting away with his life, it feels impossible to stop someone like that.
Well, I mean, we look at the first minute and a half of that game number 1. It was dominant for Shopify Rebellion. That final cap was absolutely beautiful. Going into that game 2, so it seems like Shopify Rebellion kind of rode that momentum, but eventually SSG caught up. And maybe going into this game number 3, maybe this is where SSG are able to look just more dominant towards the entire game and actually put a game together. And maybe we have a series on our hands. Shopify Rebellion may be up 2-0 right now, but something tells me that SSG can ride off a bit of that momentum.
Glad it's going to be that new map in rotation, and maybe something where SSG can use these chaotic elements of not knowing a map fully to find a second chance in this series, right? They need some sort of jolt to the arm, something to bounce them back, give them momentum to work with. Because right now, Shopify Rebellion look deadly. They just look better than everyone else in the HCS at the moment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we already know we are back with your open series action. It's your road to Charlotte, and we already know what went down to the winner's side. Now we go down to the elimination bracket. Simply do or die. Go big or go home. Why not be reckless? AK, why not be casting my man with all that beautiful Halo memorabilia behind them? Is my brother Active? How you feeling today, brother?
I'm feeling good, a little under the weather, but as you are as well, Tony. But I'm here, and if there's anything to give me energy and give me the adrenaline to keep going, it's more Halo. And on your screen, you've got 2 teams that I'm excited to watch go up against each other: Paradox and Lies Infantry. A lot of changes and things shifting here for this Lies Infantry roster, Tony.
Absolutely, absolutely. All I need in front of me is, I guess, my duo, active, caffeine, and some amazing Halo, which we are about to see. Syrian actually coming onto this Lies infantry roster, which I'm so happy for. My man Syrian, I've known him for a little while now, and the young lad carries the heck out of me, or at least did. It's to the point I can't even get into his lobbies anymore because he's too high of an Onyx player. But that's my boy right there. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, you got Paradox, and I believe my boy Wally Coyote and Maddie, some of the nicest people I've ever met in the world are on this Paradox team. Absolutely love that, but apparently Lies infantry don't, because they immediately put them 3 down.
Yeah, I like nice people too, but right now it's business time, and Lies infantry starting off making some business happen. Sirion's gonna be on your screen as a player who was previously on that Gunny roster, on the BTH roster, now on the Lies infantry roster, and I'm excited to see what he's able to do with this new squad. But I gotta point out, Collective already 4-0 to start this game off.
Ooh, and Maddie, though, coming in with the sniping camo combination, absolutely huge, and it's gonna be up to him in order to stop them from capping this hill, and so far doing a decent job at just that, but he loses the camo and the sniper. Looks like Ivan Knives is gonna take advantage of that until he gets absolutely naded out, detonate, then explode.
It's really cool to see these players on the left-hand side. Obviously, they've been around for a long period of time. I've seen these names, and they've climbed their way up to this point, right? Elimination round number 5. Obviously, you don't want to find yourself in that lower bracket, but just the talent to be at this part in the tournament. Lies infantry, though, are giving them a lot of trouble so far. They're going to get this first hill with not a lot of contention, and on top of that, Collective is already going to be ready on the C side with 2 down for Paradox.
Beautifully played by Lies infantry, and they're not done yet. Collective right up to the tower side he goes, gonna prioritize getting that height and getting that positioning before jumping in the hill. Meanwhile, Leaderness laying down the law. A beautiful triple capitalized by an amazing stick. That's gonna leave Detonate by himself, and Collective wants no part of that. They are staggered right now on Paradox.
I just gotta give a shout out to the very first montage I ever saw. Girls Just Want to Have Fun. It was an SK Halo montage, and the stick with the beatdown followed up. I mean, that was Leader Nest right there, kind of calling that back. And it's cool to see, right? Beautiful triple out of him. They'll continue to get hill time here halfway through hill number 2.
And Leader is doing a great job of holding down this tower side. He's gonna throw another triple on the board, and Maddie shuts down any hope of getting that overkill. Also grabbing camouflage is gonna be absolutely huge, but look how much hill time Lies infantry have been able to put on the board.
Yeah, this is a really good amount of hill time here. Kyle Kick, though, I really like this play with the camo, right? He breaks that first defensive hull, but there it is. Collective is ready for him. A beautiful nade takes him out, and that's how important camo is, right? You have to kind of understand you're going to get called out by every single player on the roster. You're going to reroute in a way that you kind of read what they're thinking, and unfortunately not able to do that there.
Once again, Lies infantry doing everything they can to make sure they hold on to the tower side. Every single push they make starts with top tower and then ultimately ends usually with Paradox going 3 down.
Yeah, 3 down is not where you want to be. Lies infantry are going to continue the pressure here too. This is going to snowball into even worse, on top of the fact that they've got presence on this A side already. They've got damage. That means they're going to be able to enter kind of in scot-free. 3 down for Paradox now. Lies infantry already on this A side, and Maddie has to scurry away to get the snipe. But can he survive here? There's pressure on A already.
We saw the no-scopes he was able to hit earlier with the snipe. Is able to hit at least a body shot there. That's enough for Corey to come in and get himself a nice little cleanup, but Lies infantry continue to come at him. 4 down, go Paradox.
That's a beautiful carbine skin, but yeah, 4 down, go Paradox once again. You got to stop the snowball effect. You got to try and get some kills, but you see how they're just getting staggered. Like, that's not really Maddie's fault. He spawns up. He's the first spawner. He goes down first. Now you see a bit of pressure on that back C side and a couple of kills going in the way of Paradox. This is good. Now somehow they have to push up and get more, and it's unfortunate, right? Collective is there with that carbine, hits a beautiful perfect to defend, and they'll continue to score.
It is clean sweep after clean sweep, and every single one of them is going the way of Lies Infantry. They already started off 2-0 as far as this game, and so close to putting on their third hill here. Finally, we start to see some pushback coming out of Paradox, but as I say that, Collective comes in with the carbine and leaves Paradox 3 down once again.
Yeah, beautiful job once again by Collective and Lies Infantry. They're gonna pretty much get this hill, and I believe they do step out of it to maybe create some space to get ready for the next. And that's exactly what they're gonna do here. Camo's coming up. They've got control of this side of the map. With this kill, it'll make it even easier to get the camo. That assist will come through, and look at the space being taken by Ivan Eyes already. I love this, right? Understands the spawns are coming out on C. We have a kill. We can take space to get this camo, and it's exactly what Lies will do.
And my question is, did Collective mean to capture that hill? Was he just backing down and just kind of backed up into the hill in order to go up 3-0? Either way, Lies Infantry have been absolutely running house right now with 2 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock. Lies Infantry could play the shot clock, or they could play for the final capture. It feels like the world is theirs, and so is Koi for leaderness.
Well, there it is. A beautiful job once again. It'll be more time here for Lies Infantry, and it's just going to be tough to get out of this, right? You have Sniper coming up in 9 seconds. You just got a kill in the kill feed. Got a perfect by Detonate, which is, by the way, a really cool name. But what are you going to do with that? It's Leader Ness already towards the top center of the map. Understands how important the Sniper is. Scoops it up, and all the while, Tony, it's very close to that number 4 cap here for Lies Infantry.
So close here, Leaderness with that snipe over toward the tower side. It's this tower side control that has been the bane of Paradox's existence. Every single time they get shut down, it's usually because of this right here, right now. Not usually a couple 4 seconds here in the hill, and that's gonna be it. Lies Infantry not only getting the win, but a statement being made with a clean sweep.
That's a very, very big statement being made. It's unfortunate, right? Some teams, it's hard to get out of that staggered spawn. You saw time and time again, you're the first one to go down, which means you're the first to spawn up. You end up getting cycled, you're dead, and then your team has to fight 3v4 again. And it's just like constant. When you're seeing slays like we saw to Leader Ness, 20 and 10, 14 and 8 out of Ivan Eyes. I mean, everyone on the roster had a really solid game. I mean, it's tough to play out of that. It's nearly impossible. Everyone's slaying out of their minds here on Lies Infantry.
And look at that, this Lies Infantry roster. You've seen Leaderness and Collective and Ivan Eyes teaming multiple times before. It feels like all eyes are on Syrian right now. Kind of the new player to the bunch and whatnot. Maybe the slightly unrecognizable name compared to the 3, at least when it comes to wearing that Lies banner. That triple kill, by the way, was nasty.
Yeah,
and plus, there was even
hurt.
a little bit of drama that went down earlier. You guys already know what we're talking about. So it feels like all eyes are on Syrian, and right now he's been playing up to par with the rest of this Lies Infantry roster, and going into Recharge Slayer in our game number 2. Hopefully they can keep that same energy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Paradox, no pushovers whatsoever. Obviously, game number 1 didn't go their way. Hopefully they have the mental fortitude in order to bounce back, because they're going to need literally just that here on Recharge.
Yeah, I mean, year 4 at Infinite, you understand, okay, game 2, this is our chance, right? We didn't have a very good game 1. Toss that one away. Even these AM teams understand the Slayer is their opportunity, right? So Paradox definitely have a chance to bring this back. I like the burn at least for the camo right there, but they end up going 3 dead right off the bat, and Kyokic all by himself on A.
It's a 3-0 start and potentially a 4-0 start coming out of Lies Infantry, picking up exactly where they left off, and now you allow Collective to collect up a little bit of a shock rifle, and this is where things could go from bad to worse if you're Paradox.
Yeah, it's just you have to get out of this C trap, and Detonate gets a double kill right there. If you want any sort of way to get out of this, that is it. But unfortunately, he didn't know the pressure was coming from the long haul side, so he ends up going down. And that double kill, it's just gonna amount to a trade at the end of the day. So it's a 2-for-1, and then it's still pipe control for Collective. Yeah, WoW is the right terminology I would use here as well, Tony. This is really tough. They can't really get out of this unless they find a way to solidify his 4, and even then, they end up solidifying his 4 trapped on one side of the map. It's gonna be tough to get out.
high IQ plays being made by Lies Infantry. They can take the 1v1 challenges, but most of the time they come at him with a double push, a triple push, and Siri
man.
refuses to go down, at least not easily. Collective finally running out of ammo out of the shock as he's just been planting it into the head of every member of Paradox. And from one side of the map to the other, Lies Infantry are bringing the pain.
Yeah, that was beautiful by Sirion, by the way. Like, perfectly cut the strafe, the very perfect time to get the hit marker multiple times on the player that was pushing him while he was on the pillar. And it's still just pressure. And you can see, like, these players on Lies Infantry, they're still playing, like, you know, tight. They're not really giving up any easy deaths. 20-8 now. The slays continue here. And now you see finally all of Paradox are 4 up. So this is their opportunity. If they don't take any bad damage, they can push out of this and fight an isolated side. And Sirion, you see him understanding, okay, I'm isolated on this long haul side. He does come back though, and that's confidence out of him. 3 down though for Lies Infantry.
They're finally starting to see some life coming out of Paradox right now. I mean, they're able to put Lies Infantry 3 down, able to, I was going to say shut down the camouflage player, but it looks like Ivanize was able to get away, so never mind that. And just as quickly as Paradox were starting to make a run, Lies Infantry shut that down, and Ivanize still looking for the one-shot player. Where did Matty go? Oh, he's in tower already. Wow, he's a sneaky one.
Yeah, I like this play by Matty though. You got it, like you understand that you're isolated on A all by yourself. You got to try to run to your teammates. The problem is, like, Lies have every sector of the map covered, and it's just really tough to get out of something like this. Shock rifle coming up in 4 seconds. Paradox did have that pipe side control, and now it's given up to Lies Infantry, which means they potentially get another shock in their hands.
You know, we often talk about there's levels to this, and Paradox, a fantastic team, might I add. You know, I'm a big fan of everybody on this roster, but when you look at Lies Infantry, you look at a team that can make a run out of open bracket and into pool play. There's a lot of talent on this roster right now. When you think of the players that are next up in the league, you know, you're kind of looking at these players on Lies Infantry, 34-15 right now. This is the level of competition that you want to see out of these boys, and up 1-0, and if things continue like this, probably 2-0 active. Maybe.
It's just maybe. It's a lot of individual skill on the right hand side here, and not to say that there isn't on the left hand side, obviously, but it's a bit more disjointed, right? You know, these players on Lies definitely have a cohesive pushes. They're making sure not to throw away their lives, even though they're up 41-16. You see, they're not like really being ultra aggressive. You know, it's just it's habits. You know what I mean? They're like good habits that they've kind of you know, trained over the years, and it's definitely showcased here. Sirion, like you said before, the player that we're watching and looking at, 12-5 in this game.
Yeah, he's been absolutely incredible. Same with Collective, 12-4 with 7 assists. I mean, it's a very balanced attack coming out of Lies Infantry right now. The kills and the assist department, and just a team that just looks very comfortable right now on the map. They barely have been really tested right now by Paradox. They just haven't gone their way in that game number 1, and certainly not in this game 2 Slayer. At this point, 2 kills away from not even just pulling off a steak-tacular, but I would consider this a finer steak, a tomahawk, a filet mignon at a minimum. It is delicious.
I don't think I've ever had a tomahawk, Tony, so we're gonna have to show me that one day. I've had filet mignon though, but yeah, steak on the menu. Game number 2. Lies looking really solid, and even in year 4, you see the skill differential between, you know, multiple teams, and it's just the way it is. You know, these teams, these players, you know, regardless of how much time you put into the game, you know, it comes down to how you gel as a roster. And what I like is that on the side of Paradox, we don't see one player like popping off while everyone else is having a rough game. Everyone's on an even playing field, which means like everyone's kind of playing the same game. It's not like they're on this, you know, different pages, but unfortunately it's the wrong page because Lies is pretty dominant here.
that they are up 2-0 right now in this best of 5 series. That means they're 1 game away ultimately from taking the series. You know, I'm a fan of best of 5 series, but actually like best of 7 series even more. I want to see more Halo action. Luckily for you guys, we have best of 7 series running every single day of next week. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Got the double header going on Thursday. That's the 21st. But before that, Shopify Rebellion and Envy going at it on Wednesday. FaZe and Complexity going at it on Tuesday, and on Monday, Optic and Omit gonna be going at it from Monday through Thursday. We got best of 7s for y'all. Meanwhile, in this best of 5 series, Lies Infantry 1 game away from ultimately putting Paradox out of this tournament. But wouldn't it be something? I'm just saying, wouldn't it be something if Paradox dug deep and made something happen with Maddie? You got the 3 down, you got the flag in your hands. Don't count anybody out just yet. Not in Halo Infinite, baby.
Let me tell you, my dad used to say, you can catch them slacking, and right now they're slacking. That flag's all the way through. My goodness, well, what an answer back from Paradox, putting 1 on the board. You're talking about not surrendering. They've got another one out as well, Tony.
Ain't rolling over right now, man. They ain't giving them nothing easy. Is Paradox. They're willing to fight tooth and nail. 1 cap goes in, and it could be more camouflage in the hands of Detonate, who was the one who started the relay to begin with. But Collective shutting things down just a little bit, and as that wipe happens, so does the return. Looks like Lies Infantry gonna tie things up in 1 apiece.
All right, that was pretty quick. A little bit of confidence goes into your brain there, though. You know, you got 1 cap pretty quickly. You caught them, not paying attention to a lane, or not going into the game full force. And that's kind of, honestly, in the years of Halo, over 2 decades, I've been a part of Halo over 2 decades. That's how upsets happen. One team gives up 1 cap or a single game, and then I think it's gonna be tough for Paradox here. I don't want to throw a fake narrative out there. I think it's gonna be tough for them regardless, but I mean, that's cap number 2. Oh, it stopped immediately, Tony. They had a chance for cap number 2, but the flag's thrown out.
Leader is doing a high IQ play, getting in there, throwing that flag out, and hasn't got the return exactly just yet, but at least starts and these delays what could have been a guaranteed cap. Perfect shots out of Leader, this leading from the front line with his abandon, as Attic is not only going to try to overextend but grab camouflage at the same time. He goes down. Collective continues to grind the flag forward. That is a perfectly played counter cap.
And you can see that the Slays are pretty even across the board. Atticus, unfortunately, not having the best start to the game, but regardless of that, everyone's pretty even. Atticus ends up, he ends up getting the kill there. I think maybe they thought he was dead, but he's gonna stay alive. He's gonna do even more damage. Atticus gonna cause 3 down for the side of Lies Infantry here.
Beautifully played in Mind. I feel like we shouldn't be surprised that Paradox are bringing the most energy here on Aquarius. When I think of Maddie and even Atticus, I think of free-for-all players. How many reps do these players have on Aquarius with the amount of free-for-all they put into play? I don't know if Wily Coyote's much of a free-for-all player, and I'm not too familiar with Detonate, but I know Maddie and Atticus are very comfortable on this map with the amount of FFA that they be putting down.
That play is a big factor, Tony. It's a really, really good point. I mean, how many hours you have on a map really, definitely is going to allow you to feel a lot more comfortable. That being said, it is Lies Infantry that do put that 2nd cap in, but that's definitely a good point to bring up. It will be 2-1, 3 dead for Paradox as well, and you can see it is Lies Infantry that are kind of playing in the base of Paradox as well, so making it a bit difficult to get off the spawn.
Saw a beautiful counter cap earlier by Liza, and now we're seeing another flag going straight from Util to Util. It could be a 3-1 lead if they can't make the skill jump, and the flag gets punched in. But 3 down to Paradox. That means another flag being relayed by Lies Infantry. Syrian flies forward into the 5-shot by Atticus. As he gets his shields back, he couldn't quite find an angle on the flag that's trying to make it from the Util into home. Ivanize already has it as far as possible, and I'm not sure that Paradox are in a position to stop this. As another trade goes down, the 4th flag cap goes in.
Yeah, one more cap and Lies Infantry will close it out here. Try and get that camo as well, but that jab step really was mixy there in that fight. Made it really difficult to get that last shot in. Ivan I's 12-4 in this game, ahead of all the rest of the players in the game, period. We'll see what Detonate's able to do, though. He's pushing for the flag.
Making a play, not giving up just yet. Half the team is down here, so it'll be really tough to cap any flag. We just don't have the bodies, the health, or the bullets to fight with. Syrian rips a double kill that allows Lies Infantry to start what could be the final flag. There are some overextenders coming in out of Paradox. Boy's already here, but the flag is already returned, and before he can get a backsmack, a shot off, anything in his favor, Lies Infantry end the game, end the series, and send Paradox home.
Yeah, man. I gotta say that start from Paradox was really solid, but Lies Infantry, they buckled up, came through, and closed it out in a dominant fashion, like the rest of the series. That will mean that Lies Infantry move on. Paradox, unfortunately, that will be the end of their tournament. But great overall to make it this far, and awesome showcase of skill on Aquarius, like you said, Tony, out of the free-for-all players.
Yeah, it's gonna be back to the drawing board for Paradox. We obviously know how strong of a team this roster is, and been there, done that players. And I mean, the fact that they even made it this far, literally one series away from advancing over into Championship Sunday, is something that maybe they're not thinking about right now. But I would imagine that when they take a second to breathe and say, hey, look, we went damn far, and who knows, stay together, put some scrims on the board, see what happens here. The only time success comes before work is in the dictionary. You know what I'm saying? Like, they come back in, get a little more scrims, and who knows, maybe we see Paradox and Lies Infantry go at it again, and we see a much more competitive series right there. But this was still damn far that Paradox made, so I want to make sure I gave them some love, give them a little bit of shout out. We were hard on them.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course what you said is true, though. I think at this level, I think with a game like that, you can take a lot from that VOD. If you want to stick together, you can go through 3 or 4 big mistakes, change them, and then you have a completely different squad in your hands. That's what makes building a team so fun. It is like growing together. So I think that's definitely true, Tony. But Lies Infantry, very dominant. Of course, we get to see Sirion on a potential new roster, along with the rest of the boys, and they're looking impressive. And they're gonna look impressive, I would say, the rest of this event.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see Lies Infantry advancing forward into tomorrow here, and Sam, was that our last match? I'm sad.
I think so.
I'm
Tony.
sad.
Yeah, well, don't be, Tony. Do you know why? I think you know why. Why shouldn't we be sad, Tony? Why shouldn't we be?
I feel like we shouldn't be sad, because all that means is Championship Sunday is coming back tomorrow, and we're gonna have some more action for you. So although we might be taking a little bit of a break here for the night, hopefully we maybe run a replay for those of y'all might have missed some of the earlier matches here. We are gonna see plenty of teams going at it tomorrow. Optic and Mirror Force are gonna go at it to start things off. That's, I believe, Spartan's team along with Suspector. We saw TSM and Envy. That was really fun to watch. Plenty of amazing teams going to be going at it in the winner side, but also on the lower side as well. So I guess I shouldn't be too sad, but I had some fun. My bad, Tip.
You know why? Why else you shouldn't be sad, Tony? Don't forget, we've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday as well. We've got the Pro League, so much more Halo to be played. Like, look at all that Halo, baby. We got all the Halo next week, and then we've got the HCS Open again on the weekend after, and then more Halo all week, and then an HCS Open number 10. I mean, Halo is here, and man, like Formula said on that main stage, let's close out this year with a bang. Let's make sure we have as much fun as possible. You can see right here, number 1, Optic Gaming 4-0. I mean, goodness me, what a statement all these teams have made in the top 6.
Yeah, mind you, after that huge upset, Space Station Gaming over Shopify Rebellion, we thought they might have been able to be going undefeated as well, but they They ended up getting a huge win, did SSG. Meanwhile, FaZe, number 2 in the league right now at 3-1. You see Lucid, he's pointing at his next victim, whoever that could be right now. I wouldn't want to be in his well, right now. Hold on, let me see if I can dodge that. Like pointing at me for a second.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to dodge too, man.
FaZe looking absolutely locked in right now, and we're gonna see something more incredible action for you guys. I know you guys are not gonna want to miss any of that. Shopify Rebellion currently sitting at number 4. They were tested by Space Station Gaming. Meanwhile, they still get to go up against NV and FaZe to kind of round things out. All of this leading to a $50,000 land. We had 8 teams to start off, but 2 of them are going to be relegated, and ultimately 6 of them are going to advance into land where they get to compete for $50,000. That's serious.
Yeah, guys, and this website, look how beautiful this website is, lvthalo.com. You get the layout, you get to keep up to date with all the series scores and all of that. And like Tony said, we're going to LAN in the second week of September. I'm excited. I'm really excited to see how this all pans out. Shout out to Shopify Rebellion, our partner, of course. Shout out to Zowie. !Zowie in the chat. Make sure you type that command in and just click the link, ladies and gentlemen. If you see something you like, buy it, of course, but just browse a little bit, and that helps us here at LVT, of course. And yeah, don't forget to sign up for that newsletter so you can keep up to date with everything.
Yeah, if you see something you like, buy it real quick. If you don't see something you like, don't worry. I'll send you a list so you can buy it from me. Don't worry. I'll take care of you, baby.
Right? Yeah.
and so is tomorrow too. I'm just saying,
That's
and
true.
the day afterwards as well. So don't worry, you can save up a little bit, guys. That is your Open Series number 8. Your first one on our road to Charlotte, and so far it hasn't disappointed whatsoever. But that was just day 1. We got Championship Sunday coming tomorrow, so make sure you guys are right back here. Tim, do you have any final words for the people at home?
Not much. I mean, it's an emotional end to 4 years of a beautiful game. We're not at the end yet, I know, but it's all kind of like happening so fast. I just want to really just relish these moments, and I think we as a Halo community should as well. Just enjoy these last couple of events, enjoy the LVT Pro League in partnership with Shopify Rebellion, and just appreciate LVT as a whole, because without LVT, next year, who knows what's going to happen, this year with how much coverage has been, who knows, right? So definitely appreciate LVT in these moments, and I'm excited for the future.
Definitely, I'm excited right there with you. There's one way you can look at it, be a Debbie Downer and be sad about it, but another way we can look at it and celebrate the
That's
last
right.
4 years that Halo Infinite has given us, and Halo's going to continue to give us going forward. Because you already know things may be slowing down, but ain't nothing stopping. I promise you that, ladies and gentlemen. That is your Saturday. That we are LVT Halo, and that was your Open Series number 8, at least as far as day 1. Make sure you are right back in these seats at 12 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. That's 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. PST, 4 p.m. Bada Boomba time. What do you
Bada Boomba time,
do a
okay.
calculator, whatever. Make sure you guys are here at 12 p.m. Eastern tomorrow and catch the rest of your Open Series action. And we'll see you later. Peace out.
Perfect. Way to victory. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Double kill. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Hill ready. Snipe. Enemy team score. Hill incoming. Double kill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Enemy team took hill. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Snipe. Enemy has the ball. Team nearing victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.